Bob led them out of the encampment, past sharp-eyed guards, who were giving envious looks to their group with the twins. Most wouldn't realize right away that they were all siblings, other than Karl, so having not just one but two good-looking women with them would look like an envious situation. "So, what are your specialties?" Karl asked as they moved out of sight of the camp. "We're both mages. I'm better with constructs, and Donnie is better with arcane barriers," Danny explained. They got a kilometer into the woods, and Doug gestured to Karl. "Call out your team. It's better that we have a chance to meet them in advance, even if they're resting until we're in the threat area." Karl called the three out, and Bob froze in place, staring at Ray. Donnie laughed. "Oh, this should be fun. Bob is terrified of spiders, even little ones." "Is she friendly?" Karl nodded. "Generally. She's not always a people person, but Thor is friendly enough for two people, so it works out well." Ray laughed at that as Thor made his way to the cleric looking for attention. Hawk flapped up above them and sighed in relief at the chance to stretch his wings. "What am I even looking for?" he asked. "Groups of monsters. There should be goblins, big goblins, ogres with two heads that use magic, trolls, and maybe something else," Karl explained, knowing that Hawk hadn't paid any attention to the briefing. Karl sensed Hawk's dismay at the announcement, but he knew that Hawk wasn't afraid of goblins, and probably wasn't afraid of ogres either, considering how much fun he had harassing random bears, which were neither smaller nor weaker than the ogres were. "Goblins smell terrible, but at least they will be easy to find," Hawk finally explained. That would explain his reluctance, but he was already off and scouting the area for threats. "Hey, this mission is stupidly simple. They're right here. Just turn right a little, and you will find them," Hawk informed Karl a few seconds later. "Hawk says there are goblins just ahead to the right. I wasn't expecting them to be this close, but he says they're here," Karl explained quietly to the others. The mages looked startled and turned in the indicated direction. "Seriously? We're barely out of sight of the camp. What are goblins doing this close to civilization? Our intelligence suggested that they first appear further into the mountains, and that is why we were going there to hunt for them." "I only know what Hawk tells me. Should we go?" Karl asked. Bob nodded. "I will take point with the casters in the middle. You take the rear, with the beasts protecting our flanks. You can have them move further from us, so the goblins don't realize we're all together. I can smell them already. They're coming this way," Ray informed Karl. "Split off and hide. Ambush when the time is right. Thor, move forward to fight beside Bob and protect the flank. The goblins are coming our way," Karl warned. The shouts of a goblin hunting squad became audible seconds later, and Karl took out his sword. He stepped off to the side, preparing to defend any attacks that might come from the left while Thor was on the right. But Doug shook his head, and Danny summoned 4 wood golems to encircle the casters. The cleric cast a spell on them, and the wooden bodies turned more sturdy, strengthened by magic. The two of them had a system and worked well together. Then Donnie cast a barrier over everyone, and they settled in for the goblin charge. A flurry of rend attacks came down from the sky as Hawk started his offensive, and then there was a shadow moving through the hunting squad like a whirlwind, throwing dismembered limbs in the air as the goblins screamed and tried in vain to run. "What in the goddess name was that?" one of the mages asked as Ray finished her work and retreated into the trees to wipe herself clean again. That would be Hawk attacking from above, and Ray ambushing from the trees. "They're just common rank monsters, so it wasn't a big deal for them to clear them out, I guess," Karl replied. The whole clearing was covered in dismembered goblins, and Karl hesitated. He had been reminded that they might have uncommonly good items on them. But Hawk was right. Goblins smelled terrible, especially the insides of them. The others seemed to be thinking the same thing, as they all hesitated to get any closer. "Time to do your part. Don't miss any good stuff." Ray taunted him as Karl prepared to go loot the goblins. "You could have at least left them intact, so I wouldn't have to check so many pieces," Karl complained. "They're too squishy, they just blew apart when I hit them. I didn't want to use my mandibles, in case something got in my mouth. You already made me drink that potion. I'm not eating goblin." Hawk chimed into the conversation. "I see shiny things. Metal shiny and gem shiny. I don't know if they're good things." Karl sighed and stepped forward, earning himself a curious look from the others. "Hawk and Ray say that there are shiny things, both metal and gems, on the bodies. We should see if it's valuable or useful. The Bureau of Elite Development said that these are escaped from a spell, and they might have loot that they wouldn't normally own." The others sighed, then spread out in a line, so they could clear out the bodies in one pass, with as little contact as possible. I recommend that you grab a long stick. Poke the bodies to open bags and search them. It might not find everything, but it's better than actually touching them. Doug, the green dragon cleric, suggested. Karl quickly grabbed a stick and got to work checking the bodies. He wasn't sure what was actually worth keeping, but his equipment had a fair bit of storage, and the first thing he found was a decent-sized leather pouch that could hold anything that he gathered. Then there were a few gold rings on one goblin, a quality steel dagger on another, a few scattered gemstones, and finally a golden necklace. Lay your loot out on the ground, and I will purify it. Doug offered helpfully once they were all on the other side of the clearing, where Thor and Ray had joined them. Karl dumped everything out, and then laid the bag on the ground with the rest of the loot. Well, that's interesting. The majority of this is just shiny metal and simple gems, but one of those rings is magical, and the bag is also enchanted. Doug noted as he finished cleaning. Do you know what enchantment? Karl asked. I know that it's not a curse, but that's not my area of expertise. We will have to have it identified by the spellcrafters when we return. They will know what it does. The cleric explained. Karl shrugged and dumped the loot back into the bag, which he hung by its straps from his belt. If they were going to keep gathering from goblin bodies, he would keep it there, instead of stuffing it in his pack next to his food and spare clothes. The bag wasn't particularly large, but it would hold a half-dozen hauls like this, as long as he didn't keep picking up more weapons. He wrapped the dagger in freshly purified cloth and stuffed it in the bag, as the decoration was pretty, and if he could find a scabbard for it, he would keep it with him. Should we burn the bodies? Karl asked the others. Bob shook his head. The risk of a forest fire is too high. They will decompose quickly out here, if the other monsters don't eat them. With the goblins dead and the loot cleansed, thanks to the efforts of their cleric, the group started moving toward their destination again, but in a much larger formation. Ray stayed in the trees nearby, and Thor joined Bob at the front of the group, while the wood golems took up positions on the flanks and Karl brought up the rear of the convoy. Nobody was saying anything, but it didn't feel unfriendly, more like it just wasn't necessary to say anything, since everyone understood their roles. If there was a threat, they would call orders, but while just walking, nobody was going to get lost or fall out of position unexpectedly, the way that a bunch of distractible students might. The only one that was truly on edge was Bob, who kept catching glimpses of Ray in the trees and thinking that they were going to be attacked until he realized that it was just her again. I think there is something up ahead. The ground here is more packed than small wildlife would account for, and there are broken branches above head height. Bob quietly warned them an hour after they left the goblins behind. Ray made a mental note of that. For a bloodbath spider, prey usually came to them. They didn't go out hunting things, so they had no inherited memory of tracking skills. Hawk hunted by direct sensory input, and he had been guiding them down the trail, but he hadn't seen anything concerning yet. So, it was Karl's use of Hawk's eyesight that finally gave them the clue they needed. Everyone stop. Face right. I have enhanced eyesight into the ranges that a wind-speed hawk can see. That includes ultraviolet, and it makes urine and other bodily fluid traces glow in the light. There is a handprint in the ultraviolet spectrum on a tree in that direction, too large to be one of us. It's even larger than Professor Tank's hands, and that man is well over 2 meters tall. Karl whispered. I will go look, Hawk replied. He couldn't see the handprint from above, as it was hidden under the canopy of the trees, but Hawk did his best to search for anything in the area anyhow. I think there is a cave up ahead. I can't see it without landing, but something looks wrong. He replied a few minutes later. Hawk says there might be a cave. It's hidden from above, but he's fairly certain it's there. Karl explained. Bob nodded and led the team forward, following Karl's guidance every time he saw a sign of the large creature. Then, Karl started to see the telltale signs of goblins. Plenty of filth was visible to his enhanced eyesight, but it all stayed tight to the trees, where it wouldn't be seen from above. Bob noticed the signs only seconds after Karl did. I think they understand about the helicopters. They're hiding from overhead surveillance. But the goblins must have come past here in a large group. They might be under orders from the ogre we have been tracking as well. Goblins are cowards, and ogres are lazy. So, if an ogre comes across a goblin tribe, it will often threaten them to make them work for it. He explained. The mages pulled closer together, ready for an attack, and Karl realized that he had no idea which one was which anymore. They had the same black hair, in the same haircut, and they were wearing the same uniform, with the same last name on their badges. Someone had called Bob and Doug twins as well, but at least they were different sizes, and Doug's hair was longer, while Bob's was cut tight to his head. The smell of burning wood came to them from the distance, and Karl smiled. "We've found them. I smell campfire. So unless the forest is burning, there is someone up ahead," he whispered. Bob led them forward, with Thor doing his best to be silent beside the warrior, and they burst into a clearing with their weapons up. "You vanished," Hawk complained, then dove under the tree line to join them and protect Karl. But there was nothing to protect them from. In front of them stood a large cave entrance, giving off a slight plume of smoke from a cooking fire inside, and a full 10-person military team was sitting around on the rocks. "Damn it, we thought we found an ogre camp." Bob sighed as he realized the situation. The warrior at the fire smiled at him. "You did, but about 6 hours too late. We got 4 ogres and 15 goblins out of the cave. There should be more goblins nearby, but we are waiting for them to come back." Karl looked up and noticed the slight shimmer of a spell that had been hiding them from Hawk's vision, as well as the obvious signs on the trees of a violent battle having taken place in the recent past. Bob smiled at the warrior. "I think that we found the rest of your goblins. The beasts with our team cleared out an entire hunting party just an hour or so ago. We followed the game track they were on, and it led us here." The team looked immensely relieved and began to relax a little. There were still plenty of dangers in the woods, but if Karl's team had killed off the rest of the goblins who lived here, then at least nothing would be looking for their resting spot tonight. "Why don't you all take a break here for a bit? It's still early, but it gets dark fast in the hills, and there might be more monsters about," the warrior suggested. Bob shook his head. "We are headed for Region 1, and we should try to get closer to it tonight. There were a half-dozen more fresh teams headed out today, so you might come across another if they know how to track. Try not to ambush them before realizing they are humans." The warrior nodded, and Bob gestured for his team to keep moving. Once they were another kilometer down the road, Bob turned back to the group. "They are sitting in an empty ogre den. Something is going to notice that the ogre clan is gone soon, and then they will come looking to take over the cave. We will swing by there again on our way back and see what has moved in," he explained. Hawk returned to his patrols high in the sky once he realized that his senses had been tricked by magic, while Bob led them through the woods to a small river. From his limited experience, Karl recalled that rivers should be a gathering point for monsters needing a drink, but the area was quiet, with only a few small tree animals. The rest had been scared off by the presence of Ray, who was still hiding in the trees, or by the noise that the group with Thor and the 4 tree golems was making. They weren't going to win any stealth awards today, but nobody was seeing signs of large monsters, and they weren't worried about the smaller native ones. "Once we find a good way across the river, we will move into the hills and find a campsite for the night," Bob explained. It was only about 10 meters wide, but it looked fairly deep, and none of them were looking forward to getting soaked right before the sun went down in the mountains. "I will make a bridge for you," Ray offered. "Ray will hook us up. Just give her a moment to work, and she will have a way across the river," Karl explained to the others. She was already getting to work, attaching her web to trees on opposite sides of the river and creating a small, woven platform for them to cross. Then she added a handhold line up near shoulder height and darted across it to add a bit more securement to the other side. Bob gave the silk rope bridge a look of trepidation, but he stepped up onto it and easily balanced as he made his way across. The mages looked at the bridge and shook their heads. "There is no way we're making it across that without dumping ourselves in the river," one of them, possibly Danny, informed Karl with a frown. "What if we send your packs first? Or should I have Ray make more bridge for you? It's not going to fall in the water," Karl asked. Doug smirked as he relieved one of the mages of her pack and nimbly danced across the bridge, putting one foot in front of the other. "They're just incredibly uncoordinated. Taking the packs from them is a good idea, but they still might not be able to walk a straight line," he taunted. "I could throw them," Thor suggested. "Hopefully, it won't come down to having Thor toss you. How about you pass me your remaining pack and give it a try? The upper rope is sturdy, just keep a good hold on it, and you won't fall in the river," Karl offered. The remaining pack was handed to him, and the mage stepped up on the bridge, wobbling a little as she took her first few steps. But after that, she was getting the hang of it, and after a close call that left her hanging off the handrail for a moment, she made it to the other side. How is Thor going to make it to the other side? The remaining mage asked. He will just duck into the separate space where he rests, and then come out again when I'm on the other side. Karl laughed, while imagining the sight of Thor trying to cross a single rope bridge. The mage carefully crossed the river. Then Karl walked across behind her, before turning back to the bridge. I suppose we should take that down, unless we are going to need it to go back. Or at least disable it so it doesn't let anything else cross the river. He suggested. Yeah, we could cut it and let it fall. Most creatures wouldn't be able to reuse it anyhow. How long will the silk last? Bob asked. Karl shrugged. As long as it needs to, I suppose. It normally doesn't dissolve or anything. Leave it. Someone else will need to get across the river soon, and they will likely be following the same trail that we are. We have to cross 2 more search areas before we get where we are going, and they will appreciate the ability to get across. Well, at least after they realize that it isn't a trap by a giant spider to get them stuck in the middle of the river. Ray perked up at the suggestion. That was actually brilliant. Just a bit of sticky silk, and she could get them stuck right in the middle, where they would be out in the open and nearly helpless. But she resisted the urge to booby-trap the bridge and waited patiently for the group to continue. The sun was about to hit the mountains, and while it would be twilight for a few hours still, the direct light was about to end for the day. As we have Ray here, why don't we camp up in a tree tonight? It will be softer and safer than camping on the ground, and she is fast with the web. It isn't too draining, is it? Bob asked as the light began to fade, marking time to get their camp set up. Ray gave him what he took for an enthusiastic gesture, and Hawk informed her of a good tree nearby, with large wide branches that could be used to make a tree fort. She says it's not, and she's off to build us a camp in a spot that Hawk picked nearby. He says the tree has nice wide branches for a nest. Karl explained as the spider vanished. The mages smiled at Karl. You know, it's really handy having her around. Setting up camp is always the most annoying part of the day, and you usually end up having to sleep on rocks and tree roots, or out in the open where anything could see you. But being in the trees will limit the number of monsters that can get to us, and Ray should be able to make a decent canopy to keep the rain off and the bugs out. Ray was listening in from a distance and perked up at the mention of bugs. Do you think there are bugs big enough to eat here? I can make a sticky tent, she eagerly suggested. I can't say for sure, but we're in the right area for them. There might even be another giant beetle out here, or some of the vampire flies, which are nearly as big as my forearm. Karl informed her. Ray started to alter her idea from just a platform to an awning tent that would enclose the area, trapping any bugs that tried to go for the team, so she could eat them later. Karl led the team over to the chosen tree, and saw that Ray had made them a ladder to climb up the 50 meters to where she had chosen to put their encampment in a large redwood tree overlooking a clearing. The view was incredible, and the tree towered over most of the others in the area, which would let them scout for enemies easily when the sun came back up. How far are we from our search area? Karl asked as they looked up into the tree. We should be right near the edge of it now. Let me double check the map, but I believe that our area started just behind us. Bob replied. The mages smiled. That means we can keep this as our base camp until we've finished with the area. It takes ages to do a full search, and there are fresh monsters appearing every day. So even if we clean them out one day, we will have to start over the next. But with a good base camp, we can just keep scouting and returning to the same spot, without letting the monsters build up. Karl nodded in understanding. You hear that, Ray? This will be a regular spot, so feel free to make more webs in the area if you want to catch snacks. Bob sighed as he saw Ray start to spin more webs in the area, filling the treetops and linking them together into one large web. Did you have to tell her that? He asked. Of course. She's going to get hungry, and we need to get rid of the excess monsters, so the more that she catches in her web, the fewer that we have to hunt. I will ask her to leave some at ground level as well, since we're not just after monsters that climb trees. Karl explained with a smile. Karl led the group up the ladder and into the large tree fort that Ray had created for them, complete with a nest for Hawk that he was filling with leaves and small branches for comfort. There seemed to be a number of magical resources in that pile. Karl could sense the energy coming from the pile, but he didn't recognize any of the plants, so Hawk's comfort was worth more than an unknown leaf. Not every magical resource had a known usage. Some were just plants that held a bit of mana in them, and were either a bit more durable than usual or longer lived. It had only taken a few minutes to make the web fort, which was smooth on the inside, but open like any other net, while there was a sticky and much more tightly woven layer underneath. That would keep the pests out, but it would also let the breeze in. That might be undesirable from a temperature standpoint, but for the sense of smell, it was vital. The awning overhead was proper silk cloth, keeping the rain off, and the sides were loosely woven, but Karl didn't see any issues with the design, other than the lack of a solid surface to cook on. They should be able to come up with something, though, even if it was just a split log to set the cooking stove on. The mages were panting and cursing by the time that they made it up the ladder, and Ray was doing her best not to laugh at their lack of physical fitness. The rest of the group had superhuman strength and endurance, but they had to climb all the way up with normal human strength. The group had come up one at a time, concerned about the strength of Ray's ladder, but her web was made to contain monsters of her level. If an ascended monster could tear the web simply by hanging on it, the bloodbath spider would starve. This is nice. I mean, really nice. When we go out with larger military groups, it's common for them to have a large canvas tent designed to hold the whole team, and it takes up a whole backpack. This reminds me of that, but it's so well blended to the surroundings. Bob congratulated Ray on her handiwork. She had put great effort into making the canopy blend in with the tree, and she had even pulled small branches and leaves into the weave so that they would shield the fort from outside detection until it was too late for the victims to avoid being captured. They would smell and hear the people in the tree and get lured in, but they would never expect the whole area to be surrounded in spider web. Doug settled in with his back against the tree and cast a spell that made a branch grow out past him and then flatten into what looked like a cutting board. The advantages of having a nature priest with you. I'm very good at plant growth magic. Now, I will get started on dinner, and you all can lay out your sleeping bags. We will work out the watch schedule after we eat. The cleric explained quietly. Every communication out here was done in a hushed tone, so you didn't alert your target to your presence, and for these experienced adventurers, it had nearly become second nature. Karl laid out his bag next to Hawk's nest and watched the others finish setting up for the evening on the soft, springy net. If you don't mind my asking, what do you all do when you haven't been called to a monster control battle? He asked the group. Doug chuckled and gestured to his simple green cleric robes. I think you can guess what I do for a living. But I am also on the Environmental Protection Agency's emergency response team, so they call me when there is a toxic spill or other environmental disaster to help with cleanup. Most of the time, I teach students at the seminary academy or tour the parishes to make sure that the church crops are doing well. Bob just shrugged. This is what I do for a living. I am out here full-time, working on commission from the government. One of the twins gestured between the two of them. We work for a security company in the capital. I'm actually highly skilled with security cameras and all sorts of alarm systems, so we only use our magic 1 week a month when we come to join Bob in the woods. It's a bit like a camping trip, a family tradition, but with dangerous monsters. That's quite the family resume. I still haven't even started to think about what I'm going to do after graduation. It's nice out here, and having grown up in the mines, I have a particular fondness for anywhere that is not a narrow underground tunnel. But other than that, I have no idea. Karl replied. Bob laughed. I doubt you have to worry about it. I checked your deployment orders before I got on the plane, and you've been sent here by the Bureau of Elite Development. They never latch on to anyone that they don't have a plan for. If my guess is right, they think that you will keep progressing and then end up in one of those fancy government jobs as Grand High Muckety Muck. That made Doug laugh so hard, he almost dropped the potatoes he was cutting. Well, that's one way to phrase it. The Bureau tends to focus on people who will become either powerful or famous in the future. You don't look like the sort that wants to be on television, so I think they will likely push for you to take on a job like Bob's or to go into the Defense Department. If you make it past commander and into the royal and monarch ranks, it is almost guaranteed to be government. But any further than that, and things get murky. They don't have so many overlords that they can just afford to have them wandering around doing what they please. That much power is what they call a strategic asset, the sort of person that can be used as a threat to make the aggressive beast clans and other nations back down. Aggressive beast clans? Karl asked. Doug shrugged. You know, like the Drakes, the Phoenix clans, the Wild Dragons, and the Griffin nests. The sort of beasts that have human or higher intelligence, and very little patience for stupidity. Hawk squawked with laughter at that. It was a wonderful description of the most powerful of magical beasts. Bob smiled at his brother as he added his opinion. It's not like they're at war with us, but every time someone does something that irritates them, we need to convince them not to go on a rampage to prevent it from happening again. Especially the drakes. They're incredibly irritable. And then there are the drake riders, who are a bunch of nut bars on a good day. Karl chuckled. So I've heard. Well, at least here we get to just look over our zone and find the prey. We don't need to worry about all those little details. All of my beasts are right on the borderline between awakened and ascended, so with a bit more effort and a little push, we might manage to advance and get recognized as ascended during the next round of exams. One of the mages sighed. Lucky bugger. I didn't pass the ascended exam until my last year at the academy, in the final semester, no less. You can't be that old yet. Karl shook his head. No, I'm still in my first year. Everyone turned to stare at him when Karl made that announcement. Say that again. Did you just say that you're in the first year? As in, you're planning to make ascended during the end of your first semester's exams? When did they even test you to awakened? It's not midterms yet, is it? Bob asked. No, we're still not at midterms. Actually, I think I will miss them because of the mission. But I was tested to awaken 3 weeks after I got to the academy, when Hawk started to really grow in potential. Ray and Thor joined us a few weeks later, but they're growing fast. Karl explained. They're growing exceptionally fast if they're already this size and were infants when you got them. At least, I assumed that they were newborns at the start of the school year. Bob asked. Eggs, actually. I got them all as eggs, and I've raised them from that. Karl agreed. I think that I see now why the Bureau is so excited to get their hands on you. You're growing at an insane rate, and that always comes with an extra dose of good luck. Now, some people will look down on the luck factor, but luck is very real. Bob replied. Tell me about it. The church even gave me a good luck charm when we stopped by there to pick up a cleric after my last resource gathering mission. Karl agreed. You got a lucky charm from the church? What the dragon is the point of that? Anyone lucky enough to get one of their dragon scale luck charms doesn't need the bloody things anyhow. Doug laughed. The whole group laughed as Doug pulled a lucky dragon scale from under his robes, and then the others all did the same. All right, maybe they're not as rare as I might have thought they were. Karl corrected himself. Bob laughed. No, they really are. But like Brother Doug said, those with good enough luck to get one don't need them. How did you think we all ended up together to form a super team? Pure blind luck. You really couldn't ask for a better group at our power level. I've got much stronger than usual defensive abilities for a warrior. We have both a barrier and a golem mage, plus a nature priest and a beast master, whose team not only includes a tank and an ambush attacker, but a flying scout. Compared to the average 5-person team, which might not even have a competent cleric, as they just send whoever is available, our group is living at large. We don't even need to sleep on the ground. Ray made us this lovely treehouse, and Doug will have a hot meal ready in just a few minutes, since priests of the Green Dragon are capable of creating all sorts of food, and not just the simple rice and beans. Doug tapped his cook pot with a wooden spoon. Speaking of which, there is food ready now. Just a simple veggie board, but that should hold you until I've got dinner cooked. Do Hawk and Ray need anything? I have meat stored for Hawk, and he doesn't really like anything else. Or at least I've never seen him interested in eating vegetables. Ray likes all sorts of things, from blood to insects and small monsters. But if her guess is right, she will be able to gorge herself on what comes to the webs tonight. Karl replied. In that case, just give this to Thor if you can. Doug agreed, and handed Karl an armload of what looked like herbs. Karl passed it into the beast space for Thor, who sniffed at them carefully, then picked them up and mixed them into the mass of plants he had been eating. These are tasty, Thor mumbled as he tested the new concoction. He says they are very good. Thanks. Karl relayed. Excellent. It's a spell that I don't get to use often because we're usually traveling by helicopter or car. It is intended for a mount, but it should be good for Thor as well. The cleric explained. Thor laughed at that, and Ray sent Karl the mental image of the cleric riding the serum and waving around his club. Karl couldn't resist laughing, and the group gave him strange looks. Sorry, they send me mental images, and some of them are funny. Ray was thinking about you riding Thor with your club flailing around to attack goblins. He informed them while trying not to keep laughing. The mages snickered, and Bob made his best gallant knight expression. Have at you, foul beasts. Brother Douglas and his noble steed Thor are here to smite you down. He joked. Doug got a pensive look on his face. You know, he's nearly shoulder height. I bet I could actually ride on his back. But he might be slippery without a saddle. Karl shook his head. Quite the opposite. His scales look shiny, but they've got the surface of a drake scale, and they would tear your clothing to bits when you shifted. The group looked a bit confused, likely because a lightning Sero normally had smooth scales, but they didn't question how that had happened. Doug passed out plates of what looked like steak and potatoes with mixed veggies, and Karl gave his dinner an appreciative look. That's a mushroom, not a steak, but they taste pretty similar. Nature Priest doesn't actually eat meat most of the time. One of the twin mages informed Karl. I won't argue. Good food is good food. If we can avoid eating the ration packs, I can avoid the internal chaos that they cause. He replied. Bob chuckled. Reducing toilet usage in the woods, you see. But you'll need a gallon of prune juice and some heartburn medicine when you get back. We will take the watch in order of age, so you've got the early morning shift, Karl. Can you cook it all? Doug asked. Karl's sad expression told them as much as his words. Not much. I started to learn after the last trip, when I realized how useful of a skill it is, but I don't know much. That's fine. I am the oldest, so I have first watch and I will wake up with the dawn if there are no other issues. Is Ray good for the evening? She's still outside somewhere. Doug replied. Karl sent a thought out to find Ray, who was setting up webs near ground level to trap roaming monsters. She had already caught a few small monsters, but that wasn't enough for a full meal, and she was looking forward to the nocturnal monsters becoming active after she linked all her webs together. I only sleep an hour or two a day. If I rest in the space tomorrow while you walk, it is fine, she replied. She says she's good for the evening, and she will sleep in the morning while we look for monsters. Karl told Doug with a glance down to where she was working. Not many things would pull her away from setting up her web the way that she wanted it. But Karl was certain that the sheer volume of webs in the area would scare any of the smarter monsters away from their position. Or, it would when the sun came up and the monsters could see them again. Ray was becoming exceptionally skilled in making her webs blend in with their surroundings, where her early work had all been plain white silk. One of the twin mages woke Karl up a few hours before dawn to begin his watch, gently shaking the net beside his head to get him motivated. Karl smiled at her and whispered, Did you learn that from Ray? She gets upset when people shake the whole net instead of just a small bit near the head to wake people up. Danny smirked. She woke me up that way. She's down below somewhere again, but she will likely come back up when she has caught whatever appeared in her net. We haven't seen any action so far, but the new wave of monsters should be here by morning, so keep your eyes peeled. Nobody really knows when they will show up, and it doesn't seem to be a set time, but we do know that there are new ones daily. I'm going to get a bit more sleep. Wake me up for breakfast. Karl sat in silence and looked out over the hills and forests, letting time pass by as he scanned for signs of movement and life in the pre-dawn darkness. With Hawk's low-light vision and Ray's thermal vision capabilities, the movement in the forest was easy enough to track, though the canopy of leaves blocked both in many areas. However, it was not enough that Karl didn't notice when there were suddenly hundreds of new heat signatures in the area. They didn't come from one spot, like they were coming from a cave. They just appeared all over the forest, all at once. Some even appeared right next to Ray's webs, and walked right into them before they realized they were in danger. Her sense of victory as the prey flailed and shouted for someone to come save them filled Karl's mind. But the noise also woke everyone else up. The monsters just appeared everywhere. They're not coming from a cave or a set location. I saw them just appear all over the forest. Karl explained. What do you mean? How many can you see? Bob asked. With the gifts of low light and thermal vision I gained from Hawk and Ray, I can clearly see for nearly 2 kilometers. There are hundreds of goblin-sized creatures, a few dozen larger ones that I can see, and that's just what isn't hidden under the trees. I can't see through solid objects, so I know I'm missing most of them. But Ray is going wild, killing the ones that are in her webs down below. That would be the noise that woke you up. Karl explained. Doug sighed. And that means that we are about to have a lot of unwanted company, drawn here by the noise. Fortunately, it is still dark, and their eyesight isn't any better than mine, so they're not going to find us in the trees, but we need to make sure that Ray doesn't get ambushed. Karl nodded. It's still dark, but it should start getting light soon, when we can go down and start cleaning up the ones trapped in the webs. Do you want me and Hawk to go start silencing them now? 3 of us in the dark will be faster than just Ray, and we can all see what we're doing. Doug and Bob both shook their heads. No, either we all go or we all stay. Safety protocol says don't send group members alone. Attack what you can without going so far from the group that we can't see you. Karl thought for a second, then nodded. All right, I will head down a few branches using the ladder, as I can't attack through the fort without damaging it. But once I'm there, I can hit a lot of the nearby webs, and you'll be able to see me. Hawk, you go help Ray. Make sure she gets rid of the loud ones first, and doesn't make them sing for her. We will hunt them all day long. There is no more need to bait and pray. I got a good thing. There is a tasty, scaly biped here with snappy jaws and a shiny poking stick. Ray informed Karl. That made very little sense, but Karl congratulated her on her find and asked her to bring back the shiny poking stick when she had a chance. What he got in return was a thread of silk sprayed his way from where she was hunting, which he had to assume was attached to the prize. With a practiced motion, the same as coiling up a power cable in the mines, Karl began to pull the item up and found that she had recovered an obsidian-headed spear attached to a bamboo handle with excellent workmanship. It wasn't magical, but to his eyes, the translucent spearhead sparkled, reflecting the minimal light from both sides. Then, she put the body in her space, and Karl finally understood what she was talking about. It was a lizard man of some sort, currently missing a head, but larger than anyone in their group, with a powerful-looking tail and a few crude bone ornaments. Karl whistled to get the others' attention. There was a lizard man in the web. It might not be all goblins in the group today. That got the group talking, making a plan for their hunting and defense based on the knowledge they had of how lizard man behaved. They were a common monster in the swampy areas, on the high side of common to the low awakened rank, but often gathering in large groups that would challenge the smaller teams who went to hunt that level of threat. Are there still goblins and ogres? Bob asked quietly. Karl looked around, verifying the few monsters in the region that he could spot from his vantage point now that they had mostly moved under cover of the forest. Yeah, I still see goblin-sized creatures, and humanoids too big to be lizard men. I will point them out on the map for you when I get back up. Karl agreed. There were other beasts caught in Ray's web, and he was using Ren to dispatch them quickly before they could make too much noise and bring a force that the 5 of them couldn't deal with. Ren's range was limited, and they were well up into the tree, but with Ray and Hawk moving lower through the forest, it only took a half hour before they had everything in the immediate vicinity dead, butchered, and collected. They had gathered what they thought might be loot, but there were probably some things that didn't catch their attention. Nothing magical, though. Beasts could sense the magic on the items, and they would have brought it back if they had found anything. The pair returned to the fort, and Karl climbed back up to join the group as soon as he smelled Doug start cooking breakfast. The loot is at the bottom of the tree. We can collect it later. But first, I will show you where I saw the ogres appear, and any other groups I remember. The ogres are still our primary target, right? Karl asked. They are. We need to keep the population of everything down, but the ogres are the strongest beings that we have been informed of in the area. Bob agreed. All right, then we should check here, here, and here. Plus near the ridgeline there. Those areas all had multiple large creatures, and some of them went behind the ridge. Then we had large groups of goblin-sized monsters here and here, with scattered monsters everywhere else. Karl explained, tapping the map as he went. Bob nodded. All right, that's good. I will come up with an efficient route for us to cover today, and we will start hunting after we eat. The meal was similar to the one that Doug had made the night before, heavy on the potatoes, but this time Karl donated some of the awakened rank boar meat that Hawk had been ignoring. Now we're talking. Pork belly and potatoes is the real breakfast of champions. Bob chuckled. Doug rolled his eyes as he cast a spell that created some sort of white sauce in a pot on his camp stove, and began to rummage in his pack until he found a tube that cracked open to reveal rolls of dough. Biscuit dough takes less room uncooked. The sauce is a form of coconut gravy, but with the pork grease, it should be pretty good. The cleric explained. It sounded a bit sketchy to Karl, but who was he to argue with the cook? There were chopped mushrooms in the mix with the potatoes, and he already knew they tasted like steak, so there was a good chance that the white sauce didn't taste like raw coconut. The meal was, again, surprisingly good. though the coconut pork flavor of the gravy was certainly unexpected. Once they were finished, Bob led the group down the ladder with their packs, in case something happened, and they couldn't easily return to their fort tonight. It was always better to be safe, but with the amount of fighting that they were going to have to do very soon, Karl was questioning if they were even going to lose sight of the huge tree today. The mages seemed to be having the same thoughts, as they didn't have the superhuman strength to make the packs a negligible burden, but nobody openly questioned the leader's decisions. That was a recipe for disaster out here, and any questions could wait until they were finished, or at least on their lunch break. The pile at the bottom of the tree contained various metallic coins, shiny obsidian tools, and a few unknown ointments in leather pouches that Hawk and Ray had assumed must have some purpose. Ray had returned to her den in the beast space for the morning, while Hawk continued to scout. Thor was waiting in reserve, ready to fight at a moment's notice, but not wanting to be loud and distracting before it was time to fight. Likewise, the golems were not yet summoned, so the flanks were unprotected. Well, as much as they could be when they had a mage who specialized in barriers in the middle of the group. That was her position, so that if they had to defend themselves, both ends of the convoy were equal distances from her, allowing for a circular barrier, which was the quickest and easiest to create. Bob gestured through the trees. Our first target is the ridgeline. That marks the edge of our zone, but if we see monsters just beyond it, we will go to help whatever team is working over there. Then we will follow that along the edge of our area and circle the perimeter, zigzagging through on the final leg to clear every likely hiding spot. We don't need to be perfect, but the more we get, the easier tomorrow will be, and the day after that. Hawk was flying through the trees today instead of overhead, so he could see more of what was going on at ground level. They hadn't seen many monsters in the branches, other than a few small insects and rodents, none of which were a threat to Hawk, but he still kept watch, as having trees overhead made him nervous. He would rather be much higher, but from that height, he would miss things and be slow to assist when needed. You can go up if you'd like, buddy. We have a scout here on the ground, and you can warn us about the big things. Karl offered. Once you get to the ridge, where the trees are thin. Hawk agreed. After that point, he would at least be able to see the ground as he flew overhead. The rest of their zone was more sparsely wooded, with low pine trees that he could see between. It was just this one area where they had set up camp that had the worst visibility. But when Karl thought about that, he realized that their zone didn't actually cover the most likely spots for the monsters to hide. It was rugged terrain and a difficult spot to get to them, but most creatures would naturally go for the steeper cliffs or the larger trees, and not the region they were searching, where the ground was too rocky for dense forest. How do these work zones get picked? Karl whispered to Doug, who was in front of him in the line. Grid squares on the map. We get a number when we are drawn or hired for the mission, and then the numbers are assigned to blocks on the map. We got a fairly easy one this time, no climbing gear required, and no huge bodies of water to traverse. But that also means that the monsters will naturally move through here. They don't usually hide, they go looking for food, fights, or whatever it is that motivates them. The cleric whispered back. That made sense. Karl had misunderstood the situation. The monsters weren't hiding and trying to build their numbers. They were just doing as they pleased, and that meant in the case of the goblins, they were looking for loot. They loved shiny things more than your average crow did, and they were happy to kill to get them. Big green things. Hawk cheered as he spotted something in the distance. Big green things, Hawk says, straight ahead. Karl warned the others. Bob prepared his guard ability, and the 4 wood golems were called out, as well as Thor, while Ray napped after working all night. The crashing noise of the creatures chasing an amused Hawk back in their direction was unmistakable, and Karl immediately wondered what the bird had done to annoy them. He could fly. Surely they didn't think that they were going to catch him if they had just spotted him. Then Hawk came into sight, and everyone saw the young goblin in his claws. It was still alive and flailing, and the crashing was getting louder. Hobgoblins, Bob warned as the creatures came into sight, flanked by another dozen goblins. Hawk rotated upward, as if avoiding the humans, and threw the small goblin back at its tribe, but hit it with a rend for good measure before it made it back to the ground. The hobgoblins flew into a rage, smashing at the trees, the ground, and anything in sight before spotting Bob and the other humans. Gripada, the largest of them, screamed as it charged at them, and the warrior shook his head. The Hobgoblin's club hit Bob's guard right as Karl hit the monster with a shred attack that took its head off, and 2 lightning attacks stunned and burnt the smaller goblins. Thor charged past Bob, spearing a hobgoblin through the legs with his upper horns, then throwing him into the air for Hawk to tear apart. The goblin tribe began to scatter as the lightning serum charged into the middle of them, but they had no sense of organization, and the 2 mages were quickly picking them off with small attacks, while the golems spread out to keep them from flanking the group. Thor circled back to make another pass as the hobgoblins, while the mages focused lightning on the small goblins, who couldn't survive even the lightest of chain lightning attacks from the twins. Karl stepped to the side so he could hit one of the hobgoblins with shred as Bob blocked its attack again, letting the club hit his shield and saving his energy by not extending guard to cover the whole area. That was the end of the tribe, and the group moved quickly to check the bodies, in case the noise had brought any other threats their way. Whole lot of nothing. A few bits of gold jewelry and some gemstones. It will sell well when we get back, but not useful now, Doug noted as they finished. He cast some sort of spell on the group, and Karl began to feel refreshed, as if he had just had a good nap and a long shower. That wasn't what he had expected from their cleric, but it was a very welcome surprise. Bob led the group forward again, toward the ridgeline, where they could hear the sound of trees being broken and occasional shouting. There was no doubt that their target was there, and that they would be able to find it without much work. He had already planned their combat strategy to have Ray held in reserve for evening watches, so the current formation was the golems surrounding the casters, with Karl in the rear and Thor at his right flank. The lightning serum made an impressive shield on his own, and having him on the warrior's sword side kept him from getting charged while he was fighting with his back turned. For a young beast, Thor had proven to be remarkably well adapted to combat strategy, and he seemed to instinctively know what to do. That was actually mostly Karl and Thor giving him insights into the situation and letting him make his own decisions, but the remainder was just his pure love for smashing things. Hobgoblins, smashing poles and barriers had a lot in common. Everyone ready. There is a fight ahead, and we don't know who the other parties are. Bob warned the rest of the group as they approached the ridge. The deep bellows should be an ogre, or possibly 2 of them, but the others weren't making any sounds that would give away their species. If they were lucky, the ogre would have come across an aggressive predator, and both would be half dead when the group arrived to finish them off. But that was a lot of luck to ask for. He led them over the ridge, and Karl sensed Thor's joy as Hawk circled back to the immediate fight, instead of scouting in the distance to make sure they didn't miss anything. There were more people here. New people, including ones in white. The ones in white knew just how to rub his head ridges, Thor informed Karl smugly, as if he was a neglectful master. The serum is with us, Bob shouted as he leveled his shield in front of himself and charged at the back of the group. 3 ogres were leading a party of lizard men against another of the 5-man teams, and the numeric advantage had put the humans on the defensive. Thor put his head down and bowled over the lizard men before spearing an ogre with his front horn in a place where no man would ever want to be speared. The ogre screamed in pain, but he was lifted onto his toes by the serum and couldn't turn to effectively hit him. Karl and Hawk both threw a barrage of rend attacks at the giant humanoid, who was wearing crude leather pants and what looked like a flattened cook pot as chest armor. It was no match for the attacks, and blood began to flow freely from the wounds before Thor flipped his head to the side and dropped the ogre on the ground. He was under attack from both sides, and he lifted his tail to smash. Earthquake incoming, Karl warned, just in time for Bob to jump into the air before the skill activated and destabilized the lizardmen warriors. Nice skill. One of the twins laughed as she threw a pair of fireballs into the lizards, burning scales off and clearing the area around Thor. The other team of elites was regrouping, while engaged in battle with the other 2 ogres. The sudden reversal had taken the monsters by surprise, and the lizardmen weren't sure which group to deal with first, as their leader had been taken out entirely incidentally by one of the fireballs. Karl turned to the left as he sensed something hostile coming his way. Activating refreshing lightning to surround himself caused an obsidian dagger to glance off his throat as another group of monsters rushed out of the trees, screaming in Goblin. The small green monsters were going to be a real nuisance, but Hawk was already moving downward on a strafing run, preparing to bathe them in fire, and the 2 wood golems on that side were moving to intercept. Karl sent a wave of rend, flying at the goblins with his sword, and the front line hit the ground, ducking underneath to save their lives, but leaving the second rank unaware of the imminent danger. The attack sliced them clean in half, and the ones behind them as well, but there were still more coming out of the trees and into Hawk's stream of fire. He flapped hard and moved back up to 50 meters in the air to get out of easy ranged attack range. But that put him in position to see more incoming enemies. 20 more scaly people behind the goblins. He warned. Check the other side as well. I think we walked into a trap. Karl cautioned. More lizard men are coming behind the goblins, like they're hurting them to us. Karl warned as the cowardly little beasts halted and tried to run away from the wall of flames. The second group of humans was moving toward them, running past where Thor was fending off the last ogre with his tail, using Earthquake directly on the creature's chest to send it flying. Their warriors were wounded, and they only had one mage and one cleric with them. But the cleric was a student from the seminary academy. He looked utterly terrified to be out here, but he had to be at least awakened rank to have been sent on this mission, and once he saw Doug, he began to gather his wits and remember his training. The two of them were enough to heal the minor wounds that the warriors had, but the mage was looking exhausted from keeping up defensive spells. The goblins and lizard men fell back, regrouping just like the humans were, while their reinforcements arrived. For a moment, it looked like the ogre that Thor hit with Earthquake was going to get up, but as soon as it moved, it began coughing up blood and collapsed again, unwilling to try moving until its natural healing had more time to work. Bob assessed the situation. I count 20 lizard men in total, some wounded. Under 30 goblins left, all terrified, and no more ogres. Mages, keep up the pressure with the fire spells, but don't burn too much mana. Thor, come to me and defend against frontal attacks. Karl and Hawk can deal with the attack side. Hawk was good with that. The lizard men couldn't throw those spears high enough to hit him. Ray woke up while they were catching their breath and looked out at the battlefield. You guys went wild while I was asleep. Which spot is mine? She asked. You can take the left flank of the lizard men. Hawk will attack from the right, and I will back you up. But most of our attacks will be going toward the middle, where their numbers are denser. Ray appeared behind a tree on Karl's left and adapted her short fur to match the tree bark. Ray is on the left. Karl warned the others. The mages relayed the meaning to the others in a whisper that the monsters wouldn't hear, and both sides prepared to attack. They're going to charge, Thor warned, just as the lizard men shouted something, and the goblins did exactly that. They were met with a barrage of spells from the mages, while Karl and Thor aimed for the taller lizard men. They were the ones giving the orders, and the best fighters of the group. Then Ray attacked, piercing two with her forelegs while biting the head off another, and the new arrivals screamed in terror. The warriors visibly steeled their resolve for a hard fight, not quite grasping that Ray was on their side. But Karl's attacks were precisely where they needed to be, keeping the other lizard men from being able to get close enough to properly attack Ray while she fought 3-on-1. One was already dead, but he had been replaced with another, and the two who had taken her forelimb spikes through the chest were fading fast as lacerate prevented them from stopping the bleeding. A limb flashed out, leaving a long but shallow wound on the fresh target, and it began to gush blood, leaving the creature suddenly weakened to the point of dropping its spear. Karl finished the three with rend, and Hawk worked on the other side with shred and fireballs. The monsters were effectively surrounded, but they were determined, and the remaining lizard men charged through the burning grass into the line of warriors and Thor, who threw one high in the sky before thinking about his target. Incoming, Doug warned as a flying lizard man crashed into the group of casters. It wheezed as it tried to get to its feet, but Doug was faster, clubbing it on the head and knocking it out, so the mages could finish it off with magic arrows. The fight wound down as the last of the lizard men was killed by the concerted efforts of the warriors, and the second team collapsed onto the ground in relief. You have no idea how thankful we are you showed up when you did. The attack seemed to go on forever, they just kept coming. The team leader thanked Bob with a tired smile. No problem. It's right at the edge of our territory for the search, and we heard the fight. There are more, unless you killed some ogres before we arrived. Our scouts spotted at least 10 ogres this morning around our zone, and there are only 3 here. He replied. This battle still left them with plenty of questions, like if Hawk's description of big green things were all lizard men, or a mix of them and hobgoblins. The fact that the lizard men had pressured the goblins into working for them wasn't too surprising, but allying with the ogres was. The two were both powerful in their own right, and they were notorious for not sharing well. Seeing them in the same spot was unusual, but if they had all arrived last night, then they hadn't had time to stake their territories yet, and there would be some level of power struggle between the species as they worked to establish themselves. Doug brought over a water skin for the others and motioned for them to stay seated. Catch your breath. Maybe get a bite to eat before you move out again. We've got to keep going and search our zone, but we will wait here until you've recovered a bit. The cleric assured them. We will call on the incident. If things got that bad for us, then the other groups need to be warned as well. With two groups working together it was easy enough, but solo, they could be in trouble, and I heard that we're not the only ones who have a student with us. The other team leader informed them. Doug nodded and gestured toward Karl. We have one with us as well. The Beast Master, whose Sero thinks that lizard men are lawn darts. Karl chuckled, and Thor looked embarrassed. The warriors weren't too worried about it, and they patted him on the side in assurance that they weren't upset. But when Ray returned to stand behind Karl, the others were visibly concerned. This is Ray. She's the ambush attacker of the team. Effective, isn't it? Karl asked. Beyond effective. One scratch, and that lizard man warrior nearly bled out. Is that lacerate? The mage from the new group wondered. Indeed it is. I hadn't thought that it would be so effective, but I have underestimated her skills many times in the past. Karl agreed. Bob nodded. We all do. The bloodbath spiders are a force to be reckoned with, and Ray is talented well beyond the average. She even made us a safe fort last night so that nothing could sneak up on us. The student cleric looked like he might cry at that bit of news. Safe places to sleep? That's unfair. We were attacked 5 times last night. If you counted every monster that was caught in the nets, Karl's team had likely seen more attacks last night, but none of them got close enough to bother them until the last one in the morning. The appearance was a few hours before dawn this time, so if you clear the area around your camp well, then you should have it fairly easy for the first part of the night. Bob suggested, running a hand through his short black hair in concern as he thought of ways to make a secure camp. Thanks. I think that we will move tonight. There is a nice cave in our area, and that only has one entrance, which should be easy enough to block off. From experience, the monsters usually don't appear right on top of anything else that's living. The second group leader ate a protein bar in a few mouthfuls and got his team back on their feet. Good luck out there. We have handhelds, set to channel 6 if you need to contact us on the shortwave radio. He reminded Bob, who nodded and took a small radio out of his pocket to change the channel. We will monitor channel 6 as well. Stay safe. The two groups went their separate ways, and Hawk began to scout the route ahead, looking for monsters that might be near their route, but not quite on it. Now that Ray was awake, she joined him, rushing off into the trees to see what she could find, but only after using the leather vest of a lizard man to clean the blood off her legs. Karl's group left all the possible loot to the other group, partially because it was in their area, but mostly because they would need something to pick up their spirits after having a close call in the wilderness. Once they were well away from the other group, Doug stepped back to walk beside Karl. I hope you're not all rattled by the situation back there. Things like that sometimes happen, and it doesn't always have the best outcome. You know how it is, we might be elites, but when it comes to taking care of monster threats, we're still the low men on the scrotum pole. The cleric explained. Karl gave him a curious look at the unfamiliar phrase, and the mages laughed. What he means is we don't have the power or the seniority, so we get screwed. If it were a more valuable group out here, they would have sent artillery and conventional troops with us. You know, keep us safe. But we're not famous or particularly wealthy, and power makes the world go round. One of the twins explained. Bob cleared his throat. Come on now, no need to scare the newbie. Besides, give him another year, and he will likely be up with the commanders, drinking fine whiskey and choosing the teams to go with. Doug shrugged. It's just part of life. The strong rule the weak. But we're all civilized, so it's not as obvious as it is with the animals. If you want to find out how benevolent the world really is, try to directly say no to one of their requests. Karl smiled and patted the priest on the shoulder. I seem to recall playing a similar game with the foreman at the mines. He would promise something in exchange for added productivity, usually a time and a quarter pay bonus for the day, and we would do just enough to get it done. But dragons help you if you fail because they would dock you for every imagined infraction that month. The cleric smirked back. The green dragons always like it when people understand how things work. Perhaps you're more in tune with nature because of your class? Or perhaps your class is because you understand how things work a bit better than the average. I have a theory that the markings are actually perfectly suited to everyone who gets them, and that some people just can't accept that aspect of themselves. That's an interesting way of looking at it. But you might be right. I think the hard part is telling the ones who aren't all that good at their class that they likely wouldn't be better at another. You're all ascended rank, I believe, so you're not at the very bottom, but there are seniors at the academy who have barely broken into awakened rank. They wouldn't take it well. The mages smiled at him. That's why we're hoping to push for commander after this mission. If we can get a decent resource or two, maybe something that helps with growth, we should be able to make it past the test. There aren't nearly as many commanders as there are ascended elites, and they get a lot more respect. They also get the better resources. There is a whole collection of commander rank resources that are nearly impossible to get for anyone else. Karl nodded in understanding. Well then, I hope that we come across something beneficial. It's always good to have friends in high places. Their joking was interrupted by Ray returning silently and spinning a web across the trees in the direction that she arrived from. There are more ogres coming. They will be here in a few seconds, she warned. They saw you? Karl asked. No. Hawk threw a tree monkey at them. There are ogres incoming. Everyone in position to defend from the direction of the web. Karl warned the group. Already? I wasn't expecting to find another group of monsters for hours. They have a habit of wandering out of your path as you search for them. Doug muttered. Thor gave a soft laugh, well aware of what was going on, and the cleric immediately became suspicious. They lured them to us, didn't they? It won't be Thor. He would have just made noise. So is it Ray or Hawk that got bored and wanted to fight more? The cleric wondered. Karl gave him a startled look, which made the others laugh. You will find that he's pretty good with all things nature, including both plants and animals. Bob informed him. The stomping sound of ogres was accompanied by the shrieking of monkeys, and the sound of Hawk's screech as he taunted the giant monsters. What in the world is the bird doing? Did I just see him throw a tree monkey at an ogre? Danny asked, pointing at Hawk as he flew overhead. They were in a sparsely treed area, where Hawk could easily attack from overhead, and the group could defend themselves without anything getting in the way, but with enough growth around for the wood golems to easily grab weapons. Most likely, it's one of his favorite tricks to taunt monsters. He actually learned it from the tree monkeys, but he uses them as projectiles, instead of throwing nuts and sticks at people. Karl explained as the ogres stormed into sight and Hawk settled into the branches of a tree behind them. The enraged monsters almost looked grateful for a moment, like they were thinking that the Hawk had lured them here to kill the humans, but then it turned to hatred for the humans, and they pulled out their weapons to attack. None of the blades looked all that special, but there was a ring on one of their fingers that Ray and Hawk both recognized as magic. With only 3 targets, the flurry of spells that came from the human team was overwhelming, and the ogres stumbled to a stop even before Thor hit them with an earthquake and knocked them to the ground to be finished off. That was easier than expected. Bob sighed as he realized that the monsters weren't even going to make it to him this time. I think they're on the weaker side of awakened. Is that normal? I thought that the ogres were supposed to be nearly ascended. Karl asked. Everyone turned to Doug for an answer, and he just shrugged. It varies. There are strong and weak ones, but I don't know enough about them to tell them apart. But what is that magical ring? That might be a useful item for someone. Danny walked over and used her dagger to cut the finger containing the ring off the ogre, then slid the ring free and wiped it clean on a large leaf. There is some sort of inscription on it. Give me a moment and I think that I can translate it. It should be written in the ancient arcane language. She explained. It took her a few minutes to decipher the faded inscription, but when she did, she had to resist the urge to laugh. It is a magical item that is supposed to increase wisdom. Either it is broken, or he was in the running for the world's dumbest person to chase Hawk into a trap. She joked. Bob shrugged. It increases wisdom, not intelligence. He figured out that Hawk wanted him to follow easily enough. He just wasn't smart enough to realize that we were too strong for him to handle. The mage slid the ring over her wrist like a bangle, and frowned as she didn't feel any discernible difference. Well, it might add up. Maybe it is a long-term thing that will help with your mana growth. Doug suggested. Once the bodies were cleaned of anything valuable, Doug cast a spell that caused them to sink into the ground, letting the forest absorb them as nutrients instead of leaving the obvious and rotting corpses out to attract more monsters and stink up the area. This is going to be a long mission, isn't it? Karl sighed as Hawk updated him on the nearby monsters. There were more than a few, and at least 3 groups of goblins, one of which Hawk was taking care of now. Doug gave him a soft smile. They always are. But once we have cleared the area, tomorrow shouldn't be as heavy, and then it will just be maintenance. Some days we will barely get anything in an entire zone, and some days will be like this, where we will get dozens of them. Bob led them toward a group of goblins, while Ray joined Hawk in searching out the final group that he had identified. The common rank creatures were no threat to the 2 of them, and they could move through the forest much faster than the humans. It was just the more powerful monsters that everyone was worried about, but Karl knew firsthand that if the goblins weren't dealt with, they would be an existential threat to the regular townsfolk. A single pair of fireball spells took out the small goblin camp, and Bob paused a moment to mark the location on his map. They were almost to the far side of their zone already, and it was time to start turning back so they would get to their fort before dark. Hawk and Ray were still scouring the area, but something was off. The area was far too quiet. Where there had been a variety of monsters in the area at the start of the day, not even the small ones were around this area. Everyone could feel that something was off, but none of them could locate the source of the wrongness. And no matter how many times the 2 beasts circled the area, they didn't find anything that would indicate what could be causing the everyone could feel that something was off, but none of them could locate the source of the wrongness, and no matter how problem. Bob frowned in annoyance. I will mark this area on the map for tomorrow. It might be a lingering problem, or something about the area's composition that is scaring all the monsters away. We should keep moving, though. We need to finish our route before it gets dark. But the greatest travesty of the day was only now happening, and it was only when they reached the immediate vicinity of their fort that it became obvious. Some thieving bastard stole my snacks. Ray shouted in Karl's mind as she searched her webs. She could smell another monster, and it hadn't freed the creatures that had been trapped. It had taken advantage of her absence to kill them and take them for itself. Keep your eyes open. Something looted Ray's webs, and it might still be in the area. Karl warned the group. That's brave. It had to realize what or who those webs belonged to, and that they weren't long abandoned. If it was desperate enough to loot them today, it's likely starving. Doug noted. Or it's stupid and arrogant. Bob added. Doug smiled. That's always a possibility. But if it comes back to check again while Ray is here, it's in for a bad night. How much did it steal? Karl waited for Ray to answer as she inventoried her loot and threw the bodies into the beast space. 4 webs, at least 15 small monsters, all common grade, none of them goblins. She replied, outraged. She says at least 15 small common grade monsters. Karl relayed. For a moment, he thought that the mages were going to say something about those not being valuable creatures, but then they seemed to realize that Ray didn't care about the danger level. She was planning to eat them, and someone had stolen her dinner right off her proverbial plate. So, it's likely not a powerful creature, and it can navigate the webs well enough to not get entangled itself. We will have to watch for another spider tonight, Doug decided, and make sure that our fort is secure before we enter. It might have tried to move in or leave traps for us. Some forms of monstrous spiders have poisonous webs to weaken their prey. Bob added. Ray scurried up the tree and scented the area. It didn't come up here, but I know the scent now, and I will find it if it comes back to steal from me again. She says it's clear, we can head up. Before they headed up to the fort, an irate Ray had finished checking her catch and returned to her space to have a nap before evening descended, and she went on guard to make sure that nobody else was going to steal from her. She had been active all day, so Karl didn't begrudge her the rest. Thor was returning to his space as well, since he couldn't climb to the fort, and Hawk had already settled into the nest he made in the fort last night. That might be the reason that nothing came up. It would have smelled like Hawk and humans to them, and that would be enough to repel most forms of common monsters. Even in her sleep, Karl could sense Ray's annoyance. The thief was most likely just some common-grade monster who saw an opportunity and took it, but she took it very personally. In her space, there were no threats, and things stayed where she put them, so when someone looted her webs in the real world, she was not mentally prepared. Doug prepared dinner again, and Karl relaxed against the wall of the fort as they all waited for the food to be ready. "Aren't you afraid of falling?" one of the mages asked, and Karl opened his eyes to look their way. "Honestly, not really. It's a strange thing, but I don't have any sort of fear of heights. With the durability that I have, I likely wouldn't suffer too badly if I did fall, but here with the wall at my back, it doesn't concern me in the least," he replied with a shrug. "It's got to be a class thing. Even for the warriors, the fear of heights and sense of vertigo is inherited. Bob wouldn't be seriously injured either, unless he landed on his head, but even he stays closer to the middle of the net," she explained. Hawk thought that the whole conversation was funny. Karl couldn't fly, but a little fall wouldn't hurt him. "Maybe you should grow wings," Hawk suggested. "And how do you suggest that I do that?" Karl replied. "Attach them to your uniform. I saw a video of soldiers with a big round net over their heads, and they could float. Wings can't be that much harder." Hawk replied with absolute certainty. "That's a parachute. It does let them float fairly well, but actually flying is harder for humans. We're heavy." Hawk lost interest when Karl announced that he wouldn't be able to fly, but the idea was an intriguing one. If he had a hang glider or a squirrel suit like the extreme sports people on TV, he might actually be able to nearly fly and attack monsters from the sky. Hawk would love it. They settled in for their usual watches after dinner, and at some point during the night, Ray woke up to patrol her webs because she was awake and in a much better mood when Karl was gently shaken awake for his watch. "Did you find something good on your web?" Karl asked as he sensed her change of mood. "I found a very good thing. The stupid thief is a box tree spider family," Ray replied. Karl wasn't sure why that was a particularly good answer, so he thought about what he knew of the species. They were scavengers that blended in perfectly with tree bark and could flatten their bodies to avoid detection. That was fairly benign. They were also a common great spider, and barely considered a magical creature, as their only supernatural ability was their ability to disguise themselves so perfectly. Fortunately, Ray felt like explaining. "I talked to them, and they're very sorry for stealing from me. But we have an agreement. I will leave webs here for them to use, and exchange. They will keep anything from climbing up our tree while we are away. Then when we have to go for a long time, they can take over our den until we return." That would likely end poorly for the box tree spiders when another group came here and saw the fort, but for some time, they would be able to live in peace, and the stronger webs that Ray made would trap prey much more effectively than the ones they could make themselves. They weren't actually web-building spiders. They were burrowing and hiding spiders, and they would either ambush the weak or scavenge other monsters' kills. "I will warn the others when they wake up," Karl informed her. It was a quiet morning, and by the time that the sun came up, there still hadn't been a large-scale appearance of monsters. Karl was still dutifully watching, but there was nothing. Their area was only 5 kilometers in either direction, and he could see it all from here, but the spawn hadn't happened at the same time. Slowly, the others woke up, and everyone turned to Karl for the morning update. "Nothing major to report. Ray has a working agreement with a group of box tree spiders to look after the tree and the webs while we're away, but the spawn hasn't happened yet. I don't see much of anything out there. There were a few small signatures we didn't get to yesterday, but I haven't seen any influx of monsters yet," he explained. "That's fine. It's not a precise thing. They will show up at some point today. We just need to keep watch on our area and keep the numbers down. If that means we leave later in the morning, we will take advantage of that to get a bit more rest. Can you send Hawk out to scout the edge of the surrounding regions as well? Just in case everything spawned outside our area. If he sees anything, we can radio it to the other teams, so they're not caught by surprise," Bob suggested. "I think so. From 1,000 meters in the air, Hawk can see quite a distance, and he should be able to tell if there are any large monster groups moving through the surrounding zones. 5 kilometers isn't all that far for his eyesight, though he might not be able to track mice from that far away." That made Hawk laugh a little. Indeed, 5 kilometers was too far to find mice from, but it was close enough. He would have no problem finding goblins and wolves. Ogres couldn't hide from him even from 20 kilometers away unless they could hide under the canopy of the trees, and on one side, that wasn't even an option. Hawk headed up to get a proper view of what was going on in the area, while Karl heard helicopters in the distance. The others didn't seem to notice, but it was more than one, and they were coming from multiple directions. "Hey, how often does an area like this get supplies and reinforcements? Do they cycle through a portion of the people every few days?" he asked. "No, why?" Normally, there wouldn't be any more activity in the area until we leave. Doug replied, there are multiple helicopters headed in this direction. Some from there, and more from here and here. Karl explained, gesturing toward the noises. Can Hawk see them well enough to tell us what they look like? Doug replied, he can't see them at all. I can hear them, though. If the seniors from the academy had either a really good or bad time, they might account for one or two of them, but they're coming from multiple directions. Karl informed the others. That is strange. Perhaps there was a delay with some of the teams. Can Karl see anyone else in the area? Humans, that is. Bob asked. 3 groups of humans are active in the distance. The ones we met yesterday, one between us and the camp, and one more on the far side of those, further down the river. I can see their campfire from here. Karl relayed that, and Bob nodded before answering. There should be another group beside us, but there isn't. It might be groups showing up a day behind. They might have just reused the same helicopters, so not everyone got picked up on the same day. To keep this level of control on the area needs a lot of people, and there are only so many elites. Once they feel that it is under control, they will move us further apart with larger areas to cover. The surrounding teams were essentially hunting blind, as they had no reliable way to find the monsters within their zones, and they wouldn't trust Hawk directly, but Bob had the answer for that. He relayed the scouted directions that Hawk had given them in relation to the other groups, and they adjusted their search patterns to find the monsters that had eluded them. None of the zones had nearly as many monsters as yesterday, and with Hawk scouting, they could keep a constant eye on their zone for the moment when the spawn appeared. Doug smiled as Bob relayed another set of directions, moving a team just a little to the left to let them stumble upon a hidden enclave of lizard men. The beasts were just as shocked as the humans, as they had thought that their hiding spot was imperceptible. Perhaps from ground level it was, but it was easily spotted from the sky. Hawk was loving his new role. He got to send people to go fight with whatever he wanted them to, and then watch the outcome while he looked for more targets for him. It felt like he had become a king, the royal hawk, deciding the fate of the soldiers on the ground. But maybe that meant he was a general. Could he apply for commander rank because he was a good commander? It certainly sounded logical to him. Karl just did his best to keep the bird on task, and not let him forget to keep scanning their own zone along with the occupied surrounding areas. There was one side of their own zone that had no guards right now, but it also had very few monsters. If there wasn't anyone going to that location, then Bob fully intended to have his group cover it tomorrow, but for now, it was an insignificant threat. The zone was on the far side of them from the nearest populated areas, so if they were going to threaten the towns, they would have to pass by the area that the group was protecting. But the few monsters there weren't showing any signs of motion. They were just settling in to live daily lives, hunt for food, and build camps. Then, just after lunch, the sound of helicopters returned. 3 of the large transports were incoming toward their position, flying slowly over the forest, as if scouting the area for threats. Team Mackenzie, this is Extraction 4, come in. Please report your position. The radio requested. That made no sense at all, and Karl quickly called Hawk and Ray back to their spaces before the incoming helicopters could mistake them for threats. This is Bob Mackenzie. We are at 18.3002 degrees north, 64.8252 degrees west, currently engaged in range scouting from an elevated position. Bob replied, prepare for extraction. We are relocating you to a priority zone. The pilot replied, understood. There is a suitable clearing next to the largest ironwood tree in the area. We will meet you there. Bob looked at the group and shrugged. Yesterday, this was the priority area. They know how heavy the attack was and that we almost lost a team, but today they're relocating us. I don't know what's going on, but I get the feeling that it's time to pay back a bit of our debts. Karl frowned. Pay back our debts. Doug smiled at him. Inside joke. The politicians and billionaires all act like we owe them for funding the academy, so every time they send us on a mission to nowhere, we refer to it as repaying our debts. The twin mages nodded. Non-optional missions, they're officially called. Most elites get sent on one every 2 or 3 years. This will be our 4th, but we've just got that sort of luck. Aren't we already on an emergency call-out? Karl asked, trying to make sense of this dispatching system. We are, and it makes no sense that we're being moved. That's not standard procedure, so either we were specifically requested, or something so extreme happened that this location no longer counts as an emergency. It could be that today's spawn appeared in a different location, possibly closer to a town, or that the danger level of certain areas is much higher than yesterday, and they need more hands. They should tell us when we're on the chopper, but they won't say it over the radio, in case they panic the other teams or leak information to foreign spies. Doug explained as he packed up his kit to head down the ladder. In seconds, they were ready and headed down the ladder, just as the helicopter came into sight. It was nearly impossible to miss their location, in the tallest tree for half a kilometer, next to a clearing, and the pilot brought it down for a smooth landing with the rear cargo door already open. If they had needed a sign that this was a rush operation, that was it. And the moment they were all on the ramp, it began to close, and the pilot brought them back up into the sky. It was a good thing that the beasts could all return to Karl's space from a distance, as trying to round them up would have taken more time than this pilot was willing to wait. But the pilot wasn't the real concern here. The Overlord ranked general standing in front of them was, "Welcome aboard, elites. I am certain that you have questions that can wait until after I have finished briefing you." He began. "We have reviewed your combat logs and have determined that your group was misclassified. Our records show that despite still having a member at the official awakened rank and no commander rank leader, your group has displayed combat prowess that is in line with a combined low commander rank scenario. Such a threat has evolved in the region, and you are being tasked to take it over, with other teams being sent to fill your zone, as well as the empty zones near you. Here is what we know so far. We have confirmation of the priority target Eden Mage, but it is not at the ascended rank as first believed. It is a commander rank monster. The regular military units have been positioned to contain it, which has left holes in the defense, which still contain a number of commander rank threats, including ogres and hill giants. Your team has both a beastmaster and a golem mage, who our data suggests should be capable of handling ascended rank threats unaided. So, with that in mind, we upgraded your team's status. Is any of this unclear?" Karl shook his head in dismay, while the others answered verbally. "No, General." "Excellent. You will be under the leadership of the Bureau of Public Safety once you reach your target. We are only the transport and bearers of good news today. Now, expect heavy combat from the moment that you arrive. The spawn today was heavier than usual, and the teams were already relocated," the general announced. The whole thing sounded like a bad joke to Karl, but there was still a chance that this could work out for them. High-grade food was vital to the rapid growth of the beasts, and commander rank meat wasn't easy to get. A few giants and ogres would keep Ray and Hawk stocked for months, and they would just need to find something suitable for Thor. If everything went as anticipated, Karl believed that they could make it fully into the ascended rank before the mission was over, and then he would be considered on par with the rest of the team, not a charity case or a burden the next time that there was a mission. As they approached the area, Karl realized that the general hadn't been joking about being under heavy attack from the moment that they landed. His sharp eyes could see that there was a group of giants tracking the helicopter, running through the woods after them as the pilot announced 30 seconds to the landing zone. "We've got giants incoming from the south. Bob, do you want Thor with you?" Karl asked as the door began to open. "Do it. Don't send Hawk outside until the helicopter leaves, though. Let the monsters chase just one flying target." The warrior agreed, determination flashing in his gray eyes. The general looked shocked when Karl called Thor out onto the platform beside their lead warrior, and even more shocked when Ray came out to stand beside him at the back of the column. "Go, go, go," Bob announced, jumping from the helicopter 5 meters from the ground. Karl grabbed the mages, one under each arm, while Doug jumped on Thor's back as they leapt from the vehicle, right into a grassy clearing, where they could see the giants approaching. Doug hopped off Thor's back, and the Sero spun around to smash an earthquake with his tail, causing the giants to stumble, while the mages called out the golems and erected barriers over the group, Thor and Ray included. Ray darted into the trees, moving to flank the attackers, while Karl threw a flurry of rend attacks at the slow giants, and Bob created a circle of light around them that caused the giants' skin to bubble as if burned when they entered. He took the brunt of the first attack with his shield, nearly knocked to his knees, while Thor was slid backward as he parried with his upper horns. But then Ray was on the giant attacking Bob, clinging to his back and tearing out his throat with lacerate, before fleeing from any retaliation by the other monsters. The giant dropped his club to hold his throat, trying to keep the blood inside until he could heal, but that left his stomach open to Bob's counterattack, which tore apart his lower belly. The wood golems moved up to join the fight, and Karl watched as the helicopter faded out of sight. That should be far enough that anything wanting to chase it was already gone. So he called on Hawk and used Shred to deflect and slow the attacks of the giants. It was more effective than trying to cut through their thick hide, as his personal attack power was a bit lacking, but with Hawk on the scene, that was about to change. Fireballs flew from the enraged bird into the small group of hill giants, blinding them and burning their faces, so they were defenseless as Shred and Rays, Lacerate, came for their necks and knees. Cutting the tendons in the leg joints caused the giants to crumble down to a manageable height and would prevent them from fleeing, while the exposed throats were a perennial favorite target of Hawks. There was more crashing in the trees coming from behind them, and Karl turned to see a two-headed ogre coming their way. "SHD, I think that we found the Eden Mage," he called. Doug looked back for an instant and frowned. "Take care of it. That's not the one they warned us about. It's not even full-grown yet." It was 4 meters tall. What did the cleric mean it wasn't full-grown? But Karl turned to face it, using Ren to deflect its first attack over his head, and then the attacks from the second hand cut deeply into its side. Doug was right. This was an awakened rank beast. The skill had left it bleeding and gasping for breath through a collapsed lung, until Ray made her way over and claimed the heads as a trophy. Colonel Lady wanted heads. She reminded Karl with a smug sense of victory in her mind. "Good job. Now help Thor before someone breaks his scales." That was unlikely to happen. The giants hadn't broken the barrier over him yet, but the twins were looking tired from the mana they were using to keep the barriers and golems active as the giants smashed them apart. Bob had taken another down, and Doug had cast a spell over Thor that made him glow with golden light. The warrior's next attack shattered the knee of a giant, and then the ball of Thor's tail flattened the creature's face as it tumbled to the ground. That left only 2 of the creatures, which were surrounded by the golems, and desperately trying to keep Hawk and Ray away with wide sweeps of their clubs. It was a losing battle, and with a solid kick from a golem, the 2 giants collided, and their timing was thrown off enough to allow the beasts to finish them off. Hawk landed in a nearby tree, and Ray skittered over to Thor to drape herself over his back for support as she caught her breath. Well, that sucked about as much as I had expected. 7 ascended hill giants and 1 awakened Eden Mage, was it? I see that you've already collected the heads, but we can loot the others once we have had a chance to get our bearings," Bob announced. Karl was about to sit down, but a shiny rock in the hand of the Eden Mage caught his attention. He pulled the massive fingers apart and found a wand with a large ruby on top, clutched securely in its palm. It looked to be very well made, but he couldn't read any of the lettering on it. "Ladies, I have found a wand. Take a look and see if it's any good for you," he offered as he finally managed to remove it from the death grip of the Eden. There was a pouch full of coins and rocks at its waist, but nothing else of use. Still, it was a wand, and that was better than anything else they'd found so far. Danny passed it to Donnie, who was better with barriers, and she carefully examined the inscriptions. "Now this is a find. It's a wand of fireball. It has limited uses, but it is rechargeable. Think of it like prepaid magic," she explained. Ray pulled the Eden's body into her space and strung it up in a web for later, while the rest of the group began to disperse and check the bodies of the giants. "We're in the loot now, boys." Doug laughed a few seconds later. He had pulled a bag from a giant's waist, revealing a large amount of gold in the form of crude coins, as well as a magical dagger that would be a proper sword in the hands of a human. Meanwhile, Bob had removed 2 magical rings from the giants, and a pair of gauntlets that no human could wear. The mages were the only ones who could properly identify the items, as they were the only ones who could read the language of the inscriptions, but anyone could sense that they were magical items. Thor was uninterested in the majority of the loot, but there was a spiked helmet on one of the hill giants' heads that he was staring at with longing. "Is the helmet magical?" Karl asked. "It is, but it's huge. Unless we need a new cook pot, it would be a real pain to try to bring it with us." Doug replied, "I want it." Thor insisted. Karl walked over, and intending to humor his sorrow, he removed the helmet from the giant's head. Thor thumped his tail down into the helmet and gave a soft bugle of joy as the impact seemed to mold it around the ball of his tail. A half dozen more hits, turning his tail as he did, and now his spiked tail had spiked metal armor around it. Well, that's one way to do it. Bob laughed. If it makes him happy, armor is armor. Doug agreed. Metal smashing tool, Thor declared. Karl continued to search the bodies, piling up the gold and gems that they were carrying. It would be split between the group members when they finished the mission, and 10 kilos of gold was no laughing matter. You could buy a very nice house in the city, or 3 in a town like Karl grew up in with that much gold, and that didn't even count the gems. If they were going to keep sending him on missions with rewards this good, Karl wasn't going to complain at all about being asked to fight. With the rest of the loot sorted, Karl picked up the metal gauntlets that one of the giants had been wearing. He was admiring the craftsmanship when Doug came over and pointed to the inscription on the cuff. Gauntlets of bestial strength. That's why that first attacker hit Bob so hard it nearly folded him. He explained. Karl stuck his hand inside, wondering what it took to activate the ability. Then, with a flash of golden light, the gauntlet shrunk, and the second one appeared on Karl's other hand, perfectly sized to his body. What was that? How did you do that? Doug gasped. Karl could only give him a confused look and marvel at the power that he could feel flowing from him to his pets through the gauntlets. His own strength felt massively improved, but the effect wasn't just on him. It was increasing the strength of his partners as well. Well, I guess I'm keeping these. You can take it out of my share. Karl laughed in delight as the feeling of overwhelming power flowed through him. The loot was quickly split between bags, with Karl and Bob carrying the gold, while the others picked an item to either wear or put in their bag. The wand of fireball was hung from a belt, while the oversized rings were dangling from necklaces, which the others assured Karl was close enough to activate their abilities. They weren't major magical items, and they were all to increase strength, which was the only thing that the giants truly valued. But when compared to the base strength of a petite mage, it was a considerable increase. The extra strength would make it easier to move through the woods, especially with their gear on their backs, and it would leave them less exhausted at the end of the day. I think I found the hiding spot of the ogres. There is a cave over here, carved into a hillside. Hawk informed Karl after a few minutes of searching. Well, we've got our next target. There is a cave in the hills that Hawk thinks has ogres. Are we all ready for this? Karl asked. The group collectively sighed and prepared to move out. They were going to have to put in work to clear a zone in half a day, as it wouldn't be safe to rest overnight if they didn't. Normally, it wouldn't be an issue, but there was the underlying knowledge that they could come across a commander-rank beast in this area. It was explicitly stated when they were assigned here. None of them had much experience with that, and never before in a group that didn't have a commander-rank leader. Bob followed the direction that Karl pointed, and then spotted Hawk circling over the cave. That was enough to guide them to their target, with Ray and Thor sticking close to the group, in case there was something that Hawk missed or failed to mention. As they approached, the stench of unwashed bodies assailed their nostrils, and the sound of arguing in an unknown language slowly became audible. Golems first. Attack them and draw them back out. Bob whispered as the cave came into sight. There were definitely either giants or ogres in there. The only question was how many and how strong were they. Ray settled into the grass next to Karl, who was hiding behind a tree like the rest of the team as the golems approached the cave. The stomping noise of the large wood golems was unmistakable, and Karl heard the roars of rage that something dared to approach the cave that the monsters had claimed as their own. A massive club came flying out of the cave entrance with such force that it knocked a golem to the ground and continued on to shatter a tree to Karl's left. SHD, I think we found our commander-rank giant. Bob whispered. Ray, circle behind the cave entrance, so you can attack the back of whatever comes out. Getting hit with one of those clubs won't end well, so wait for the last of them to come out, and make sure you can retreat up the cliff if they turn on you. Karl instructed. The golem was rapidly repairing itself as Danny poured mana into it, and Donnie had layered them with a fresh barrier, while Doug cast that enhancement spell again, making the golems look more complete and armored. 6 giants rushed out of the cave, bent over at the waist to fit through the entrance, and the golems attacked, striking them with vine whips while Hawk attacked from overhead, raining shred attacks down on them. The last one out was half-grown, only a little larger than a lizard man, or twice the size of Bob. That was Ray's sign to attack, and with a deft pull of her web, she roped the monster by the throat and pulled it up into the air, out of the reach of its kin. It couldn't even make a noise as it was abducted, but the giants were too busy to notice anyhow, as that was the moment that Bob chose to charge. "Forward!" he shouted, charging with Thor at his side. The mages and Doug didn't leave the trees, but Karl moved up into the open, where he could get a clear line of attack on the giants while they were engaged with the oversized wood golems. Multiple rend attacks kept the giants annoyed and distracted, so they couldn't focus on the incoming forms of Bob and Thor. The muscular scaled body of Thor slammed into the one on Karl's right, and a twist of his head took the giant's legs out from underneath him, dropping the massive monster on its back, where it was pummeled by a golem, while two more tried to push the attackers back so it could regain its footing. But that left them vulnerable to Hawk, and the wounds were rapidly adding up, weakening them. The first of the golems was smashed out of existence a few seconds later, and the largest of the giants turned on Bob, smashing at him with its club. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike, but keeping his guard barrier intact. "Ray, when you see an opening, help Bob. Hawk, help Thor," Karl instructed. Thor was fighting two giants, while two golems worked to kill the prone giant, and the last golem was barely holding on in a 2-on-1 fight against the giants. Karl focused on that fight, putting all his power into Shred, which shimmered with power as offensive optimization, altered the spell to better cut through the target. The strike caught one of the giants across the face, blinding it in one eye and leaving a gaping slash from its ear to the middle of its chest, but the creature didn't seem to even register the pain, and the wound was slowly closing already. That wasn't good. If he couldn't do enough damage, it would just heal and keep fighting until the mages were exhausted and the golems dropped. A shrill shriek filled the air as Ray came hurtling past Karl's face, involuntarily headed for the cliff. She twisted at the last instant, but Karl could see that she was injured and limping on the left side. A glance left showed that the commander-rank giant was in much worse shape, and she had nearly torn his heart from his chest when she landed on his back, but the giant had managed to grab her and throw her before Bob could stop him. Green healing light glowed around her body as Doug took action, and a barrier shimmered back to life around her body, bringing the bloodbath spider back into the fight. She launched herself off the rock face back at the giant, who turned to swat her away, only narrowly missing when she used her web to pull herself to the ground. The move turned his back on Bob, and the warrior glowed with golden light for an instant as he drove his blade into the creature's chest from behind, using the gap in the creature's armor that Ray had torn. The blade sunken up to the hilt, and silently, the creature toppled over forward, landing on the grass with a thump that seemed to freeze time for an instant as the others realized their leader was dead. With him gone, they had lost their strongest chance at winning, and now there were two more attackers free to rescue the beleaguered golem, while Thor fended off the attacks of two others. Both his lightning barrier and Donnie's magical barriers were being broken and renewed every few seconds, but the giants were bruised everywhere and limping, while bleeding from multiple puncture wounds. The prone giant was finished, and the fight was over in the next few seconds, as the survivors of the giant clan were surrounded and torn apart by golems and lacerate attacks. "Head count," Bob called. "No injuries in the back lines." Doug called back. "Minor wounds on my side," Karl replied. With a smile and a sigh, the warrior sunk to the ground, still enveloped in healing light. Doug made his way forward, looking much older than he had a few minutes ago, a weariness that could only have come from mana exhaustion. "The mages are barely mobile. We need to find a safe spot to hide for the night," the cleric informed his brother. "Get them loaded onto Thor if we have to. Staying here is too dangerous. We will go a kilometer or so, and then find a spot. Can Hawk scout for us?" Bob asked. Hawk was already started, so Karl nodded and began to check the giants for loot. There was absolutely nothing on them but their weapons and crude armor, which was now utterly destroyed. There might be something in the cave for them to take, but Karl got the feeling that these giants didn't have much to take in the first place. "I will check the cave and meet you here in a minute. Thor, help the ladies onto your back. They need the help to get to camp," Karl informed the others. Doug gave him a weary thumbs up as he collapsed back to back with Bob, not even having the energy to go back to where the mages were sitting. They had come much closer to death than anyone was willing to admit, and even one more minute of combat would have left the casters comatose, while the front line was left on its own with no healing and little range support. Karl checked the cave, and gathered the few coins that the giants had gathered. There were numerous trophies in the cave, along with rancid meat and an incredible number of bones, but nothing of real value. He shook his head as he returned to the group and noticed that Ray had moved the commander-rank giant into her web as a trophy, and then helped the mages up onto Thor's back. "How are you still mobile? You burned as much mana as I did, and I'm half dead here," Doug asked as Karl helped him to his feet. "Refreshing lightning. It's Thor's specialty. It recovers stamina and mana with a slow healing effect. While I burned a lot of mana, I also recovered most of what I used. I don't have a skill that uses significantly more than the lightning barrier recovers, so it takes a while before I'm burnt out. Thor is the same way. He can go half the day at full output if he doesn't get hurt too badly." Thor was still limping, and some of his scales had cracks, but he was in better shape than the mages, who looked grateful for the lift. Karl slung their packs across Thor's upper pair of horns, and Bob helped Doug get mobile again. The casters had taken the worst of the exhaustion, while Bob had taken a heavy beating. Ray was still in rough shape, and she retreated into her space to rest and recover, while Hawk scouted for a good spot to hide for the night. They were just starting to leave when one large ogre with a stupid smile on his face walked into the camp, holding a dead iron tusk boar by its hind legs. It looked very proud of itself, and it was calling out for the giants, until it finally registered what was going on. Karl stepped forward, sword in hand, and lopped its head off from 10 meters away with a single shred attack. "I've had quite enough fighting for one day, but I'm keeping that boar," he muttered as he tossed the carcass into the space for Hawk, or for the group to cook later. "I've got a spot. Not quite a kilometer, but up in a good tree. As long as Ray is up for it," Hawk suggested. "Not too far up a tree. I will have to carry the mages up the ladder," Karl reminded him. "Got it. It's still a good spot." It was slow going for the first few minutes, but Doug was slowly recovering, thanks to his own magic refreshing him, and Bob didn't have to support him anymore. Hawk had picked them another redwood tree, but this time they weren't going to the top, just up far enough that the giants wouldn't be able to get to them. It would still be quite the climb, but Ray was feeling a bit better after a half-hour of rest, and she was ready to make another fort. "Just keep it simple. We're going to have to move on again in the morning, and I don't know if we will be back. Just enough to let us sleep in peace," Karl reminded her. Today's version was much smaller than the opulent fort she had made the last time, but it was big enough for them all to lay down, and it was well hidden far enough up the tree that the giants wouldn't be able to hit them unless they threw their clubs. Doug had a plan to prevent that as well. He used his magic to create a set of herbs that he scattered over the floor of the fort and on the ground around the tree. "That will mask our scent for the night. If Karl and Bob carry the mages up, we can get dinner in us and sleep. Same watch schedule as usual," Doug explained. The mages complained, but didn't actually stop the two from picking them up on one hip and carrying them up the ladder. It was a bit tricky to climb with just one hand and carrying an extra burden, but they were fairly light, and as soon as Karl was in the fort, Thor returned to his space for the night. Bob gave the group a weak smile. "I guess we can confirm that this group has commander rank battle power now. I have sent in the battle results and location to the battlefield command, but they haven't responded yet. There were too many battles today for them to process them all right away, but we should have some good rewards coming to us when we get home. Now we just hope that the next time we come across a cave full of giants, it's not that messy." "Amen to that. We had the dragon's own luck to make it out of that without losing any gear," Doug agreed. Karl's regretful sigh reminded the others that he wasn't as experienced as they were in the wilderness. "In case of emergency, we have a potion that will give us a burst of energy. Not mana, just physical energy. The idea is that you drop all the weight you can and run if you have to use it. Flee and live to fight another day. But that normally means losing all your gear." Karl nodded his head. "Well, it's better than being dead anyhow. I will have to put more effort into verifying what sort of threat we are facing. This one was in a cave, and it's not like Hawk can fly in and check it out, but I probably should have had him at least try to do a head count or something." Doug patted him on the back. "Don't feel bad about it, lad. We knew it was going to be a hard fight, and we came out on top. There shouldn't be too many more fights like that during the mission, and with the practice and experience often comes breakthroughs. I don't know what it is about practical experience, but it grows an elite's powers faster than anything else. That's part of the reason that we keep volunteering to come help Bob all the time. Did you know that back in the academy, he wasn't considered anything special? He graduated as an awakened warrior and only made ascended the year after. Now, he's almost to commander rank, as we all are. Just keeping at the training instead of letting our skills atrophy has done more for us than years in the academy did. It's a lot further from ascended to commander than it is from awakened to ascended, after all. The cleric knew just how to set a mind at ease, and Karl nodded in agreement, which turned into a tired head bob that he barely caught before he nodded off. Dinner was still on the way, and going to bed hungry would just make him sluggish if there was a fight in the middle of the night. The meal was one of silently eaten ration packs, as creating food would take excess energy, and Doug was already exhausted. Hawk will keep watch with you. Hawk, wake up Ray before you sleep. I know everyone is wiped, so it will be better to have good night vision available all night. Karl whispered to the cleric before he nodded off. I will make sure we've got a good breakfast ready in the morning. Doug agreed before Karl's eyes closed, and he embraced sleep. Karl was awoken well before his shift by the sound of monsters moving through the forest. The sound of breaking branches brought him out of a sound sleep, or perhaps it was Ray relaying the information about the noise. In his half-asleep state, Karl couldn't tell the difference, but the mage on duty hadn't noticed it yet. There is something big moving in the woods. Karl whispered to her as he scanned the forest for the exact location of what was causing the noise. Their position today wasn't as high, so he didn't have the advantage of being able to see over the tree line and look down at the monsters nearby. But he could still clearly hear the movement, and it was getting closer. Wake the others if you think it's going to attack us. I will be happy to let it pass by if we can so that we're not fighting in the dark. She whispered back. That was a good point. Picking a fight when nobody could see what they were doing was a terrible idea, and from the look of the sky, this might be third shift, not fourth. The moon was still high in the sky, but there was no hint of light on the horizon that would suggest dawn was getting close. Ray was up in the tree with them, and after a few seconds, she tapped Karl on the shoulder, bringing his attention to movement in the distance that could only be spotted as a bit of warm thermal imaging through the trees. A small group of hill giants were moving around, snapping trees and then retreating. I have found them. Hill giants making a camp. The noise was them breaking off small trees for their fire. Karl whispered. In that case, we will likely be able to see them soon. They rarely hide their campfire, as it brings prey to them. She replied grimly. Most monsters were afraid of fire, but then Karl realized what she meant. Fire attracted humans. Their campfire would bring groups of elites and soldiers to them, for the giants to kill and eat. They weren't getting any closer, but they weren't the only thing moving in the woods, and after a few minutes, Karl noticed that goblins were also drawn to the fire, possibly thinking that it was a camp of humans. There are goblins on the move, toward the giants. Nothing is coming our way at the moment. Karl updated the mage on duty. I've just started my watch. Do you want to switch? Wake my sister next, and I will take your watch. She offered. All right. Sleep well. I don't think that we will have problems, but it's easier for Ray to explain to me than to anyone else. Karl agreed. Can I kill the ones that smell good? Ray asked hopefully after watching another group of goblins headed for the giant's fire. If they're weak enough that you can take them out without being spotted or causing a ruckus. We don't want to draw the monsters away from their party. Karl replied. That was good enough for her, and Ray watched carefully for monsters that weren't goblins or other green things. The lizard men weren't bad, and they struggled nicely in her web, but none of the green things made her top prey list. The commander rank hill giant definitely did, and she was looking forward to getting another of them in the morning. They wouldn't be difficult to find, as the fire was now clearly visible from their resting spot, and the sound of monsters arguing, or whatever they were doing, was loud enough that when Karl woke the next shift, she could hear them. How long has that been going on? She asked. Nearly 2 hours now. Ray woke me up when the hill giants got close, and I switched shifts with your sister. Wake her up for last shift of the morning. The light should attract all the monsters in the area, but I'm not certain what we will be able to do about it now that there are so many. I have seen 2 groups of goblins headed for the giants, plus at least 1 group with hobgoblins, and Ray intercepted a small group of awakened rank ogres. But we can't see anything coming from the other sides, only what is close enough to be within sight or hearing range of our location. Karl explained. All right, get a few more hours of sleep, and we will work on a plan as soon as it starts getting light out. Prepare for a short night in case we have to run. Karl tucked himself back into bed, and only briefly noticed when Ray returned to her space to sleep, letting Hawk take over so that they were all well rested when the sun came up and things inevitably got dangerous. Not that she was worried that their location would be spotted. Doug had done a good job of blocking their scent, but because someone was going to have to deal with that group, and unless all the monsters had left the nearby woods to join them, there probably wasn't going to be another group to help. They had all been relocated here because of the dangers of the area, so there were no extra groups around. He was shaken awake by Hawk, just as the others began to get active for the morning, preparing the breakfast ration packs, so the smell of cooking didn't attract monsters. There are ogres all over the forest, but nothing close to us. I took a flight earlier, and the giants' camp is big, but weak. Plenty of goblins, only a few other things with the giants. No big boss giant this time that I can see, and I didn't see a cave for them to hide in. Hawk was being extra vigilant today, after having missed the power level of yesterday's fight. It had been an excellent learning experience for him, and you could never be too prepared for a battle. You could be too scared or too cautious, but never too prepared. Bob motioned for Karl to come closer as they whispered their plans. We had Hawk try and explain the situation, and it sounds like the giants are the only major threat there. Does he think that we can take them in a fight without getting injured? Or should we start further out and clear away the other monsters in the forest first? Their lead warrior asked. Karl considered Hawk's description for a moment. There is no commander rank leader, and the giants don't outnumber us. But there are countless goblins, plus some hobgoblins and a few ogres that decided to join them. From his description, the ogres sound like weaker ones that needed protection. There are a lot of other ogres in the area as well, but not at the camp. Karl explained. The rest of the group silently waited for Bob's decision. They all knew their capabilities, and he had the most practical experience, so when it came to the final decision, they usually deferred to him. All right, we will go for the camp and blitz it. Wipe out as many of the smaller monsters as we can right at the start, and then focus on the giants and anything at ascended rank. Bob announced after a few seconds of staring at the map. Eat up, and then we move out. Doug agreed, before filling his mouth with oatmeal. The group silently climbed down the tree and followed the noise of the monster camp toward the location the giants had picked as their base. The ogres were still avoiding the area, as Hawk confirmed, once he started his overhead surveillance. 50 or more goblins, 10 ogres, 20 hobgoblins, and 4 giants. None of them are as large as the leader of the last group, but they all look the same according to Hawk, so I'm going to say that they are indeed more hill giants. Karl confirmed. Bob motioned for them all to follow, and both mages took out wands from their coats. One was the wand of fireball that they had recovered from the Eden mage, and the other looked similar, so they were probably both similar in function. The more mana that they could save at the start of the fight, the better. They were going to have a tough time with that many hobgoblins and ogres, and only Thor, Bob, and the golems could effectively deal with the giants. Bob paused only a few dozen meters from the tree line around the giants' encampment as he made his final preparations. Call the golems as soon as we arrive. Then area damage to remove the smaller threats, while I hold off the giants with Thor. The wood golems have a vine attack that can hit multiple targets, so use it on the hobgoblins. Karl, I am counting on you, Hawk and Ray to deal with the ogres. Once those are down, join us at the giants, and we will finish the fight as quickly as possible, then retreat away from the camp to rest before clearing the rest of the area. He whispered. That didn't sound too bad to Karl. With Ray and Hawk, they shouldn't have too many problems eliminating the ogres, who were relatively slow-moving. If he dodged well enough, he might not even have to engage them in close combat at all. Everyone but Thor agreed that was ideal. The more enemies that you could eliminate from a distance, the better. Even Ray felt that way, and she didn't have a true ranged attack. Instead, she preferred to let the enemy tire itself out on her web before she finished it off. Karl moved to the right, closer to where the ogres were gathered, and Bob moved left with Thor to approach the giants from the back. The monsters would hear their approach soon, as Thor wasn't great at stealth, being a nearly 2-meter-tall scaled dinosaur. But the sound of monsters moving in the forest wasn't a sound that the giants were unfamiliar with, and instead of taking it as a threat, they just kept tracking him, waiting for the Sero to get close enough for them to attack. One lightning Sero on its own was an easy meal for this large group, and that was all that they could hear so far. The giants roared in victory as they decided that Thor was close enough to attack, and Karl heard them run off into the trees. They hadn't waited for Bob to launch the attack, But the other monsters weren't joining them, as the giants would take it as a threat to their authority if the others stole a kill. That was when he attacked. Ray, grab the ogres with your web to slow them down. Hawk, full attack, he announced mentally as he darted forward to throw rend attacks into the unprotected bellies and legs of the ogres. Their hide was thick and tougher than most hardened leather, thanks to their status as awakened monsters. None of them were fully grown, as Hawk had informed them, and they were all on the low side of awakened in power, which was letting his attacks cut deep furrows into their hide, enraging the ogres, and making them charge toward the trees where he was hiding. That was precisely what they wanted. 10-1 seemed like good odds to the ogres, and even after a few of them stumbled and hit the ground, they still saw an overwhelming advantage for their side. But Hawk was attacking from above, and the fallen ogres had been killed without ever knowing they were under attack from multiple directions. Then, the front row reached the trees, and Ray sprung into action, pulling them to the ground with a web she had left lying on the ground as a trap. The moment she pulled it tight, the remaining ogres became entangled, and the bloodbath spider charged into them, tearing bodies apart from behind as Karl attacked from the front. He was still retreating, leaving space between him and the web so he could attack without being in their retaliation range. But within seconds, that wouldn't matter. They weren't bright, and they were becoming even more entangled as they fought with each other to get free. Ray spun more web around them as Hawk bombarded them from above, and then moved off to assist Thor, who was having a tough time with the giants. Just because they couldn't smash through his barrier in a single strike didn't mean they couldn't at all, and the mighty Sero was on the defensive, sweeping with his horns, and using Earthquake to keep the giants off balance. Being on 4 feet gave him the advantage in stability, and even when he stepped into his own effect, he was still able to stab and charge at the giants, hurting them away from the main clearing and away from Bob, so the warrior could finish his second fight without interference. With the combined efforts of Karl and Ray, the ogres were all in states of incapacitated already, and Ray was finishing them quickly to add to her snack pile before anyone could tell her they wanted something off the bodies. They had been stripped of their loot and clothing when she tossed them into space, and she didn't see any reason that the others would want the body parts, so they were hers. She had claimed them, and she wasn't giving them up. Karl quickly checked the pile of items from the ogres and stuffed the bits of gold and silver into the side pocket of his bag, then moved to join the fight against the goblins. The hobgoblins were already down, eliminated by the golems, and most of the goblins were gone as well, taken out by a large area fire spell. Doug gestured for Karl to keep going, as the remaining goblins were being held off by the golems' array of roots and vines. They didn't need the help, as the goblins were much weaker than they were, just too numerous to be immediately eliminated. That gave Karl an idea, though. Hawk knew a fireball that could expand over a small area. If he kept training at it, he could likely expand it enough to cover most of a clearing. Even if it weakened the spell significantly, it would allow him to eliminate threats like a goblin tribe in a single shot. Nobody in the group had a large-scale spell like that, but Karl was certain that it should be possible, since the bird had already used it as both a stream of flame and as a ball. With a gesture from Karl, Ray circled wide around the edge of the clearing while he charged through, attacking the few goblins that turned his way as he headed for the giants. They could see him coming, and one broke free of Thor's distraction to charge at the incoming warrior, only to realize too late that it was a trap. Hawk set a wind barrier in front of him, stopping the giant in his tracks, and the bloodbath spider was all over his back, tearing him apart in a position that he couldn't reach. His scream of frustration distracted the other giants, and one immediately fell to Bob's blade, while the other was knocked to the ground by Thor, then had its rib cage crushed by an earthquake-enhanced tail strike. Karl finished the giant and turned back to the casters, just in time to see the last of the goblins fall. That fight wasn't nearly as bad as they had feared, though Thor had retreated to his pond to rest and recuperate before the next battle. He would heal quickly even out here with his lightning, but it was better to completely rest until he was called on again. Ray felt the same way, but mostly because she wanted to arrange her treasures in her web. That left Hawk circling overhead, and an upbeat group of elites, ready to move on to hunting for the rest of the monsters in their zone. The radio was set to just above a whisper, so that Bob could hear if there were any nearby groups in trouble, and keep track of monster movements. There weren't enough elites around to clear everything before it wandered into someone else's zone, and most of the teams were doing what they had done and working to eliminate the most dangerous group first. If that one headed for the nearby villages, they would catch hell from their superiors, and the rewards for eliminating the more powerful groups were the reason most of them were here in the first place. From what Karl could hear on the radio, most of the ones who had been forced to come out were the lower-ranking elites, the awakened warrior classes, and they weren't anywhere near where his group had been relocated. He did wonder if someone was going to come across their tree fort and the spiders that had been left overseeing it. It would be unfortunate for the spiders, as they would probably be slaughtered when they weren't actually a threat to anyone, but most groups wouldn't be brave enough to go into the fort. The common sentiment regarding spider monsters was, kill it with fire, so Karl really didn't think that anyone would risk going into the fort to see if the creator was still there. Ogres ahead, 2 of them. Big ones. Hawk informed Karl as he pondered the chances of the fort's survival. 2 ahead, Karl relayed, then checked on Thor, who was rolling in the pond, using the stones to massage sore muscles. Thor, you can rest for a bit. Ray, come give me a hand, he instructed. Then he activated Skill Master, with all 3 beasts as the target, hoping that at least one of them would learn a new skill either from the group or the monsters they were fighting today. A new skill or 2 would give them more options in a fight, especially when they were facing armored targets or new forms of monsters they hadn't had much practice against. Ray joined them, and Karl sent her up to take Thor's spot, so that Bob understood what was happening without him having to explain the situation. The mages prepared their spells once they saw Hawk circling, and the moment the ogre pair came into sight, they unleashed on them, scorching them with fire before Ray and Bob moved up to finish them off. One single combo attack was enough to take them out, and the ogres died with an utterly shocked look on their faces that said they hadn't expected to lose this fight at all, much less so quickly. It was short and brutal, but another pair of ascended rank kills for their logs. Normally, everyone would make their own records of the fights they had been in, but Karl didn't know that, and the group trusted Doug to make all the records for them. Nobody would question the honesty of the cleric assigned to the group, as they didn't get the same sort of financial rewards that the others did. The church frowned on its members trying to get wealthy for any reason, so the rewards they gave were non-monetary. He would still be rewarded, though. With so many kills coming their way, he would be rewarded very well, especially if he managed to make commander rank. They were all supposed to be close to the break point, but for the church, commander rank would make him a high priest of his goddess, the green dragon, who represented the natural balance and growth. More coming from all 4 directions. They heard your fight, Hawk warned. We've got incoming from all 4 directions. Hawk will update as they get closer. Karl informed the others. The golems were brought back, and a magical barrier ring was erected around the group, 2 meters tall. It wouldn't stop the ogres from getting over, but it also wouldn't stop them from getting hit while they were trying. Bob only had Slash as a ranged attack. The rest of his skills were melee, but the others all had plenty of range to attack past the barrier, while the 4 golems plus Thor and Bob would hold the front rank against the attackers. I think they have associated me with the attacks. There are some in the distance pointing at me and shouting. Hawk updated. Fly off to see if they chase you to another location, then you can lure them back here after the fight. Karl suggested. Hawk needs to relocate. The monsters are catching on to the fact that he's hovering over fights. They might think he's a scavenger, luring them to food he can't kill himself. I sent him off to scout. Karl informed the others. That's fine. As long as he can keep updating us on the situation, he's doing well enough as a scout. Doug agreed. It would be good to have his extra attacking power here, but not completely necessary, now that they had the time to prepare defenses against the ogres. The first arrived only seconds later, and died as soon as it reached the barrier. The same was true for the next 6, but after that, they started to get more cautious and gather in a group before charging. Ogres are still going your way, but the other stuff is following me to a furious warbear family. Hawk updated. His ploy didn't work on the ogres, but everything else is following him into a trap. Karl laughed. There was no time for questions as they hurled skills at the ogres, who were struggling to get past the barrier with the wood golems whipping at their faces and arms. There was another pause in the battle, and Karl ordered Thor to grab all the corpses and throw them into Hawk and Ray's spaces. They could deal with them later, but they were starting to pile up against the barrier, and it was getting to be too easy for the new arrivals to jump over. A short pause allowed everyone to rest for a moment, and Doug passed around some sort of crispy squares, something between a peanut brittle and a brownie. Karl felt his energy for the new arrivals to jump over. A short pause allowed everyone to rest for a moment, and level began to rise a bit faster as he finished eating, then washed it down with water from his canteen. No more ogres coming, but I'm on my way back with what is left of the others. Hawk updated. Hawk is incoming with the remainder of the other monsters chasing him. I guess not all of them fell for the trap. Karl informed Doug, who was giving a sad look at his favorite sword hand glove, which had ripped during the battle. Bob pocketed the glove for later repair and picked up his sword. Hawk flew overhead and right past them, leading an enraged crowd of monsters that were periodically throwing rocks and spears at the low-flying bird. Whatever he had done, they were beyond enraged with him. It was just the lizardmen left, which Karl assumed was because they were the smartest of the monsters that had been following him. But their rage made them slow to react, and they were nearly eliminated by the mages and the golems before Karl could even get a second shred off. Once they were gone, Hawk returned and vanished into his space to take a quick break and get a snack before continuing to scout. Are the rest of the monsters in the immediate area gone? Karl asked, just to be certain. All gone. Fed them to an angry warbear. Don't go into the river bottom past the cliffs outside our zone. She is mad. Hawk says he lured the others outside our zone to a warbear den. They're gone now, but the warbear is not impressed with us, or life in general, so stay away from the cliffs and the river bottom. Karl relayed. Bob grabbed the radio to warn the team in the area. The warbear was a native monster, and not the primary goal of the mission. In fact, they killed any other monster in their territory, so they would do the team's job for them if anything strayed too close. Even the bravest of teams didn't like to tangle with them, as the bears were even more durable than most armored monsters, and they were notorious for holding a grudge. The mages let the barrier down so that the magic wouldn't attract any more monsters, and Bob signaled for the group to get moving. He was leading them back toward the fort they had built the previous night, even though they hadn't finished the full sweep of the area yet. They had probably killed everything in the area, but Hawk would double-check while they walked back, after he had rested enough and nothing was looking for him. As with the other zone, their assigned area was not large, and the threat level would vary, so it was best to get your rest when you could. We will return to the fort for lunch, and let Hawk scout while we rest. Then he can return to his hiding spot to rest, so we don't end up causing the monsters to stampede again. It feels like we cleared this area fairly well, but you can never be too certain, and the monsters are always moving. Bob explained as he got the group moving. Hawk happily made another round around the area, being sure to keep well away from the home of the warbear, in case it tracked him back and decided to knock the tree down to get to him while he was sleeping. Karl sensed the bird's thoughts and shook his head in dismay. If the warbear could so easily take out everything that was thrown at it, then it meant that the matriarch of the clan was probably a commander-rank beast, much tougher than the hill giant they had fought thanks to its nearly impenetrable hide. That was not something that you were supposed to upset, at least not if you didn't have the brute strength to convince it to back down. The fort was empty when they returned, and everyone settled in to rest weary muscles on the soft silk netting. Hawk returned only a few minutes later with confirmation that there was nothing worth mentioning in their zone, so they were safe to relax for an hour or two. The smell of cooking wouldn't draw anything in from this distance, so they didn't have to eat more of the ration packs. Should we set up another spot up at the top of the tree so that we can see more of what is going on around us? Even having Hawk in a nest at the top of the tree will give us much more visibility when something comes near us. Karl suggested. That's not a bad idea. The tree is large enough to move and get a better line of sight, but being lower here also helps us see what is at ground level, instead of having it blocked by leaves. Bob replied. Doug nodded in agreement. You can see a lot more than we can, so it's better for the watches if we're low enough that everyone can see the ground. With a bit of luck, we won't have to leave here again today. We can just wait for the monsters to appear again and then go deal with them. We will ask you to send Hawk out every few hours to make sure we're not missing anything, but the others only expect so much out of us. You can't be in combat all day every day. It wears everyone out too fast. The mages stretched out on the webbing and smiled up at the sky. We've already been upgraded once on this mission. If we start making it look too easy, who knows what they will ask us to do next? I have a good feeling about this mission, I might make it to commander rank with just a bit more work. There is a change in my golems. They're stronger than they were, and more agile with the vine whips. If you could have seen how they eliminated the goblins, I think you'd agree that they're very close to reaching the standard. All it takes is one signature spell for proof, but the rest of my attack magic is improving as well. It's impossible to tell against such weak targets as the goblins, but hitting the hobgoblins, they were dying without any sort of resistance as well, and that is a sure sign that you're 2 ranks above them. Danny explained quietly with her eyes shut, relaxing while she could. Karl felt Ray laugh in his mind, and saw Bob waiting for him to relay the thought out loud. They all had to think he was a bit odd, but it was somewhat like having earphones in, where only you were hearing one side of the conversation. Ray questions the standard of things just dying when you hit them. She seems to think it's not that impressive. Karl joked. The mages chuckled. Well, for Ray, it's just normal. The rest of us actually have to work to make things die. I've noticed that your attacks are well above what would be expected of an awakened rank warrior as well. Is that a result of your class? Or is it just because Rend is so good against the targets we are fighting? Karl shrugged. It's a bit of both. Rend is good against fleshy targets, but I also get a boost to my effectiveness from Ray. Then there is Shred, which is an absolutely brutal attack to begin with. It uses a lot of energy, but near the peak of awakened rank, Shred will deal more damage than the peak ascended rank/ability. Rend is already an improvement as an ability, but Shred is superior to Rend at the same power output. Then when Ray's ability optimizes it, he let the sentence trail off, and the others nodded in understanding. Then we get what we have here, with a group of fighters that outperform their ranking. Bob finished. Doug finished making lunch, and they waited for another hour before sending Hawk out again. There was still nothing to report, so he settled back into his space to recover energy more quickly, and Karl kept watch in his place. That pattern repeated all afternoon. Hawk went for a flight every 2 hours, found that there was nothing worth getting out of bed to hunt, then cleared a few goblins and other minor nuisances and went back to his nest. It was the sort of day that every mission team wanted to have. A good fight in the morning with no injuries, then a warm, shady spot to rest for the remainder of the day. But 10 kilometers away, it was a very different story. Not every team that had been transferred could live up to the expectations of the deployment team, and many of them were being pushed back toward the nearest town as they retreated from the influx of hill giants and ogres. The radio had been at a whisper all day, and they had heard the movements, but no distress calls, and certainly no emergencies close enough that they would be able to respond to them. The teams immediately around their own were all in good shape today, and while they were all exhausted from the battles, they were holding steady. As night settled over the forest, they began their usual rotation, with Ray out to help the others keep watch, and Hawk sleeping in his space until the last watch, when the sky would be light enough that his vision was no longer limited. While Karl was resting comfortably in the fort that Ray had made for them, Dana was having a much different mission experience. Her team had been deployed to the far side of the battlefield, nearly 50 kilometers from where Karl had originally been stationed, but they hadn't managed to stay there for long. Her team was not a group of devoted veteran mercenaries like Karl had gotten. She had been assigned to a team of slackers with a commander-rank priest in charge of them. They treated the mission more like a prison sentence, complained constantly about every task they were assigned, and during the first battle were nearly outsmarted by a group of goblins. If it wasn't for the fact that she had 2 golems, they likely would have been overrun when the goblins circled the clearing, as their warrior was next to incompetent, and was more interested in selling her on his new multi-level marketing startup than actually protecting the group. The others were supposed to be rogue classes, fast and deadly, but in reality, they were all slightly chubby IT guys who worked at the same company. In short, the entire mission was a nightmare, but they had to keep moving because their group was so loud that it continually drew monsters to them. Can't you just cast that holy light circle around us and keep it up for the night while we sleep? The warrior whined as the sun went down at the end of their 3rd day on the mission. The priest nodded. I can stay up all night and keep the circle active. However, the light will draw monsters to us constantly, like a beacon. So, as soon as I fall asleep, you will have a few dozen ogres and 1,000 or more goblins to deal with, but without a healer. If you can handle that, I don't have a problem being your nightlight. Dana hid her smile at the way that he managed to say that without a hint of sarcasm in his voice, though it was clearly implied. What's the point of this anyhow? We're just out here getting attacked by monsters, instead of making money. Do they have any idea of the amount of market capitalization that my group has missed out on because I wasn't there to help pitch new members this week? The warrior complained. Dana glared at the man, and the priest leaned over to whisper in her ear. Friendly fire is generally frowned upon, but if you have to, I understand. He whispered. She smiled back at him. It was obvious why he had been sent with this group. Not just for his strength, but because he was unendingly patient with slackers and idiots. I wonder what Karl is up to. Dana muttered as she started her watch that night, hoping that he didn't have to deal with a group like this. Ray would probably kill someone and pretend that they ran away. It was decided that she would take the first watch, and the priest would take the second. Each of their watches was 3 hours, so there were only 3 a night. But nobody slept well when anyone but Dana or the priest was on watch. They were rapidly becoming exhausted, but everywhere they were forced to move to, they ran into more ogres and goblins. It was like they never ended, and just kept reappearing. Unlike the Mackenzie siblings, her group didn't know that they were really reappearing daily. They had been tasked to clear the area, and that was what the priest was guiding them to do. But he had decided that it would hurt morale too much to inform them that the job would never actually end. The priest looked asleep, but he turned her way as she muttered to herself. He's with the Mackenzie brothers. I heard on the radio yesterday that they were reassigned to an ascended area, which was suffering from attacks by groups led by commander-rank giants. They're likely fine. The Mackenzie brothers are solid, and Brother Doug, their cleric, is a good friend of mine. He replied. Dana turned to face him. Commander-rank giants? Isn't that a bit overkill, even if the group he's with are ascended? Her cleric shrugged. From what I hear, only the top-performing ascended were sent, so whoever is with him and the brothers might include a commander, or maybe 2 powerful damage dealers. Your friend might not be having any more fun than we are, but at least his group is reliable. A crack of branches in the woods caught their attention, and then the stench of ogre reached their noses. Everyone up, we're under attack. The priest whispered as he shook the others awake. We just want a bed, can't we do this later? I swear, if I have to sleep in armor for 1 more day, it's going to chafe right through my skin. The warrior complained. Dana's 2 golems intercepted the ogre, and she hit the monster in the face with a magic missile, blinding it while the golems hacked it down using the holy blades that the priest had created for them with a spell. See, they've got it. Just let me sleep. The warrior muttered as he curled up in his blankets. They hadn't been assigned a zone, they were just told to kill as many monsters as possible. So the next morning the cleric had them move out, slowly working his way back to the base camp, where he was hoping to be able to trade a few of the useless ones for a decent teammate or 2. They were hiking through the woods, following a goblin trail toward the regional camp, when Dana spotted a considerable area of trees covered in spider web. The strands blended into the surroundings, but the scent of blood and the Academy body lotion that Ray preferred for Dana to wear caught her attention. There should be another student around here, and there had been a battle, she was certain of it. I smell Academy lotions and blood, she informed the others. The priest sniffed at the air for a second, but only looked concerned. Everyone spread out. There might be a group in trouble nearby. Don't get out of sight of each other, but there might be an injured member hiding in the trees. He ordered. Dana realized that she forgot to mention the web when one of the rogues began to shout in panic, and she could hear him flailing. It's a spider web, you idiot. Just cut yourself free and stand back up. One of his buddies called. You try it. My blade isn't cutting through it. He complained. Then use a skill. It's likely from a spider monster. Dana sent the golem to cut him free with the magical blade, and noticed a collection of items sitting at the bottom of a huge redwood tree. Then she looked up and saw that there was a rope ladder sitting in the branches and some sort of fort above them. There is a fort here. Look up in the tree. It has a ladder, so it was made for humans, but it's made of spider silk. The priest informed the others as he noticed it. A druid? One of the rogues asked hopefully. Possibly. It doesn't seem that they're here anymore, but we can check if they left anything behind. The cleric offered. Other than box tree spiders? Dana asked, with a gesture up the tree. Votes for getting the FCK out of the creepy spider forest? The warrior asked. The rogue's hands all went up at once, and Dana shook her head as the cleric laughed. Well, at least we know that someone was in the area. That should explain why there are so few monsters here today. Let's keep moving, and we can inform the other groups of what we found, and warn them about the spider webs when we get to the base camp to resupply. The cleric decided. That level of web control reminded Dana of Ray, and she wondered if this was where Karl had been stationed when he first arrived. If they had built a fort, they weren't being forced to run from anything in the area. Of course, if she had competent members, they wouldn't have had to keep moving so much either. But her and the cleric could only hold things together for so long on their own before they were too exhausted to continue. Maybe they could just ditch these idiots in camp and join another team. That would be nice. 1 week after they had been transferred to the ascended rank area, Karl and the others had gotten into a solid routine. Breakfast in the fort, hunt anything that they had spotted on night watch, return for lunch, then either rest or make another loop in the afternoon if there were still signs of more monsters. They were also beginning to amass a rather considerable amount of money, thanks to the giants' habit of carrying gold and silver in their pouches. It was a mystery who was making coins for them, or who they had stolen them from, but the raw materials were still valuable, and they could make a fortune trading it in when they returned. But that wasn't the only thing that they had gained. Everyone was feeling much more confident and comfortable with their powers, and the last few days the giants had seemed to fall without much of a fight. It was difficult to tell if they were getting stronger or if the last few batches were weaker than usual, but they had a good feeling about taking the strength tests after they finished the mission. I sense magic in the area. Strong magic, Hawk announced that morning, just as everyone was getting ready for breakfast. Hawk says there is magic nearby. He didn't say magical beast, just magic. Karl whispered as Doug dished out the breakfast. They let Hawk lead them away from the fort, headed for the strong sense of magic, and only stopping for a moment to deal with a small group of lizard men. Hawk swooped down and landed next to a small pile of rocks. They were piled on top of each other to look vaguely like a person, and the hunters and trappers used the design as a trail marker. If you followed the direction of the marker, you would find the next waypoint and landmark on a trail. It's under here, he instructed, then poked at a larger rock nearby. Shattering the stone wouldn't be a problem for him, but he was concerned that if he broke it, he might break the magical thing. Some of them were fragile, and Hawk understood that the group was trying to get as many good things as they could while they were here. Just like the last time that they were out, but with fewer magical plants and more monsters. Thor flipped the stone with his horns, and a large pile of glittering gems was revealed, just sitting under the rock, as if they belonged there. They weren't cut stones, just raw gemstones, but that was clearly where the magic was coming from. And now that the rock was moved, everyone could feel it. They had patrolled past here yesterday, only a few meters from this spot. If Karl looked hard toward the bottom of the hill, he could likely still see the blood stains from the battle a few days earlier as well. These gems had to have just appeared here, unless something had buried them here and left no signs of disturbed ground. Doug went through them, cleaning them off in a pouch full of water he had created, and then stacking them on the ground in an order that only made sense to himself. They're imbued gems. You don't usually use them in this form. They're normally carved and set into magical jewelry and items. These all have different properties, but I have sorted them by their basic elements or aspects. Do we want to sort them now or after? Doug asked. We can do it after. We've still got a zone to clear for the day. Bob gently reminded them before they could get distracted by the shiny objects. Doug sorted the stones into small pouches and tucked them in his robes. That must mean they were exceptionally valuable, if he wasn't willing to leave them in his backpack with the rest of his gear. His pack was getting lighter, as they slowly worked through the rations and other supplies they had brought, so it wouldn't be a burden to add a few stones. It was only Karl and Bob who had truly heavy packs now, as they were packing all the gold and silver that the group had recovered. If the gear wasn't made of monster leather, it might have ripped under the abuse of heavy loads and violent movements, but they were holding up well so far. Hawk hadn't even had time to take flight again when they heard movement in the woods nearby. Something else had been attracted by the stones, or by their presence, and it was large. Thor turned to face the threat, and the golems shifted to take positions around the mages. There weren't many creatures incoming. It sounded like only a pair of large ones. That was confirmed when they crashed through the trees, but the fact that it was only two was no comfort today. Unlike the hill giants they had been fighting, these two were heavily armored, like human knights of old, and carrying mauls with heads on them that were larger than Karl. There was no doubt that these two were both commander rank, and not on the low side of it either. Hawk took flight, knowing that he couldn't take a hit from something like that, and Ray skittered up into a tree, waiting for the right moment to strike. With them covered in metal armor, she didn't know quite where she should hit. She knew from experience that armor could be more durable than it looked, and this looked thick. The giants roared as they saw the humans, and Bob looked grim as he squared up against them. There wasn't going to take many hits from those mauls, even with a barrier from Donnie active, and the golems weren't going to fare much better. The only chance they had was to finish them quickly, but with the armor on, that wasn't going to be easy. But other than their commander rank status, these two also smelled like magic, and Karl got the feeling that if they could defeat these two, there was something good in it for him. The giants made a sudden lunge forward, and Thor smashed the ground with earthquake, while Karl and Bob both sent attacks at their weapons, trying to slow the attacks or deflect them off target. The giants stumbled, and Ray saw her chance. She flew out of the tree, and both forelegs plus her mandibles pierced one of the giant's necks right below his helmet line. The attack wasn't enough to break the bone, and with a spurt of silk, she pulled herself back into the trees. But the damage was done, and the giant was bleeding heavily from the back of his neck, courtesy of a triple lacerate attack. The giant fell to the ground as his body spasmed in pain, which allowed the golems to wrap him in vines, slowing his recovery while Bob and the mages unleashed their best attacks on him. Karl focused on attacking the arms and weapons of the other giant, weakening his attacks against Thor. The Serum had dodged the first attack, but the giant had regained its footing, and the second real attack wouldn't be as easy to avoid. It didn't seem to care about its partner as it found its opportunity and swung at Thor, who rolled over once with the impact, but landed on his feet with his lightning barrier intact. The first layer of shielding had shattered, but between the two it had been enough that he wasn't injured by the strike, just thrown to the side. Donnie was already rebuilding the shield as Thor charged inside the next strike, and Hawk attacked the giant's face. It simply ducked its head and the attacks hit its helmet, but the distraction was enough that Thor finished his charge and slammed into one thick leg. The knee buckled, and the second giant nearly fell, only catching itself with its maul. That kept it off the ground, but it left the giant out of position when Karl attacked again, aiming for the gaps in the armor. The golems had pulled the helmet off the other giant, and Ray moved in for the kill, aiming at the soft flesh of the neck. That seemed to be the trigger for the upright giant to realize that something was wrong with this scenario, and instead of fighting back, it pushed itself to its feet and fled, running in the direction it had arrived from. Within seconds, the other giant died a brutal death, and by the time that Karl had finished checking Thor and Ray for injuries, Bob was already starting to strip it of its armor to see where the feeling of magic was coming from. Bob carefully dug through the bags that the giant was carrying, until he came out with a large red flower. It was as big as a sunflower, larger than his head, and it radiated a sense of warmth and magic. Doug looked at the flower with interest. That is a phoenix lotus, a fire elemental resource. But it doesn't grow anywhere on this continent, so they must have arrived with it. Drinking a steeped infusion of it is supposed to be outstanding for fire mages and berserkers with fire elemental attacks. While our two aren't fire mages, they do have some talents with fire. Doug paused as Hawk landed next to the flower and began to stare at it with a bit of drool leaking from his beak. And it looks like Hawk might like some of it as well. How about I prepare it, and then we will try it over dinner. Even if the tea isn't enough for Hawk, he can always eat the remaining flour after I finish brewing. The process extracts most of the mana from it, but there will still be nutrients left in the petals, which are not edible by humans and therefore not included in the tea. He explained, "You heard the man. You can have it after dinner." Karl informed the bird, which was contemplating snatching the flower and flying away with it. Bob passed the flower to Doug, who tucked it away in his backpack and finished checking the giant's gear. They had all taken to trying on any magical equipment, just in case it adapted itself to the wearer, but most of what the monsters had worn was already damaged beyond repair by the time that they died, and the team didn't include an armorer, so they just buried it with the bodies. There is one more piece under the body. We've got a magical sword this time, but that's going to be a two-handed blade for someone. The warrior explained, then passed the weapon to the mages for examination. Donnie struggled to lift the blade, and ended up leaning it against a tree to read the inscriptions. Normally, a human would never use a weapon like this, as it was too unwieldy and weighed 5 times what a normal two-handed blade would. but if it was powerfully magic, they could get a reward for bringing it back. According to this, it is a blade of ease. Using it makes your skills easier to activate. She explained, after reading the runes twice and verifying them against her notebook. Doug chuckled as he heard the description. That's perfectly suited for your needs, in a format that you could never possibly use. The cleric was right. She specialized in barriers, and if they took even a few % less mana to maintain, it would directly improve her combat effectiveness by a noticeable amount and increase the survivability of the whole group. The problem was that it weighed close to 25 kilos to her less than 50. Even just carrying it all day would be a burden. Bob picked the blade up and gave it a twirl. It's not bad with my strength. It's not really my style, since I'm on the front lines blocking, but it might be all right with some practice. He twirled the blade and struck the ground, activating a skill that sent a shockwave traveling away from him, leaving a deep furrow in the dirt. I would say that the reduction is close to 30%. He offered. The mages looked in longing at the blade. 30% was huge. You might have to drop in at the academy and ask the berserkers for some combat lessons. Karl laughed as Bob gave the blade an approving look. I already trained on the two-handed blade quite a lot, actually. It's just not suitable in this group, as we don't have anyone else to take point except Thor. The lightning Sero snorted and stomped on the ground, then tossed his head to the side as if throwing enemies. He was quite certain that his armor was up to the task of dealing with enemies as the tank. Having more damage at the front, and the ability to use skills with higher output without taking the stamina penalty for using skills near your limit would be much more valuable than a second blocker. All right, Thor can take point, just keep the barrier up on him, since he can't speak to call for relief. Bob reluctantly agreed when he saw how serious the scaled beast was. Doug looked at Thor for a moment. Don't you think he's getting bigger? I swear he was shorter than I was when we arrived, and now his back is higher than my head. I think you're right. He's almost fully grown now. That's much faster than I had expected, but the exercise has been good for him. Karl agreed. Ray had also grown, though not as noticeably. She was at her full size now, roughly the size of a subcompact car when standing, though with a smaller body and long legs forming the rest of her silhouette. Hawk was just the same as he had been, but he was already adult-sized and not expected to grow any larger. I think that we might have progressed further than we expected. With everyone growing, it's difficult to tell, but if we could fight against something that we know was on the borderline of awakened and ascended, we could get a better reference. They hadn't seen anything like that in days. Everything was somewhere in the ascended rank, with sporadic commander rank leaders, which they were definitely getting better at killing. All right, let's scout the rest of the zone and see what else we have for the day. I have a good feeling about this one. I'm thinking that we should be back in time for lunch. Doug cheered as Thor took his place at the front of the group. Hawk led them toward a group of ogres as the radio announced that there was a reinforcement mission arriving later that day, and for teams to keep their radios on, so they could lead the relief groups in. Only a few would be getting replaced today, starting with those who had been in the field longest, but it was a good sign that they wouldn't be out here too much longer. Likely not more than another week, and they would be on their way back home with bags full of loot and a number of new magical items. Bob hefted the sword over his shoulder and prepared to charge as Thor found the ogres, but the 5-meter-tall beasts seemed utterly uninterested in fighting once they saw that there were 5 people plus the Sero. Unfortunately for them, Bob did want to fight, and Ray wasn't about to let them run away. The enormous sword whistled through the air as Bob activated Slash on a downward strike. The arc of light raced away from him, slicing the ogre in half in a single strike. Thor charged and flipped the other in the air, where Hawk and Karl hit it from opposite sides with Shred, killing it before it reached the ground. I think it can be safely said that we have commander rank combat power now. If ascended rank ogres are falling in a single strike, not many would argue with our capabilities. Doug chuckled as he surveyed the aftermath of the brief battle. There is nothing else nearby. Everything ran away. Hawk informed Karl a few seconds later, after checking for their next target. Hawk says there is nothing left to fight. We scared it all away. We might as well head back for an early lunch and see if anything comes back. Karl explained. Nice, early day it is. Doug chuckled, pointing his staff back toward the fort. Once they were back and Doug had started on cooking lunch, Karl settled in to meditate. The 3 spaces were doing much better now, and they were providing him with a lot more energy than they had a week ago. but they felt like they might be limiting the beasts inside. The three were growing so fast, and he was slacking so much on his meditation that the spaces weren't keeping up. So, that was how Karl spent the rest of his morning, doing his best to improve the living conditions for his partners and increase the energy density in the spaces, now that they were capped out in size. A few hours wasn't going to do much, but if he spent a few afternoons and nights at it, he might make some progress. The mages only meditated for a few hours an afternoon, and that had been Karl's schedule as well, but it was becoming obvious that it wasn't enough. Doug looked at the group that afternoon when Hawk confirmed that there was still nothing to fight. He had eliminated a small group of goblins with a fireball while scouting, but their zone was otherwise barren. Do you think that we actually scared the monsters away? Most monsters will avoid the territory of a more powerful monster, so it's possible that either Hawk or Ray have scared them off. No offense intended to Thor, but the lightning Sero isn't known for being dangerous enough to chase others out of their territory. The cleric asked, while sweeping his dark curls back from his face. It is possible. We have patrolled this same area for so long that there should be a scent trail around the perimeter. If they sense that we're that much more powerful than they are, they will naturally avoid the area. Danny agreed. Bob smirked. To think, we were sent here to deal with the monsters, and now they're too afraid to come to the zone that we're assigned to. Is that a total victory or some sort of failure? Our orders are to hold this zone, so we can't just leave. The mages shrugged. It's a win for us. If the scent of Ray around the perimeter was enough to scare off almost all the monsters, then we did our job. The zone is secure. But how is that tea doing, Doug? Is it almost steeped yet? Doug nodded. I added one of the fire elemental stones to the mix and let it infuse. The mixture should be quite potent with that quality of flour, but it needs to be boiled down a bit more still. According to my alchemy book, it needs to be as thick as milk before it's completely extracted. Hawk had noticed that the tea only involved the core of the flower, and that Doug had only reserved 3 petals from the flower. He had put one each into 3 vials, but that left almost the whole flower for Hawk, and he was getting impatient to try it. As the tea rendered down into a proper potion, it began to glow with a soft orange light, and the stone that Doug had set in the kettle began to lose its luster. There we go. All done. Now let me portion this. I've got 5 cups and 3 vials, since some of us aren't good with cups. The cleric explained. He passed everything out, and Karl passed the vial to Thor in his resting space. The Sero just grabbed it in his beak and tipped his head back, swallowing it in one shot. Ray did the same, but seemed intrigued by either the taste or the effect. Karl took the shot of potion, and it felt like fire was running through his veins as the effect spread through his body. He could feel it strengthening his body, but he couldn't quite grasp the power that it had. Doug had said it was a fire element resource, and he didn't have any fire skills. But the excess was being siphoned off by Hawk, who was happy to take anything he had to spare, as well as the remainder of the flower, whose petals he had started to chew on like bubblegum. Everyone settled back to let the potion digest, and Karl returned to meditation while Ray volunteered to watch the area, in case something tasty came to her webs. An hour later, Hawk decided that he had absorbed as much as he could for the day, and he stored the remainder of the flower in his space so that it would be safe until he finished scouting again. He had a good feeling about the power of his fireball attack now, and he had every intention of finding something to test it on. Unfortunately for him, they really had scared off everything, and there wasn't a single monster to be found in their zone. But that didn't stop a determined Hawk, and with only 1 more kilometer of flight, he found a group of lizard men skirting around their zone. A single fireball from the sky exploded in their group, killing 3 and maiming the others. Then Hawk saw the group that was working the area and flew away, leaving the rest to them now that his curiosity was sated. Is that your Hawk, Mackenzie group? We just saw a dragon hawk ambush a group of lizard men and fly away like it was nothing. The group asked over the radio. Yeah, that's ours. There's nothing left in our zone, so we let him scout a bit further out to see if they were just avoiding us or if the whole area was clear. Doug replied. The other groups didn't have to key up the microphone for everyone listening to know that they were cursing at the Mackenzie group. Their entire area had been cleared? What sort of nonsense was that? Most groups could barely walk a circuit of their zone in a day, and he was claiming they had killed everything by lunch? The fireball works much better now. Almost as good as Rend, but over a much larger area. Hawk informed Karl. That likely meant that Fireball was far superior to Rend at this point, but Hawk would not easily admit that. If he could single-shot ambush awakened lizardmen, it was good enough for Karl. That would allow them to take care of anything they were likely to come across on an academy mission. The group waited as Hawks scouted around their borders, occasionally attacking and killing monsters that were trying to avoid them, but mostly just marking them for the other groups that were in the area. Seeing Hawks circling and either sending fireballs or just screeching at them was enough to bring the groups over now that they were familiar with him. Their team was the envy of the region by the end of the day, and everyone was wondering what sort of superstars Command had sent that could report multiple ascended rank monster kills every hour all morning, until they cleared their area. There were commander rank monsters in their reports nearly every day, but it was the efficiency of the group that caught everyone's attention after that radio conversation. Karl meditated through the afternoon and the evening, as did the mages, who were still working to absorb the gains that they had made from the potion. Doug had prayed to his goddess for a while, but Bob didn't seem to believe in meditation, so he was the only one paying attention to the radio when the next round of replacement messages came through. Mackenzie Group, hold position for replacement. Your time slot is noon tomorrow. The command group informed them. Understood, Command. We will do our best to have the morning clear finished before they arrive. Bob replied. That meant one more night watch, and they would be headed back home for a break before their next mission or their return to work, in the case of the mages and Doug. Karl wondered what it would be like to be back in the academy with the first years on the second floor after this mission. He had been ahead of them before, but he hardly felt connected to them anymore. The older students seemed much more relatable, and Karl totally understood why they were less interested in what was going on at the school than their next chance to go out and grow their powers. The advantages of training in the wilderness were just too good. There was little doubt that he would make it to the ascended rank the next time that they were tested, and he already knew that he could square off against most of the lower strength commander rank beasts with the help of his partners. Doug sighed and leaned back against the tree trunk. It looks like we did too well. But if we get to go home early, that's never bad news. We will have to go over what we have collected on this mission so that everything is split properly. The gold is easy enough to split on its own, but we've collected a number of magical items as well, and that will be much harder to value and split. Karl shrugged. What do you usually do when it's just family? He asked. We just split the money and everything else goes to who needs it. Doug replied. That works for me. We've already split everything else by need, so it doesn't really have to get mentioned again. Just split up the precious metals and gems we collected when we get back, and it's good by me. I've got these nice gloves. Hawk is happy with his flower. Thor got armor for his tail. Ray might have gotten the short end of things, but at least she got some good snacks. Karl suggested. Ray laughed as she looked at all the commander-rank beasts caught in her web. That would be enough to allow a regular bloodbath spider to grow from a hatchling to its full strength, as long as it didn't go bad. That wasn't a concern in the space, so she was certain that she had all the basic resources she needed, and now it was just a matter of increasing the speed, which meant either rare things or making Karl meditate more. Of the two options, it was obvious which was the more attainable. You know, if you just stay here in the fort, we could go fight while you meditate all morning, Ray suggested. We're not in that big of a hurry. It's better to have everyone together, in case of a surprise attack. Karl replied, while wondering if she had forgotten that he could hear her plotting in his mind. The next morning, they made a quick tour of the area, following Hawk's directions to the monsters that had just appeared. Fortunately, the fights were easy, as their healer was mostly distracted, listening to the radio report the helicopters headed out to relieve the mission teams that had been called in to support the army. It sounded like the influx of monsters had faded all over the region, and they would be able to keep things under control without too much trouble. There had been some casualties among the elites who were pulled out from their day jobs, and Command was planning to have all the departing elites gather at the base camps for a funeral photo shoot, though Doug made it no secret that most of those bodies would not be in any shape for viewing, even if they were returned to camp. Karl had seen a few of these on the television in the past. They were heralded as heroes, but it was never any of the famous elites. It was always someone like a young government pencil pusher who had valiantly run into combat when monsters threatened and then tragically lost his life. Of course, that was likely to be less than half the story, and he might not have been running into combat willingly, but it was good enough to settle the people and remind them that the elites were doing valuable things to keep them safe. Mackenzie Group, your helicopter is incoming. Please mark your position for the transfer of duties. The pilot instructed precisely at noon. We will mark the location with a blue smoke spell. We have information for the incoming team during the handover. Expect a 3 to 5 minute delay. Bob replied. Doug set the smoke spell near the edge of a clearing next to the fort, and the crew transfer came in for a smooth landing. Elites, good to see you all safe and sound, despite having a student with you. You said you have information. What did we need to know? The captain of the incoming military team asked as he disembarked. First, in that tree is a fort made of bloodbath spider silk. It is safe and made by our team. You are welcome to use it as your ongoing base of operations. The whole area is secure, and monsters have been avoiding the perimeter thanks to the scent of the beasts on our team. That will change when the scent trail fades after a few days, so be prepared. Also, we have been burying the monster corpses with any damaged magical items they were wearing. If we couldn't use or salvage it, it got buried. So, if your team has a member who can sense magic, you will get plenty of false positives that are buried underneath you, hidden by plant growth. Doug explained. Anything powerful? One of the soldiers asked. There are a few commander rank ogres and a mid-commander rank giant with damaged magical armor that were buried. So it won't just be weak signals. The cleric explained. The team leader whistled in appreciation. You really lived up to expectations, didn't you? They asked us to verify your claims, but if you buried most of the bodies instead of burning them, it should be easy enough. Ray giggled in Karl's mind. She had taken a lot of them for her own personal use. Karl, our beastmaster, has claimed some of them as pet food as well. Doug added. Karl checked on everyone to make sure they were safely in their spaces and not tempted to wander around, and Bob led them onto the helicopter as the scout for the military team confirmed that the fort was safe. There were 10 of them, not 5, which would make it a bit cramped, but there was enough room for them to lay out their bedrolls, and that would be good enough. Nobody actually liked sleeping on the ground, and the spider web was a soft net, as good as a mattress. The cargo master closed up the door once he was sure they were all in with their gear, and they took off toward the base camp for the area. You all look a lot more rested than the other teams we've been bringing in. I take it you're all veteran mercenaries. The helicopter's cargo master asked. Bob shook his head. I'm the only one who is full-time. Doug is a green dragon cleric with other duties, and the 2 mages work in digital security. The man nodded, then looked at Karl, whose name was left out. Oh, I don't have a proper job yet. I'm still in the academy. He explained. The soldier did a double take, then shook his head. You all have the look of veteran adventurers. I never would have guessed that you had a student and 2 volunteers with you. But that makes it even more impressive. The big boss has asked to meet with you all when you get back. Probably something to do with publicity for the mission, or checking your rewards before you head home. The soldier replied. Doug chuckled. I'm betting on them wanting to check our gear before we go back. With that many commander rank kills confirmed, they will want to make sure that we're not planning to sell contraband to the masses. Do you have any contraband? The soldier asked with a sly wink. Doug made a show of reaching into his pocket and pulled out what looked like a cigarette, but definitely wasn't according to Karl's sensitive nose. I am a green dragon priest. I am contraband. That one is on the church. Consider it a sanctioned sedative. Doug replied. Karl blinked slowly. Of all the things that he had considered about the possibilities of having a nature cleric around, including food for Thor, medicines, and the healing potential, he had somehow never once considered the fact that most illicit drugs were herbal in nature as well. The drug Doug provided wasn't technically illegal in the Golden Dragon Nation, just frowned upon by employers because it killed productivity. But still, it seemed to Karl that he had a lot to learn about interacting with others and smoothing over social interactions. If he had thought about keeping a pocket full of little bribes and gifts for the transport crews and others that they interacted with, he could rapidly build a reputation as a good guy who was easy to work with. And everyone knew that a good reputation would get you far in life. The transport helicopter landed at the edge of camp, and Karl's group quickly disembarked after the crew handed the staff of the base a sheet of paper confirming their identities and status. Welcome back, elites. Please follow me. A stiff-backed young female staff member announced before leading them through the winding walkways of the camp toward the actual town that sat at the center. The boss will speak to you momentarily. He's just finishing a meeting with some government brass," she explained, with a gesture to a row of chairs. Karl took his pack off and took a seat, placing the large bag in front of him, the same as everyone else waiting in the hallway had done. The distinctive metallic clank of coins sounded as he placed the bag on the floor, despite his best attempts to wrap them and keep them silent. The others briefly looked up, but that sound was nothing new to them. They all had some loot, and some also had chainmail armor, which made the same sound when dropped. Seconds later, Colonel Valerie walked out of the office with a terrifying expression on her face that faded to the neutral gaze that Karl knew was her version of a smile when she saw him. "Colonel, it is good to see you again. The mission went far better than expected, and I will have a full report ready for you at the academy." Karl informed her with a smile. "Understood. I will have your monitoring team collect it, as I will be occupied here for some time," she replied. The elites in the hall stared as she walked away, some in awe that such a highly ranked minister was here in a remote base camp, and others in appreciation of the way that her hips swayed as she walked. A voice came through the office door, breaking the silence. "Mackenzie team, come in," the man's voice demanded. Inside the office was a portly older man, completely bald with his head shining under the fluorescent lights and sweat stains on his shirt. It was obvious that he was not one of the elites, even without considering his age, just by the condescending look that he was giving the group. "I hear that you have done wonderful things for the productivity rankings of the Public Safety Department. Excellent work. However, we must check your equipment for contraband to ensure that there are no prohibited or sacrilegious items going back to the public," he smugly announced. Doug turned to Karl as if to say, "I told you so," but Karl knew as well as everyone else that what the man was after was a bribe. He didn't give a damn about contraband, and his position in public safety didn't even allow him to handle it. He would have to call in the army to dispose of it for him, if any was found. But if a few gold coins were declared suspicious, who would be any wiser? The others waited for the man to make his pitch, but Karl decided to move first and picked up Doug's backpack, which had nothing in it except what it had come with. He set it on the desk and smiled at the bureaucrat. "Of course that won't be a problem. Colonel Valerie of the Bureau of Elite Development already has our inventory, but you are free to verify the contents of the bags." Karl replied with a genuine smile. The man's face fell like Karl had kicked him, and his whole attitude changed. "You met with the colonel?" He stammered. "Of course. She is my direct supervisor and has a pair of agents assigned to my development at the academy. We spend quite a bit of time together," Karl informed him. "Then I think that we are finished here. I will get a copy of the contents from the Bureau, and they can take responsibility for any contraband that might have made its way off the battlefield with your team." He waved to dismiss the team from his office, and they silently made their way back into the hall, where their escort was still waiting. "That was a short meeting. I am glad that you could sort things out so quickly." The young woman greeted them while standing in the middle of the hallway, as if prepared to prevent them from leaving. "Yes, it is always a pleasant experience dealing with public safety. Now, will we be staying here in the compound, or are we set to fly out right away?" Doug asked. "You will have to stay here for a moment, Brother Doug," a voice called from behind them. Karl turned to see a rather familiar-looking inquisitor behind them. If he was right, this was the big shirtless one from the seminary academy, who had been present for his interrogation after the discovery of the trial instance holy relic. The man seemed to recognize him as well, but he didn't say anything as he led them away from the office, leaving the now smirking staff member behind them. The inquisitor led them into a soundproofed room and locked the door, then turned to Doug with an expectant look. "Don't blame me for this one." The new guy name-dropped the bureau, and the public safety guy nearly SH'd his pants. "I take it that he hit the alarm?" the cleric asked with a laugh. The inquisitor sighed and rolled his eyes. "I got an emergency notification that your team had intimidated their way into bringing contraband back from your mission, and I was already standing next to you in the hallway. So, I need to check all your bags, while Brother Doug explains how things work to our newest ascended elite." Doug chuckled as he put his bag on the floor, as did everyone else, before the Green Dragon cleric turned to Karl, laughing softly. "There is an unofficial policy that if a mission is run by an agency that isn't part of the elites, they tax the gains a maximum of 5%. It's a get-rich-quick scheme for the politically connected, but it's not officially sanctioned. However, unlike whoever you have used that intimidation tactic on before, These ones have connections that can make your day very difficult if you don't play along. Now, you know, and I know, that we don't have anything. But if I didn't know the Inquisitor, how do you think our afternoon would have gone after he was informed that we definitely had contraband? Doug asked. Karl nodded. I see. I was thinking of him like the shift foreman at the mine that used to want bribes to clock you out on time. The guy in the office was such a greasy weasel that he just didn't give the impression of politically powerful. The big Inquisitor nearly choked as he did his best not to laugh, then shook his head. Yeah, this one is definitely one of us. Young Karl has a lot left to learn, but he's off to a good start. You should ask him about how he managed to cutesy his way out of an interrogation by having Thor come out and beg for head pats until nobody could take the session seriously. Wait, there's not much about that he's allowed to tell. I will tell Brother Doug privately after. But it's a funny story. The big man explained. Danny chuckled at the mention of Thor. He's a big suck. You should see him now. He's gotten huge in the last week with all the fighting that we've been doing against awakened and commander rank beasts. I always told you that it was the best way to gain power, and it looks like it works for the lightning Sero as well. The Inquisitor gave Karl a curious look, so he called Thor out, taking up half the room. Goddess, but he's gotten big. That's a full-grown lightning Sero, for certain, and perhaps bigger than average. Thor might be ready to challenge for the position of pack leader if he was still in the wild. The Inquisitor gasped, then gently rubbed the bone ridge that ran across the back of Thor's head, protecting his neck from attack. The Inquisitor absently rubbed Thor's head with one hand as he finished sorting through the packs. The Inquisitor turned to Doug. You should send Karl back to the Seminary Academy when you leave. We can exchange his share of the gold into the church bank account that all elites get set up automatically, and I'm sure that there are a few ascended clerics that would be eager to meet him before the next mission he goes on. We introduced him to mostly awakened rank students last time, but he's already outgrown that. Plus, you all likely need to be tested again, and that's done at the church. Doug nodded and looked at Karl to see if he had an issue with it. I will have to get permission from someone to go on another adventure, I'm certain, but I don't have a problem with that. Karl agreed easily. Brother Doug was a great healer, and his advanced cooking skills were a real lifesaver on this mission, but Karl couldn't count on having him available all the time, as he was graduated, with a real job and responsibilities. But if he could find a nature priestess or another green dragon cleric among the students, he would be in luck. It might not be written in any textbook, but finding the best cook was an important part of developing the perfect mission team. Even the beasts agreed, especially Thor, who now had a large pile of the special mount feed that Doug had been making for him daily. That was much better than the regular roughage that he could get anywhere in the wild, or from the academy cafeteria, and the spell that Doug used made so much of it that even Thor's mighty appetite didn't keep up with the supply. He didn't tell the cleric that, though. Instead, he hid the extra in his space so that he had more for later when he didn't have a Doug around to keep making it for him. As he thought about what the protocol might be for changing locations now that his official mission was over, Karl realized that Colonel Valerie was still here somewhere, and he had her number in his phone. He scrolled the handful of numbers in the phone's directory and sent her a simple text message. I have a request from the church to go to the Seminary Academy. Do I need to do any paperwork to let the school know where I am? His phone dinged a few seconds later with her reply. I will take care of it. Have them arrange for your transit back to the academy when you are finished, or update the mission log if they're sending you out again. That was simpler than he had expected it to be, but then a second message came in. Sergeant Rita will join you for your time at the Seminary Academy. Are you good to go now? Doug asked as Karl read the second message from Colonel Valerie. It looks like it. They're sending my personal tutor from the academy to join me during my time there, so I think they're expecting me to be gone for a while. Karl agreed. They're sending a tutor? Not a professor? Doug asked. Yeah, I usually train under the guidance of Sergeant Rita or a pair from the Bureau of Elite Development. All three are around somewhere most days, though the other duo sometimes have work to do. Karl explained. Doug nodded and smiled. It looks like we got to you too late. They've already found you a cute girlfriend who just needs to make the first move. The twins laughed and Karl chuckled. If it's about Sergeant Rita, she's got competition from the first years. Oh, do tell. Bob asked. Karl realized that they didn't know who he was talking about. I forgot for a moment that she wasn't on the same helicopter on the way in. There is another fast-growing student, a mage named Dana. She's already awakened rank, and has been on all the same missions I have. Only we got separated onto different teams this time. Bob smiled. Well, at least you had the good sense to go for someone close to your growth rate, instead of befriending the charity case. That always ends up messy when you get too far apart in power and end up on separate details with very different social status. Or worse, they stop giving them details, and the company you work for just hires them to be your shadow or bed warmer. More than one of the lowest performing elites was hired as an assistant for a much more powerful friend after they graduated. Karl recalled that Bob had graduated at Awakened and had only made Ascended afterwards, so in his case the experience was likely reversed, where his crush surpassed him, and he was the one left behind by social pressures. He didn't seem like the type to take a demeaning or low-paying job just to be close to someone. It was a difficult thought for Karl. Would he end up forced apart from his friends because of his progress? He had once heard the mine foreman say that it was lonely at the top regarding being an elite or a company boss, but Karl had always just assumed he thought like that because he was a douchebag and nobody liked him. Doug led them out of the building, and Karl saw a very familiar head of curly hair in the distance, pushing a cart of supplies around. He would know those curly locks anywhere, even if she wasn't wearing an academy uniform with the familiar black Awakened rank badge on the coat. Speak of the devil, that is Dana, the mage I went on the mission with. I'm not sure what she's doing in camp here, but we can go say hello if we have a minute. Karl explained, while waving in her direction. Dana spotted them and ran over with her cart to greet Karl with a big hug, which brought some stifled laughter from the mages and a whispered, "Aren't they adorable?" from Doug, that he probably wasn't meant to hear. Dana, it's good to see you again. When did you get to the base camp? Karl asked. 5 days after we were dropped off. My group was completely useless, and our guardian cleric brought us back to the nearest base, who transferred us here, and put the other 3 on work detail for avoiding their duties. The cleric's report was far from a glowing recommendation of their skills and work ethic, but he put in enough of a good word for me that I didn't get any sort of punishment. They just reassigned me to look for another team. I've been doing day trips with some groups to get the experience, but I haven't found a full-time group yet. It doesn't help that they upgraded the threat level here to Ascended, so there aren't many groups in the area I can even join, since most of them have commander rank leaders. She complained. Karl nodded in understanding. They transferred us here because of that upgrade. The rest of the team here are all Ascended. This is Bob, the lead warrior, brother Doug, of the Green Dragon, and the twin mages Danny and Donnie. Dana did her best to hide her envy at Karl, having gotten a good group right from the start. She had been bouncing between groups for a week without any real hope of getting on full-time. The groups were already at full strength. They were just taking on an extra for the day so that she could get the experience. Where are you off to now? Back into the field after you resupply? She asked, with a gesture to her cart. Nope, off to the seminary academy for a bit. They wanted to talk to us about a thing. Karl explained vaguely. All right, good luck. I've got to deliver these supplies, and then I'm off in the morning with another fresh team. They've just arrived back, but they're military, so maybe it will be better. She replied, then waved at everyone and made her way toward a group of trucks. Doug chuckled as she left. If she thought that things were going to get better with a military group, she was in for a surprise. But at least it would be somewhat stable, and they probably wouldn't ship her back to town after a single day, like these short mission sorts. Once Dana was gone and social time was over, Doug led them to a convoy of white buses with church logos on the side, which were just discharging their passengers. The young clerics were giving Karl a curious look, and he realized that he actually had met most of these people before. They were students of the seminary academy, being shipped out to supplement the groups here. He leaned over to whisper to Doug, should we really be headed back when things are so bad that they're sending bus loads of students out to the front lines? Doug smiled and patted him on the back. It's not like that. They will be assigned as the 2nd or 3rd healer for a 10-person military unit to gain work experience. This is a common thing for both academies once the students are in their 2nd years. The group stopped to wait for the buses to be ready to start loading again, and the students took that as permission to come say hello. Sort of. Brother Karl, is Thor here? One of the girls called from 3 buses away. That brought dozens of eager looks their way, and Karl called out the happy Sero to say hello to everyone. He's getting big. Good afternoon, Thor. The girl giggled as she ran over to rub his horns. Thor was quickly swarmed, and the mages gave Karl a questioning look. He just shrugged. Thor is a people person. He makes friends everywhere that we go. He was making even more friends here, behaving like an attention-starved puppy around impressionable young clerics. At this rate, we're going to have to give them a refresher in the interacting with wild animals course when they get home. Doug chuckled. Thor is thoroughly domesticated, but I wouldn't recommend doing that with a wild lightning Sero. Though who knows, maybe they would like it, and it's just that nobody has tried. Karl agreed. Oh, someone has tried. That's why we teach the course. Doug countered with a smirk that said he was familiar with the story behind why the course existed. It took an hour before the buses were cleaned, restocked, and refueled for the trip back to the seminary academy, which was set to take over 10 hours. Compared to flight, it was incredibly slow, but in terms of cost-effectiveness, Karl assumed that it was much better. He didn't know much about what it cost to run a helicopter, but it seemed like it would be a lot. Karl and the team were the only ones on the bus who weren't part of the church, and the returning clerics seemed curious about why they were along on the mission. But 2 inquisitors had come to sit in front of them, and nobody was brave enough to speak around them, in case the team was in some sort of trouble. Both of the inquisitors looked totally wiped, probably from dealing with slackers for the last couple of weeks, and Karl nudged Doug, then handed him a bit of the moss for tea. How about you make everyone a nice, refreshing cup of tea? I think that they've earned it, he suggested. Doug looked startled when he saw the moss. Where did you get this? It looks freshly picked. Karl shook his head. It's from a previous mission, but I have ways to store resources that don't let them spoil. I know it's usually dried better, but it should be all right. We made a pot the first day we got it, and it was fine. Doug nodded and got out his teapot, with a heating element. A few minutes later, a warm and earthy aroma filled the bus, and Doug poured a thermos full of tea, which he passed forward up the bus. Each person it passed poured a small cup, and when the thermos made it back to Doug, it still had a little in the bottom. He topped off his cup and started to brew another pot with the same moss. It's good for at least 2 batches, though the first is the most beneficial. I know that not many of our clerics are physical sorts, but it can still be useful to them, he explained as the second pot steeped. One of the inquisitors turned back to talk to them. That's pretty good. Most of the time the moss is stale from storage, and the flavor is off. It makes better tea when it is freshly dried, but this isn't too bad. Thanks. I think I will put some cinnamon and nutmeg in the next batch to liven up the flavor a bit. Doug replied, as he added the spices to the pot. I heard that we get to do a bunch of commander rank tests this week. Who thinks they have it? Surely not Karl. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he went for ascended already. The inquisitor asked. Doug gestured around. I think that all the rest of us are close enough to give the test a go. The Bureau is sending an attendant for Karl, so I'm not certain if we will get to test him at all, or if they'll make him wait to do it in private. The Inquisitor laughed softly. It made no difference to him. The Inquisition had immediate access to all the records either way. It was just a matter of who else knew how fast the most talented student of the year was advancing. The Academy might want to hold off until the end of the semester or until next semester's midterm for the official test, to make it look like the rate was slower than it really was. The elite rankings were public information once they were published, so eventually everyone would know. But changing the date of the official recording could give those watching a false impression of how things were going. All the elite agencies had at least a few agents who were waiting on official tests, but had advanced months or even a year earlier. But for most elites, it was a point of pride to show off their advancements, especially to commander rank. For the clerics, it was an especially large jump, as the commander rank marked the high priests and priestesses. If Doug could make that, he would get much better assignments at work and would probably get a few assistants assigned to him to do the annoying parts. For the others, it was mostly semantics, as they already had the power, but it would help them get promotions and better-paying jobs. Not that they particularly needed the money, but you could never go wrong with a little better quality of life. The bus rolled through the wilderness, and Karl noticed a group of ogres in the distance. Are there groups in this zone? He asked. The Inquisitor shook his head. No, this zone is already cleared, and there hasn't been anything spawning here. There are ogres over there. They don't look fully grown, so likely low ascended or high awakened. Karl informed him, with a gesture toward the tiny figures in the distance. The Inquisitor took out binoculars to see if he could tell what Karl was talking about. Sure enough, there were ogres, and they were headed away from the patrolled zones. The Inquisitor sent a quick text message and sighed. Thanks. They will take care of it. If you see any other monsters in the area, please let us know. Sometimes there are a few that slip through the cracks during an operation like this, and they don't always get picked up again until they're near civilization. The buses were moving too fast on the oiled gravel road to send Hawk out to scout, but he could sit on the roof and keep watch and relay anything he saw to Karl. The wind in his feathers made Hawk happy, and even though he didn't see much of note, he at least got to be outside while the other two slept. The convoy trundled down the roads all day, and as it started to get dark, Hawk returned to his space to sleep. Ray considered taking up his spot on the roof, but she was fairly sure that the other drivers would panic if she just appeared on top of the bus unexpectedly. It was after midnight when they made it to the seminary academy, and Karl knew that it was going to be a rough night, but Doug led them to the same wing that he had been staying in last time. It wasn't the same room, but at least he would know his way around. I will see you all at breakfast. I hope you got enough sleep on the bus because it's going to be an early morning. The cleric joked. Bob nodded. We know the routine. I will see you in the morning. The routine of the seminary academy didn't change for anyone, no matter how late they got back to the academy. And when the sun came up, there was a knock at Karl's door, waking him up for breakfast, and he could hear the Mackenzie siblings getting ready across the hall. They were much more enthusiastic than usual, as they were looking forward to taking the commander rank test. That was enough to get them motivated even at the break of dawn. The only other one that Karl knew who was that enthusiastic in the morning was Thor, and that was because he knew that there were countless people here to visit. The showers in the seminary academy never seemed to run out of hot water, a fact that Karl was immensely thankful for as he scrubbed away the grime of an extended field mission with the coarse pumice soap that they provided. The gentle and inoffensive smell made him feel properly clean again and reminded Thor of the waters in his pond, whose bottom was lined with holy stones. It was a good feeling, and they even had fresh clothes ready for him, as Karl hadn't had time to do laundry. It was what they referred to as a visitor's robe, a simple white robe without any of the markings of the church, and a rope tie around the waist. The hassock reminded Karl a bit of wandering around in his housecoat, which was a bit strange, but it was comfortable. The rest of the team came out wearing the same outfit, except for Doug, who obviously had his own room and clothing here. The Green Dragon cleric smiled at their plain white hassocks and gestured toward the dining hall. Let's take our seats and see where we ended up. Most of the time they will put the visitors together if they're in a group, but they might split us up today, since 3 of you are here for the commander rank tests, and the commanders will want to meet with their potential peers. Doug's guess was right, and all of them, except the twins, were seated at separate tables, with Doug getting a spot of honor, right up at the front with the high priests. Karl found his table in the back corner, seated between Alice and Sergeant Rita, with the rest of the table filled with priestesses. What are you smiling about today? Rita asked as Karl took his seat. It's the same setup as the first meal I had here. Just myself in the corner at a table full of lovely young ladies. He replied with a wink. That made Alice laugh and most of the priestesses blush. He's been taking lessons in charm from Thor, I'm certain of it. The bureau agent laughed as Rita gave Karl a concerned look. The room fell silent as the matron walked in, and the students began to deliver the trays. Everything in their room was delivered smoothly, but Karl heard the crash as someone tripped in the other room, and the apologies as they ran off to get cleaning supplies and another tray. Rita and Alice seemed confused as to what they were waiting for, though they understood the rules. The priestesses just seemed to accept it as part of life here. If she wanted to wait, she waited. Karl heard the last tray being delivered and looked up to the front to see the academy's matron smiling back at him. It was obvious that she knew he could hear the commotion in the other room as well, but she didn't say anything and just silently began her meal once the last tray was delivered. The priestess across from Karl smirked as he moved to pick up his fork just as the matron took her first bite. You really do know what the timing is. I heard from some of the younger students that you told them how to pass the homework assignment, but I didn't believe it. She whispered. Karl smiled back and whispered. They were telling the truth. Ask them about it later, and I'm sure they can explain how the system works. Then he gave a meaningful look toward the front of the room, to remind them that she could hear every conversation in the dining hall. Is it true that you managed to kill a commander rank hill giant? One of the others asked quietly. With my group, yes. We got more than one, and quite a few ascended rank giants and ogres as well. It was a very productive trip. Karl agreed. Wow, Then the others on your team really might all make commander rank this time? She replied. Karl nodded. I am not the best at telling relative power, but in combat, I can say that they should all meet the standard. They finished breakfast, and Karl followed Rita and the clerics from his table out of the room and into a classroom. We have a few things to go over. The Bureau wants you to stay out and gather experience, but your previous team looks like they're going to be promoted, so they will be getting a new member as you're still officially awakened. So, we have chosen a selection of potential team members to go with you back into the field. Did you have any particular requirements? Or can we get started with the introductions? Rita asked. I think that if you vetted them, then they've likely got all the qualifications that we need. I will admit that being with a green dragon priest who can make all sorts of food did spoil us a little bit, but that's hardly a requirement for a mission. Karl joked. The clerics laughed at that. It was definitely a game changer when you had a nature god's priest or priestess with you on an extended mission. All right, that is an option. There are trade-offs, as nature priests aren't as good at healing as some of the others, and they don't have the group buff abilities of the war clerics. Some, like the wisdom and education gods, rarely go on missions, so there aren't any in the room with us, but you should be able to find someone you can work with. Rita explained. What is the rest of the group? What sort of other elites do we have with us? Normally, it's one cleric to a group, so the composition matters a lot. Bob, the warrior from the group I was in, specialized in frontline tanking, holding the enemies back while the mages cast their spells. If we don't have that, we will have to adjust expectations. If it's going to be random, then the most versatile of options would be best. Karl suggested, not wanting to single anyone out or cause any hard feelings within the group. They were all likely great options for a mission team, and he wouldn't want to mess up any future encounters. Then we will start with introductions from left to right. We have Jenny, a healing specialist from the God of Life. Tessa, a war cleric of the Red Dragon. Kira, a battle cleric from the Church Guard. Andrea, a holy cleric specialized in group enhancement spells. And finally Lotus, a priestess of the God of Nature. The responses of each cleric were different, but somehow in line with their deity. Jenny gave a polite nod. Tessa went with a smirk that said she was looking forward to seeing combat again. Kira nodded in recognition with her hand on the mace at her side, while Andrea gave Rita and Alice curious looks, as if wondering if they were also group members. Lotus was the outlier, and the tiny cleric poked Karl in the side with a pleading look. Can we see Thor again? She asked. Rita laughed, but motioned for Karl not to do anything. Thor has gotten larger. There isn't enough room for him in here. We can let you two visit later. She reprimanded the cleric, who stuck her tongue out at the warrior in return. Karl turned to Rita. You still didn't answer the question about whom the other group members are. Rita shrugged. That's because we don't know. What they're asking of us right now is to pair you with a cleric and a mage, and we've got our mage right here. Alice will be your group leader for the rest of this assignment, but who the other two members are hasn't been decided. For all I know, they might send me with you if they decide that you're going to officially test for ascended rank right away. Hawk laughed in Karl's mind. He had said on the very first day at the academy that it wouldn't be long until they surpassed the evil woman who worked him without snacks, and now it was coming true. Alice smirked as Karl realized that she would be his team leader for the mission, as she was a commander rank mage, and he was picking from ascended rank clerics. All right, I am at least vaguely familiar with Alice's abilities. She is good with barriers, but specializes more in attack. We're already well-rounded in attack and defense, with a versatile mage as the leader. Thor also specializes in defense, while Ray is full offense, and Hawk is our scout. His presence made it possible to clear an entire zone by lunch, because we didn't have to hunt for the monsters' hiding spots. Karl explained to the clerics. So, mostly you need someone to keep you alive and fed, while making sure that the monsters die in a prompt and efficient manner? Tessa, the war god's cleric, asked. Alice nodded. That is a pretty good way of putting it. We can obviously feed ourselves, and there are ration packs, but nobody says no to a bit more variety in their diet. The clerics all nodded, and then they looked at each other. Lotus smirked at Karl. There really isn't a bad option here, so if you're hoping that someone will eliminate themselves, you're out of luck. That was precisely what he had been hoping, but it seemed obvious now that it wasn't going to happen. Well then, I guess we just need to work on a solid core for the group, no matter who we get for the last pair. Since that's the case, who here is good with both healing and group buffs? We have barriers taken care of thanks to Alice, but combat enhancements are important. Karl asked. All 5 of them raised their hands, and Karl gave Rita a questioning look. They all have specialties, but I picked 5 that had the best qualifications. She replied. So, this will not be easy. All right, I'm going to have to find some other criteria, or I will have Alice draw names to see who goes. Karl sighed. Lotus cheered. Drawing names is the best way. She agreed. Jenny rolled her eyes. That's only because you have insanely good luck when it comes to trivial things. I'm not sure that it will extend to getting a party member, but if we were drawing straws for first shower, Lotus would win every single time. Luck might not be a quantifiable factor, but it was an incredibly valuable one. While they were considering their next move, one of the high priests came in and silently handed a note to Rita. Karl didn't think much of it, as they were at the seminary academy, but the look on her face said that it was something important. The extra group members have been decided. I will be accompanying you, and they request that we pick 2 clerics to make up the 5-person group. Rita informed them, reading from the note she had been given. Alice looked a bit startled to hear that, and moved the selection forward. Either they're short on elites, or we're going to be doing something unexpectedly annoying. I guess that means we're definitely going to need someone good with combat buffs, and ones who don't mind fighting. Are there any of you who don't get along well? They all shook their heads. There were no deep-seated rivalries between them. In that case, I will pick the ones who like to fight the most. She finished. That would be Tessa and Lotus. Jenny laughed. Not Kira. Alice questioned, as Kira was a cleric of the church guard. Tessa shook her head. She might not look like it, but the tiny one is scrappy. My theory is that she's part honey badger, and as she got more attuned to her goddess, it made her want to pick fights with everyone. Lotus definitely didn't look the part of a fighter. She was even shorter than Dana, despite being graduated from the academy. On the other hand, Tessa looked more like a warrior dressed in a nun's habit than an actual priestess. Even from here, Karl could see the muscles on her arms and the scattering of red scales. Plus, she nearly stood eye to eye with his 180 centimeters height, making her exceptionally tall for a priestess. Now, the real question. Can one of you use advanced food creation? Karl joked, giving the clerics a wink so they would know he wasn't serious. Tessa laughed. Funny story that. We both can. Alice extended her hand to Jenny, who was closest. Thank you all for giving us your time, and know that you are still on the short list for any future missions that we take. We have to head out again as soon as the testing is completed, so we won't keep you from your daily tasks any longer. Tessa and Lotus, if you would like to go pack your mission bags, we will meet you at the testing cathedral in an hour. The rejected candidates waved as they left, while Tessa and Lotus gave each other a high five as they went to pack their bags. Well, this could be an interesting mission. Who would have thought that we would be assigned 2 clerics? Karl muttered as they left the room. Alice nodded. It's unexpected for certain, but the colonel believes that you're up to the task. That said a lot about how they ended up with such a strange group, and in such a hurry. Karl assumed the normal state of things would be for him and his chosen cleric to go back to one of the base camps and get assigned someone from the reinforcements to go with. So, are we really going to do the test for Ascended before we go? Karl asked, instead of voicing his thoughts about what was happening with the colonel's favoritism. We are. I am a commander rank mage, so normally my group would be all Ascended or higher. If we're going to keep the military and the government dispatchers happy, you have to make it to Ascended as soon as possible. We can write off a few weeks or a month as training, but after that, they will start wondering what is so special that you are out fighting when others are stuck in class. She replied, So, I will be out for some time? Karl asked carefully. Look at Thor and Ray. That sort of growth would never happen in the academy. So, as long as it keeps up, we will keep finding you opportunities to keep them growing. I must say some of it is personal curiosity on the part of Rita and myself, to see how fast you really can grow, but most of it is the practicality of it. The colonel thinks you might be the next powerhouse, and that means doing all we can to make it come true. Alice agreed. But don't worry, we will get you back to your little mage girl before you know it. Rita laughed. Sergeant Rita cleared her throat to get Karl's attention. The test will be administered by a group of high clerics, using a combination of divine magic and technology, to determine if your combat power and maximum energy output meet the standards of an Ascended elite. Your class is a bit of an anomaly, so I am not certain whether they will count your beast's maximum as your own, but it is almost certain that they won't allow you to combine the outputs to get a more impressive number. The look on your face says you never even considered it, but it has come up in the past with druids and rangers who had summons. They count the summon as a separate effect, and while they do allow you to have it active if you gain a buff from it, their attack power is not added to your own. For that reason, the total effective combat ability of mages who can use golems or elementals, as well as classes with various types of summons, can be much higher than a single warrior. She stepped toward the door, and Karl turned to follow, eager to get through the test and find out what the plan was to find another way for the beasts to advance. He had an idea of his own, a simple one, but effective so far. The lizard men and ogres tended to carry magical gems on them, which could be used in potions to enhance warriors. Those should be effective on the beasts as well, and he even had some coming from his share of the loot from this mission. Most of it was in coins, but they had a rather large pile of magical gems in Doug's bag as well. Will we have time to drop in on the commander rank tests? The team I was with before are all testing for advancement today, and I think they would appreciate the extra bit of moral support. Karl asked. Possibly. Not all of them, as they're running at the same time as your test, but the last few we should be able to go see unless they are faster than expected or close the temple. Alice agreed. She led them to a small temple off to the side of the compound, past the stables, where a small group of older clerics had gathered. An ancient-looking man with golden eyes that were slotted like a goat's turned to look at Karl with a curious expression. This must be elite, Karl. You have a lot of the world dragon's luck about you. Are you confident in your ability to pass the ascended rank trial? He asked, speaking slowly, as if each word was an effort. Yes, High Priest. I am confident that I can pass the trial. Karl replied politely. A younger priest stepped forward. Then we will use the divine trial to test whether you are ascended or not. When you come back out, your mark will be glowing golden if you passed, black if you failed. Alice and Rita both looked shocked at his words, but Karl wasn't sure why. The cleric had just said it was a trial to confirm his status. Obviously, the church would have their own way, and not the power meter thing that the Golden Divine Academy used along with the teacher's judgment. The divine trial has been activated? Alice asked. Is it such a shock? It is active for 24 hours when it is used, and we have a high priest testing later today. The old man slowly answered. Forgive my impertinence, High Priest. I was just shocked that it was active. I didn't know that you were elevating a high priest today. Alice replied. That must mean that they were confident that Doug would pass the trials and become an official commander rank Green Dragon Cleric, which would grant him the role of high priest by default. There was still some internal ranking among the high priests, but Karl had no idea how it worked, and he didn't really care, as it was unlikely to ever affect his daily life. The protocol for dealing with them was all the same for those outside the church, and he already remembered the rules of courtesy. Danny and Donnie came over while they were talking, with Bob not far behind them, having an animated conversation with one of the guards. From the hand gestures, it seemed that they were deeply engrossed in the finer points of swordplay, so Karl just waved to them and waited for instructions. The seminary academy matron herself stepped out of the building in front of them with a gentle smile on her face. We will be doing the trials today in order of age, as the gods have demanded. Therefore, the first to enter will be the Beast Master, Karl, followed by Donnie, then Danny, Brother Doug, and finally Robert. You can enter any time that you want after the previous applicant has entered. The trial will separate you, and none will be able to see what happens inside except the trial taker. The results are impossible to fake, even for me, so do your best. The gods can be unforgiving with their standards in a way that a standard test is not. She declared. Karl believed that. The trial instance he was in had very different standards for those taking the tests than anything that Karl was familiar with. So, if the clerics set a certain standard for your test, he knew that the trial wouldn't allow you to fake your way through or cheat in any way. She gestured toward the door, not allowing him any time to doubt his resolve, and Karl stepped through the large bronze doors into the chapel building. Inside it was very unobtrusive, with a simple stone interior, wooden benches, and a collection of magical items along the walls. It felt like the room was judging him, and Karl realized that the door behind him no longer existed. He must be inside the trial, but he wasn't certain what he should be doing. There was an altar at the front of the room, and it had some sort of devices sitting on it. That must be the first test it wanted him to take. Karl walked up and saw that it even had written instructions, though the script was archaic and he couldn't read it. But whoever had made this had prepared for that, and there were pictorial instructions as well. Karl walked up and saw that it even had written instructions, though the script was archaic and he couldn't read it. But place both hands on the device and make it glow. Karl put his hands on the round plate and wondered if he should do something, but then it felt like the energy was being drained from his body, and he quickly brought up refreshing lightning. It was still drawing heavily from him, as if he was using some extreme skill, but the lightning eased the burden a little. Then the standard increased, and Karl's knees nearly buckled. But he held on until the draw increased again, and then abruptly stopped when Karl couldn't provide the power that it demanded. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not, but the altar vanished, and Karl found himself in an empty field. A golden golem appeared in front of him, and a voice whispered in his mind, "Hit it as hard as you can." Again, simple. Karl checked to make certain his bracelet that increased skill damage. The reward he received the last time that he was here at the Seminary Academy was firmly attached to his wrist, and then coated his sword with both shred and refreshing lightning, before lunging forward and landing 5 rapid strikes on the golem, letting offensive adaptation do its thing. Each time he hit it, a bit more of the golem turned from gold to red, until after the 4th strike it stopped advancing. Again, Karl had no idea of how the measuring system worked, but the scene changed again, and he was sitting at a desk with a written test in front of him. He didn't expect a written component. He couldn't even read the language of the holy relics. But the test turned out to be just one question, and it was in the Golden Dragon Nation's common language. Which deity do you owe your allegiance to? That was a tough question. There was a whole pantheon. He wasn't a cleric with an affiliation, so although the World Dragon was considered the primary god of the Golden Dragon Nation, he wasn't certain how to answer. Wouldn't a layman like him picking just one be an uninformed answer and an insult to all the other gods that he didn't pick? The page went blank for a moment, and then new words appeared. Answer accepted. Karl stared at the words on the sheet. He didn't recall coming up with an actual answer, but he supposed that was an answer on its own. This test was the most confusing trial he had been through so far, and he had no idea how he was even doing. He didn't even know what the standard was that he was aiming for. Then the desk vanished, and he found himself at another temple with steps up the side, identical to the one in the last trial instance. Except this time, every side but one was shrouded in dark mist. Karl walked over to the stairs and found himself looking at the sign in annoyance. It was again in a language that he couldn't read, but the picture had a person stepping up the stairs and an arrow. That would be clear enough for anyone to understand what it wanted. So he stepped onto the stairs, and a soft sound like a tamborine's cymbals jingled. He stepped again, and it was a bit louder and longer. There was no appreciable resistance as he walked, so he just kept going, listening to the song that the cymbals were playing until they were joined by a drum beat. At first, it only beat with every stair, but it was slowly gaining a beat as he moved up the stairs. Then a flute joined the music, and a heavy weight seemed to descend on his shoulders, making every step a challenge. The refreshing lightning barrier seemed to help, and the mana flowing through his body helped keep him focused as he realized that he knew this song. It wasn't some divine hymn or some ancient ballad. It was a rhythmic working song that the miners sang, that Karl knew by the name, "Give the Working Man a Chance." It was about hard work getting you nowhere, and that the only way to true power was to take it by force. The song was officially banned in the mines, but not because it was a revolutionary theme song. The lyrics he knew advocated murdering the boss and taking over his job when you knew you could do a better job. Karl sang along as he trudged up the steps, and that strange sense of amusement that he had felt on the steps after the trial appeared again. One of the gods must know this song, or his version of the lyrics were so very wrong that they were laughing at him, missing the point. 6 steps later, a familiar ache, like the end of a full shift swinging a pickaxe, had settled into his bones and muscles, but still Karl pushed forward until he found that he couldn't take another step. As it had been on the Fate steps, it was simply impossible to move forward. No matter where you put your foot, you somehow ended up on the same step. This was a trial, so there should be some way forward, he assumed. Karl poured extra energy into the refreshing lightning barrier and slid his foot up the step. That got it onto the next stair, but when he put weight on it, he found it back on the same step as his other foot. So, he added more power with shred and rend both activated. Now he was on the step, and the other foot came up behind it. After a half-second that felt like hours, both feet were on the next step, and a flow of power was entering his body, refreshing his aching muscles. Then he was flying through the air, away from the temple. It was ironically familiar after his attempt to jump straight up on the stairs in the last trial instance. But he landed on his feet with a solid impact that left a 10-meter-long furrow and made the refreshing lightning barrier flicker. The scene faded, and he found himself in the first room again. But this time he was facing the open bronze door, where he could see the academy matron and Alice waiting for him. The others were out of his line of sight, but the matron was smiling at him. There is no need to discuss the trials you faced. They are different for everyone, and it won't help them to know what you faced. Congratulations, Ascended Elite Karl. You have passed the test, she announced. The claw marks on his arm were glowing bright gold, and Karl let out a sigh of relief. That was a short test. Most of them take over an hour, but you're out again in under 30 minutes. Rita noted as Karl stepped out of the temple. Half an hour? It didn't feel quite that short. Though that last trial messes with your sense of time, so I suppose that could be right. Karl replied. Rita waved off his efforts to explain. You can keep the content of your trial a secret. They often contain some sort of spiritual or personal revelation that will help you in the future. She explained. A revelation that would help him in the future? Unless there were less violent lyrics for that song which had been playing, the trial probably hadn't given him any sort of deep moral lesson. Karl found himself whistling the song that had been playing in the trial, and one of the high priests gave him a strange look. Do you know that hymn? Karl gave him an equally confused look. Him? As far as I know, it's a worker's song, with a rhythm to swing a pickaxe to. It was playing in the trial, and it got stuck in my head. The old man nodded. I heard it once about 50 years ago, in my own trial for high priest. I couldn't find anything about it, though. Even when I spent half a year looking through hymn books, old musical sheets, and composition records. Karl laughed. This one won't be in any written record. If you have some time, go ask the miners to sing it for you. But don't ask in front of the foreman or the boss because the song is banned. The old man smirked. Why should I wait? You know it, and we've got a few minutes before the others finish. I assume that you're intending to wait to see how Brother Doug and your friends do. Karl nodded. Sure, just give me a moment. I need some sort of instrument to keep rhythm if I'm going to sing. Rita smiled and took out a pair of spoons. I know the song as well. I will keep time, you sing. I bet that the miners' version of the lyrics are more fun than the ones I know. The old cleric looked intrigued, and he had already pulled out a notepad and pencil to write down the lyrics and possibly write the musical sheets for the song. She took up the rhythm with the clacking of the spoons in place of the tambourine, and Karl started to sing the lyrics, while the clerics all looked vaguely scandalized, except the Red Dragon High Priestess, who began to sing along after a few verses. She knew the same lyrics that Karl did, and the old cleric looked annoyed that he had looked for so long, and the answer was right in front of him, but so different from what he had expected that he wasn't asking the right questions. When they got to the end of the song, with the line, "Throw him down the shaft and give the working man a chance," the Red Dragon cleric laughed, and the other high priests and priestesses clapped in appreciation. Rita shook her head and wrote out an alternate version for the cleric. These are the words that I know. I grew up right by the border, so it might be regionally different, but the rhythm is the same. It's not a song you will hear much in public, just when the lowest class are working hard and not particularly happy with their employer. Amazing. Thank you all for your assistance. Now, I must plan a journey to find the original version that all of these derived from. He insisted, then wandered away to do exactly that. The group patiently waited for the others to come out, mostly with a quiet professionalism. But every few minutes the Red Dragon High Priestess would begin to whistle a song, and someone would laugh, annoying the other clerics who were trying to focus on something while they waited. The first to appear was Doug, whose plain green robe was now layered with black and gold underneath, and his class marking was glowing bright gold. Welcome back, High Priest Douglas Cormac Mackenzie. The matron greeted him. Doug winced. Really? You had to full name me. The old woman smiled. Of course. You're a dignified high priest now. Everyone gets to full name you. How else will they remain reverent of your power when you're happier playing in the garden and getting the guards high on their days off? Doug whistled and looked away, pretending to be innocent, but not fooling anyone. Well, it is good to be a high priest anyhow. I believe my goddess is happy with my work. Doug replied with a reverent tone when he spoke of the dragon god of nature. The other clerics chuckled at his pronouncement, long since used to the carefree ways of the nature priests. Little things like rules and regulations never bothered them much, unless they interfered with the natural order of things. They couldn't even be counted on to prevent violence among the students because, in their words, sometimes people deserve a punch in the face. But on the other hand, you could count on them to deal with the matter fairly after it happened. The next out was Bob, whose warrior mark was glowing a faint gold, barely illuminating the mark. It seems that it was a close thing, but you two have passed the trials. Congratulations on your success, Commander Robert Mackenzie. The matron greeted him. Thank you, matron. It got very touch and go there for a bit, but I am glad that I managed to satisfy the gods that I was worthy of the rank, he replied. Then he turned to Karl and gestured to where he had left his backpack. I have the loot split. If you don't mind, the mages were quite interested in the crystals for crafting, but they have offered a ring of giant strength and a magic sword in exchange. The values are equal, according to the church auditor. Bob informed him. Karl nodded. That works well enough for me. If they know someone who can make good use of them, then they are welcome to the gems. Has the cash been deposited into the account? I don't know how to check my card balance away from the academy. Bob nodded. You can check it at the supply counter here at the Seminary Academy or at any money machine in the towns. But yes, the money should be deposited already. It's a rather substantial amount, so try not to act shocked when you see it. Alice gave Karl a curious look, and he shrugged. We brought back 2 backpacks half loaded with coins from the giants and ogres. Even split 5 ways, it should be a fairly substantial amount, as Bob called it. Bob handed over the ring and the sword, which Karl recognized as the dagger that they had gotten from one of the giants, which Bob had been using himself as an improvement on the other sword he owned. Karl slipped the ring on his finger and strapped the blade to his pack until he could get a scabbard made for it. It wouldn't fit into the one for the sword he already owned, and he didn't have another way to carry it, like the metal loop that Bob used as a sword hanger. The supply room should have something for him, though. They had all sorts of gear made by the church, and it was usually reasonably priced, from what he had heard. Even many of the items at the Golden Divine Academy were made here. The influx of power from the ring of giant strength was impressive, and Karl wondered if he could do like Thor and flip an armored car from a standstill. His own strength was improving, but with the odd tests of the trial instance, he couldn't say how well it compared to warriors at the same entry to ascended rank level. The twins came out at the same time, as perfectly as if they had planned it, and both showing off the golden wand marks on their hands. Congratulations, commanders, you have both done a wonderful job today. We will be updating your registration in just a few minutes. Would you like some family alone time before you are pulled away by those eager to celebrate your advancement? The matron asked. A few minutes at least would be appreciated. Doug replied with a smile, right before he pulled his sisters into a group hug. Karl nodded to Bob, who gave him a happy soldier's salute, then went to join the others. All right, I think we're finished. Do you two need anything? Or should I just go grab the last items I need before we head out? Karl asked. Grab what you need and meet us back at the front gates in 15 minutes. That's when the clerics will be arriving. Alice agreed. Karl ran off to the supply counter and handed his card to the clerk, who did a double take as he noticed it wasn't a Seminary Academy card, but hadn't noticed that Karl wasn't one of them while he was wearing the generic hassock. Can I get a scabbard to fit this blade and 2 sets of black training mission fatigues if you have them? He asked. The man punched in the request without a word, then tapped Karl's card against the reader and nodded. We've got them. Just allow me a minute to grab a few scabbards and see what fits best. That looks like it was taken from a monster, so it's probably not a standard size. True to his word, he returned in just over a minute, with an armload of clothes and scabbards, then proceeded to test the fit of the sword until he found one that he was satisfied with. Is it hanging on that belt? He asked dubiously, looking at the rope tie of Karl's hassock. No, I have a sword belt, Academy standard issue, but everything was in the laundry this morning. Karl explained. He hoped it would all be clean and ready, but last time he was here, he hadn't returned to his room for quite a while. But the supply chief was prepared for that, and he pulled out a plain black leather sword belt, intended to be wrapped twice around the waist to adjust the hanging height of your blade. No charge. It can replace the standard belts that come with the fatigue sets. Do you need new boots? He asked. Karl shook his head. The plain black ones he had on were already broken in and comfortable, and after a short cleaning, they were good as new. Thanks, I've got to run up and get packed. We're supposed to leave in 15 minutes. Karl informed the supply chief, who smiled and waved for him to get running. When Karl got back to his room, his school mission uniforms were all freshly laundered and waiting for him, along with a set of fresh bronze badges. That had to be from either Alice or Rita, as they were Golden Divine Academy badges, not something that you would expect to see at the Seminary Academy, but Karl appreciated the gesture. If they were here now, then they had been dropped off before his trial was complete, anticipating him succeeding. With well-practiced motions, Karl tucked everything back in his pack the way that he liked the balance best, and then headed back downstairs to inquire about the fact that all the consumables from his last mission were already depleted, and he didn't have an opportunity to restock them. The clerics were just getting down to the courtyard when he arrived, and there were stacks of supplies being loaded into the white bus convoy, in preparation to head back out again. This time it will just be us and the convoy guards with the supplies. The other missions only last for a week before they return to the academy, so the bus team will wait for them there after we deliver the supplies. Sergeant Rita explained. All right, I will need to restock as well. I returned here with nothing but loot in my pack. Karl replied with a laugh. Lotus giggled and wiggled her fingers in the universal children's symbol for casting a magic spell. Don't worry about it. We've got all those sorts of supplies taken care of. Tessa can also use her magic to repair metal, so if you've got damaged gear, we can take care of that as well once we're in the field. The tiny cleric explained. It sounds like we're ready for almost anything then. All right, I will let Thor out for a few minutes because he might not forgive me if he doesn't get to play with the clerics for a bit, and then we can go. Those were magic words for Lotus, and Karl wasn't sure who was more excited to meet the other for the first time, her or Thor. There was a lot of happy squealing and rough affection from both sides, to the point that the other clerics were hesitant to join in until the two had calmed down a little bit. Tessa smiled at Karl. See what I mean? She's a bit too in tune with her animalistic side. But she's a good cleric, and you can always count on her to have your back. Karl smiled at the war priestess. That's the only part that really matters, isn't it? If you can't count on them to have your back, it doesn't matter what else they can do or how their personality is. Once the buses were loaded, they picked one and loaded themselves in the front, among the limited space that wasn't taken up with stacked supplies. The bus seats didn't fold, but they had done the best that they could to load them with supplies, and the bus was packed from the third row back. That didn't leave much space for the 5-member team and their gear, but fortunately none of them was huge and burly. At least not to the point that they didn't fit in one of the narrow bus seats. Karl took the seat closest to the door, while Hawk took a seat on the roof rack, which was also loaded with boxes of supplies for their journey. There were no off-road or particularly bad stretches between them and the base camp, so they had loaded as much as humanly possible into the vehicles for the trip. That hid Hawk from sight from behind, and while it limited his view a little, he could see enough that he wasn't afraid of missing any threats to the convoy. The only real danger that they would face would be road conditions, as by the time that Hawk relayed them, it would probably be too late to do anything about them. The morning was passing smoothly, with the miles flowing by outside the bus without incident, until Hawk spotted the same situation as on the way back to the Seminary Academy. There was a small group of monsters who had escaped from the containment area, and they were headed toward the road. They might make it to the road before the bus group gets there. Hawk warned Karl. Incoming monsters ahead. They've left the containment area, and they're headed for the road ahead of us. Karl warned the driver. The driver relayed the message, and the convoy began to slow as the lead driver spotted the same monsters that Hawk had seen 30 seconds earlier. They were right on the road now, according to Hawk, but they were no real threat, as they were all awakened rank. Take care of them quickly, and then someone will drag them out of the road so we can keep going. Karl instructed. That was a pleasure for Hawk. He flew up off his perch and forward to the front of the convoy to get in range, then hit them with a barrage of fireballs. The flames seemed to melt into their bodies, remaining coherent like chunks of magma, and the ogres dropped dead, falling all along the road and in the ditches. Your fireballs are becoming quite impressive. Karl congratulated him. Fire is wonderful. I should have had fire from the start. Hawk agreed. That was a new attitude from Hawk. Karl was actually surprised that he didn't use rend, but with Fireball being as good as it was now, clearly an ascended rank advanced attack ability, it made sense for him to switch. That hawk has some serious attack power. The driver commented as he listened to the lead guard group going out to clean up the dead ogres and scavenge any loot that they could get. Hawk didn't sense anything worth keeping, but they might have some money on them, which the church would use to pay for the supplies and bus fuel. They had the road cleared in under a minute, and the convoy was back in motion, with Hawk now sitting on the top of the lead bus, so he could get that extra few hundred meters worth of warning if there was anything headed toward the road. Burning holes and ogres was surprisingly satisfying, and with Karl meditating all the time lately, his space was starting to gain enough power that he could feel a bit of leeway to keep growing his skills. Keeping up with the demands of the 3 growing beasts was more than Karl could easily manage, but now that Hawk had found some advancement room, he was making the best of it to improve his fire abilities. Karl could tell that Ray was working on something as well, but he couldn't tell quite what it was that she was trying to comprehend. He still had Skill Master, active to help their learning, but without anyone to watch, their growth would be limited. She was dedicated to it though, and she seemed to have a good grasp on what she was doing. There was just one last step left that she wasn't understanding in order to make the spell work. Once they were in combat again, she might grasp it, as long as it was something that the group here was using as well. With the combat enhancement of a War Goddess Cleric, the pets might even manage to learn some new combat enhancement spells and abilities. Sure, it was Divine Dragon Magic, but there was still a chance. The class marking were Divine Magic from the World Dragon, after all. There were a few more monsters near the road just before they got to the base camp, and Hawk was getting excited about getting to burn them again, but the team on patrol in the field got to them first and had the road cleared before they arrived. It was their job, but Hawk was still disappointed that he didn't get to show off his new skill. The convoy rolled into the camp, stopping at the edge of the parking lot so that the work teams had more room to unload, since the interiors, roof racks, and belly boxes were all loaded with cargo. The guards exited the cabs to give the work teams room to do their jobs, and Alice led the group toward the base camp office. I hear you made the public safety officer cry last time that you were here, so try to be nice to him this time. We will inform his office that we have arrived, and then we will be sent out with a weaker group as their escort. The military does things through the weight of numbers, not with raw individual power, so don't expect an all-star team like you had last time. Alice warned Karl as they walked away from the bus. I've already got an all-star team with me. I don't know what you mean. But I understand that we will be tasked to a regular military unit to help with the sorts of things they struggle with. Karl agreed. That did somewhat explain why they had 2 healers. If they were accompanying a larger group, they would need more healing, and if the soldiers were fighting above their level, they would face not only more frequent, but more serious injuries than usual. The staff member was the same one that had escorted Karl and his team in the last time he was here, but today she was all business, taking Alice's notes and pulling the assignment for their team from the printed stack of missions. You will be assigned to the 4 p.m. group. Their commander will have more details for you. She informed Alice as they finished the process. Understood. Have a good afternoon, and we will see you in a week or 2. They left the office and headed for the staging area, where the soldiers were gathered. The military insignia on Sergeant Rita's uniform got them through without any unnecessary questions, and in only a few minutes, Karl found himself looking at the largest armored vehicle that he had ever seen. He hadn't realized how big an artillery platform was until he first saw one up close, but Thor seemed to take the presence of the vehicle as a personal challenge. He was supposed to be the group's front line, not some metal truck with too many wheels. Relax, buddy. It's probably not coming with us into the wilderness, and it's certainly not agile enough to be on the front lines of a battle. It stays at the back, far away from the fight, to shoot at it. Karl assured him. Thor was still suspicious of the large vehicle, but decided to let the grudge rest, as long as it didn't try to steal his job. Alice led them to a captain, who had a group of soldiers with him ready to leave the base, and shook his hand. Good to see you again, Captain. I've got a proper group for you today. Alice informed him. Oh, and how is that? The soldier replied with a smile for the slightly younger mage. We've got myself and the sergeant, plus 2 clerics and a beast master, with 3 ascended monsters bonded. She replied. And who is the small child? The captain asked, with a gesture toward Lotus, who gave him a rude gesture in return. That would be the nature priestess Lotus. She's not a child, just very short. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the group started to load up into the helicopter to head into the woods. It was the only good way in, and there was already one team waiting in there for them. Karl smiled as he saw the terrified faces of the group that was waiting for them. They were all students, both from his own academy and the seminary academy, and they all looked like they were new to the awakened rank. Alice leaned over to whisper in Karl's ear. The military group has been telling them horror stories, so when they found out that they were being tasked to set up a forward observation base in the woods, where they would treat the wounded and keep the supply lines, they feared the worst. Ogre invasions, constant battles where they would have to fight 10-on-1 against a single monster to stand a chance. You get the idea. But we will be based out of the camp that they're supplying, which is why we didn't need to pack as heavily this time. There is another group there now, holding the position so that it isn't overrun, and there should be base building supplies already on site. That's not our concern, though. Our team will be going outside to clear the more powerful monsters from the area, the same as always. But we can go back to camp at night, if once the worst of the infestation is under control. Karl smiled. Well, that will be a change. I got very used to sleeping in the comfort of raised webs at night. They're kind of springy and hold the body without any of the pressure points of a cot or a cheap mattress. Sergeant Rita smirked. You weren't exactly roughing it last time, were you? Everyone else came back exhausted from fitful sleep leaning against tree roots, and your lot were complaining that the smell of gourmet cooking attracted even more ogres than usual. Karl smirked back. Who said that was a complaint? We made out like bandits off those ogres. There was one day when we got 4 commander rank kills before lunch. The students paled a little at that mention. They would rather not see any commander rank monsters, much less 4 in one day. What sort of mission had Karl been on that had been so dangerous? Sergeant Rita hadn't noticed that they had an audience, though. You know, we're going to be flying directly over your last deployment location, and it's not that far from our new location, so you might be in luck if the surge picks up again. But this time you have a whole military group with you, so you'll have to share the glory. The captain of the group they were accompanying laughed. And the loot. Please keep that part in mind as well. You will have to share the loot. I don't think I've ever seen a student decked out in that much magical gear before, and from what I can see, it's all monster dropped. Did your team spoil you, or was there that much? Karl shrugged. We split evenly. The gloves I got as my share, the bracelet was a gift from the church, while the ring and sword were traded for my share of the magical gems we got. The mages wanted them for crafting. The captain shook his head. Well, at least we've got a well-geared frontline fighter out of the deal. Karl resisted the urge to tell him that he was not on the front lines voluntarily, but because their group didn't have another warrior capable of tanking damage from the monsters. Avoidance tanking had to be a thing because Karl had no intentions of just getting hit. But if he was going to be at the front and drawing the monster's attention, it was difficult to argue that he wasn't the tank of the group. The last of the team took their seats, and the doors were closed, leaving Karl in uncomfortable silence while the other students sized him up and tried to figure out who he was. None of them remembered having a classmate like him, but he was wearing a Bronze Academy badge, so he had to be an Ascended Elite. It was the students from the Seminary Academy that finally explained to them who he was, as they had seen him during his first visit. So, that's the first-year wonder kid? How did he even make it to Ascended already? We're not even done the fall term yet, and he's already ahead of half the school. One of the students complained. Half the school? How many students are even going to graduate at Commander? Like 6 out of 500? I would say he's already ahead of most of the school, and he's probably going to get some fancy title by the time that he reaches second year. Another one scoffed. Nah, it's most likely just a unique class that gets an early bump. Like the druids that summon a powerful supporter and jump up a rank in a few weeks, then flatline. One of the others replied in a snarky tone, unwilling to accept that Karl really might be the next monster among the elites. Karl pretended that he couldn't hear them, as they were making an effort to whisper, and didn't know that he could hear everyone in the helicopter, including the air traffic controller speaking through the pilot's headset, guiding them to their destination. Karl looked out the window, and his eyes picked out the fort that Ray had made in the lower branches of the redwood tree at their second stop. You were right. We're over the last zone I was assigned to. See, there's the redwood where I set up camp, and the clearing by the river where we killed that commander rank giant. Oh, it looks like someone else is there now, fighting. Karl informed Rita, raising his voice a little to be heard over the noise. Rita looked down and shook her head. From this height, I can barely make out that there are people moving down there, much less what they are doing. The helicopter passed over the area, and then another 10 minutes passed before Karl saw a military group in the distance. That had to be where they were going, unless there were multiple new base camps being set up. There were piles of supplies, surrounded by a group of people in military uniforms, and a few elites in plain clothes. The helicopter waited for a few minutes, circling the base as they prepared for the arrival of the rest of their troops, and then it landed in a clearing just outside the perimeter. Everyone out. There is no more space inside the base for helicopters, so we are being rerouted to the clearing. I recommend that you get a proper helipad sorted out before your next supply shipment needs to be delivered, but that's up to you. The cargo master aboard the helicopter informed them. The military teams filed out first, leaving Karl and his group as the last ones aboard. They shook hands with the crew as they departed and quietly followed the teams into the base, with a gesture from Sergeant Rita for them to remain inconspicuous. Why? Karl didn't know, but it seemed to be important to her that the people here not realize who they were right away. She led the group in behind the soldiers, then turned to inspect their equipment and storage. We're the ranking elites here, and I want to get a look at their practices before they realize there's someone looking and shuffle us away. If they're not taking care of it, a good chunk of the supplies will get wasted. Rita whispered, but as they walked through, Rita's mood was improving. Everything was organized, nothing was left in the mud. It was all elevated on pallets or logs, and the general state was just crowded, but not disorganized. All right, I've seen what I need to. Let's go make our introductions and catch up with our mission team, she announced. That caught the attention of the group's captain, who was chatting with the base commander, while the other man discreetly ordered his people to start working on expanding the base. Commander Alice, Sergeant Rita, I thought we lost you for a moment there. We will be headed out immediately, using the directions that the base has given us on the larger threats in the area. The captain announced. Understood, Captain. Our gear is stowed, and we're ready to move when you are. Alice agreed. With a single whistle, the captain had his unit focused and ready to move. Karl wasn't a premier expert on the strength of other elites, but if he had to guess, the only one close to Hawk would be the captain, and the rest were all at the awakened level. So, his team would be the heavy hitters for the squad while they were out on patrol, while they took care of the large numbers, like the goblin tribe that his last group had used golems to eliminate. Karl fell in at the front of the convoy, and the captain gave him a curious look. I'm the frontline warrior, so I'm with you. Once we're away from the camp, I will send my dragon hawk out to scout, and it helps if I'm next to you to relay any findings he makes. From up there, he can see an entire patrol zone clearly and relay the best route to clear it. Karl explained. So, you're both a scout and a melee warrior? The captain asked. Not exactly a melee warrior, but I have a lightning barrier for defense, so I'm better suited to the front line than our other warrior, who is guard. Karl explained. The captain nodded. Your hawk shouldn't find too much. The scouting reports for the area say that there aren't any threats above the low ascended rank, with a low overall density. That's why they only sent one stronger team to the area this time. If we actually need the strength of a commander rank mage, something has gone horribly wrong. That was a giant red flag if Karl had ever seen one, and he gave the beasts an advance warning that they were likely to see real combat sooner than expected. As they walked, Karl let Hawk out, which caught the attention of the soldiers, who were quickly reminded that he was a friendly unit by the rest of Karl's team. Their skittishness was making Karl nervous about sending out the others, especially Ray, who wasn't as friendly-looking as Thor. Have they been briefed on the beasts that I have with me? Because Ray is a bloodbath spider, and I really don't want her getting injured by friendly fire. Karl asked the captain quietly. The captain nodded. I have, but I can't guarantee how well they listened. It will be best if you bring Ray out before the fight starts, so they can get used to the spider before things get hectic. Hawk, how's it looking up there? Karl asked. 1 more kilometer, then you can choose a hobgoblin patrol or some ogres. Hawk replied. We've got a patrol of hobgoblins and a few ogres a kilometer ahead. I think it's best if I get Ray ready now, so they're used to seeing her. Karl replied to the captain's comment. The captain raised his voice. Team, listen up. Elite Karl will be calling out his bloodbath spider. It is a valuable asset on our side. Treat it as one of your team members. Karl called her out on the far side of himself, So he was between her and the team, and Ray hissed as a half-dozen of the soldiers turned weapons on her. Fortunately, nobody attacked, because an awakened rank soldier with no magical barriers on them would not take a hit from Ray and survive. They calmed down after a few seconds and a stern look from the captain, who had just finished warning them not to do anything dumb. All right, Ray will be traveling with us, possibly in the trees away from the group, but nearby. She will join the fight when we come across our first group of enemies. Karl informed them. Ray stayed in sight, just in case they forgot what she looked like, and Karl decided to add Thor to the mix. The lightning serum is our additional tank. If you don't want to be charged by ogres, make friends with Thor. Karl informed the group as he summoned the scaled beast. That one didn't alarm them as much, and somehow Thor's expressionless face still managed to look happy to see them. Thor's presence helped set the team at ease, and when Karl saw a hawk circling ahead of them, the soldiers were ready for a battle. Captain, the hobgoblins are through those trees. The ogres aren't far beyond that. Karl relayed from Hawk's information. Tell them that the ogres are ascended rank. Hawk reminded him. Ascended rank ogres. 4 of them in total. Karl amended. That was a tough fight for the military unit on their own, but shouldn't be a challenge for Karl and his team. The captain nodded. You 5 split off and take care of the ogres. Then he called back to the team. We will deal with the hobgoblins. Ramirez and Jones to the front, bring your shields. The mercenary elites will be splitting off to deal with ascended rank ogres. His voice was hushed, but it carried well through the unit, and the others split off quickly to join Karl, following Hawk's directions around the hobgoblins to get to their fight. Our first fight as a team, are you mentally ready? Alice whispered as the ogres came in sight. They were looking around, trying to find the sound of the footsteps, as they had heard Thor coming, but he had stopped out of sight, and the ogres hadn't properly located him yet. I'm ready. It will be a big change standing up at the front with Thor, but we've got this. Trust in the lightning barriers, and we will be fine. Karl agreed. Of course, Alice cast a barrier over them as well, but her specialty was wind magic, so it wasn't quite up to the standard that Donnie's had been, despite the barrier mage having just made it to commander rank. The barrier was still enough to give Thor all the confidence he needed, and the serum waited eagerly for Karl to start the charge into combat. With a nod to his partner, Karl silently raced through the trees while Thor crashed through the bushes the last dozen meters to the ogres, distracting them while Karl sliced the throat of the closest ogre with shred before it could respond. Its hand went to its throat to block the bleeding while it healed, leaving it only one hand to fight, but there were 3 other ogres, and only 2 fighters in the front. Thor had practice with this, and easily rounded up 2 of them, holding them in place while the mages attacked and Rita moved to the side to attack. Alice summoned a golem to help Karl at the front, making it 3-on-4 with one already wounded, and Karl dodged an incoming strike, then moved to prevent the ogres from getting past him to the mage and clerics. A flood of warm magic surged through Karl's body as Tessa cast a buff on him, and his steps became smoother, both faster and less encumbered by the gear he was carrying. He was about to go for the knees of the wounded golem when the strangest sight met Karl's eyes. 2 odd-looking spiders charged the field, looking like tree golems, but shaped like Ray. The spider in question was right behind them, and all 3 piled on the wounded ogre, tearing it apart as it screamed in terror. When did you learn that? Karl asked. It's pretty awesome, right? I figured it out when the Alice mage summoned hers. The other golem mage casts it all funny. The spider golems might not have all of Ray's skills, but what they lacked in power, they made up for in pure enthusiasm. Even when the ogre crushed 2 legs off one of them, it didn't slow down, and Lotus had the lost limbs repaired before the golem could even find the time to care that it was damaged. That left Thor and Karl with 1 ogre each, and Alice's golem with another. Being commander rank, her golem was much stronger than its opponent, but the ogre seemed more concerned with keeping the trio of spiders away from its back, and it was taking constant hits as it moved. The extra speed let Karl meet every attack of the ogre with a skill of his own, matching attack speed instead of brute strength. Ren was enough to stop the majority of attacks, or deflect them wide enough that they weren't a threat, and Karl was getting the hang of fighting in close quarters. When the ogre's club was deflected over his head, Karl went for the stomach, cutting the ogre open with Rend, and then blocked the next strike with his blade. Surprisingly, with the effects of the bestial strength gauntlets and the ring of giant strength, He didn't feel like he was at a disadvantage in the physical confrontation, and the ogre wasn't going to last long with the rate that it was bleeding out. The first one wounded was the first to fall, followed closely by the one that Alice had focused with her golem, and then Karl's, which was outmaneuvered and outmatched by the cleric-enhanced Beastmaster. The battle came to an abrupt end, and Hawk landed among the bodies after making a quick spin by the army group to make sure they didn't get lost on the way to the hobgoblins. Sergeant Rita turned to Karl. You know, a little heads up when your pets gain new abilities would be nice. Karl nodded. I told them the same thing. But that's the first time that Ray has managed to make that spell activate. She's been working on it for days, but couldn't get it right until she saw Alice cast her golem spell. I've had Skill Master active for ages now, trying to help her learn a new skill. I didn't expect that it would be golems, but skittering tree golem spiders are pretty handy. Lotus had no problems healing them, and their damage isn't bad. Lotus smiled up at Karl. And they're only a little terrifying, so they're a nice way to acclimatize your allies to her presence. They're built like spiders, but they aren't really spiders, so I think that the soldiers shouldn't be as afraid of them. Rita chuckled. You believe that the tree monster version of spiders will be any less terrifying to the soldiers? While they might not have the reputation of the bloodbath spider, anything arachnid-shaped terrifies a significant portion of the population. They should be used to it by now, though. They've already met Ray, so accepting spider-shaped golems won't be a stretch for them. If anything, they will think that it is a personal idiosyncrasy of Karl's, since golems always take the same shape after they are summoned for the first time. They quickly checked the bodies for anything useful and caught their breath, checking the straps on their bags and preparing to walk back to the main group. Tessa gestured back toward the soldiers. We should likely regroup with them right away. I can feel them still fighting, so something probably went wrong. The rest of the group turned and started moving, not wasting any time when the others might be in danger, and the Red Dragon Cleric moved up to run beside Karl. I will stay with Thor during the next fight. Some of my buffs are very short-ranged, and with his massive strength, he will get the most of it. She explained, just don't get squished. I kind of like your style. Karl replied with a wink. Karl reached the clearing where the hobgoblins were fighting first, and found that the danger of the fight had been greatly underestimated, while the actual fight was exactly as Thor had described it. The soldiers were fighting a group of awakened rank hobgoblins, but among them was an ascended rank goblin shaman, who looked like a normal goblin leader until it started casting healing magic. The hobgoblins had encircled it, and while their numbers had been cut in half, the healing was keeping them in the fight much longer than expected. Thor, you know the way. Tessa encouraged, and the lightning Sero put its head down, charging past Karl and into the melee. Tessa was right behind him, so Karl followed her through the fight, batting away blades that tried to intercept them and letting the spider golems take his back, which let Ray push through with him. Where are you going? Karl heard Alice yell, but it was too late. They were already at the center of the fight, and the goblin shaman was flying. Literally flying, as Hawk had caught him after Thor threw him in the air and was pulling the shaman up in the sky with him. A sharp turn sent it hurling toward the ground at hundreds of kilometers an hour, while the hobgoblins roared in rage at the surprise invaders. Karl slashed out, using Shred to cut down a wave of goblins who were pushing back their way, and the shaman reached the ground, directly onto Thor's front horn, which pierced through the creature's back for a moment before the Sero flicked his head and used the body as a shield against a hobgoblin blade. Karl found himself shoulder to shoulder with the spider golems, while Ray joined Thor and Tessa behind him, with the cleric moved toward the center of their circle. She had a chain flail, which had a surprising reach, and she was using it to keep the hobgoblins from getting at Thor's back. Not that his back was any weaker than his armored head, but it was harder for him to defend. Sergeant Rita cut her way into the center of the fight and took the side of Thor opposite Ray, which gave them enough numbers to start pushing out and driving the remaining hobgoblins into the encirclement by the military unit. Attacked from both sides, they didn't stand a chance, and the fight was over before Alice's slower-moving golem could even make it to the fight. Thank you for coming back so promptly. Did you hear our calls, or did your scout warn you? The captain asked. Tessa shook her head. I felt the fight still going on after we finished with the ogres, so we came back. The captain shook his head in dismay. The mercenary team might be more powerful, but they were really showing his unit up today. They even managed to come up with a better tactic in the few seconds after they arrived than he had managed to accomplish for the rest of the fight. Of course, he didn't have a lightning arrow that could just smash through hobgoblins like they were bowling pins, but he should have been able to come up with something to deal with that healer. The captain whistled to address the group. Check the bodies. We're moving out. This won't be the only group that we come across today, and there are other groups in this region doing the same. You don't want to be the low producers for the day. Sergeant Rita chuckled as she joined Karl, who was cleaning off Thor before he returned to his space. He didn't want to get the mess in his pond, and that meant someone needed to wipe him clean of goblin blood before he returned to his space at the end of the day. It would be easier now than after it dried, and there hadn't been any word of a river or pond nearby to wash in. I found more people. We should go see them, Hawk suggested. I think that the other groups have their own things to do. Karl reminded him. But Ray's human is here, and there is a whole group of ogres to kill near them. Karl had to think about that for a moment. Ray's human? Wasn't he Ray's human? There is another group in that direction, about 1.5 kilometers. There are more ogres near them, and Hawk thinks they might need the help. Karl informed the captain. If he says they need help, I trust him. This fight was going to be a tough one on our own, so if that one is worse, then reinforcements might save lives. The captain agreed. The soldiers weren't happy about being pushed to start moving again instead of taking a break after a fight, but they were moving, and Karl took the point with the captain, while Ray darted off into the trees, but left her golems to walk alongside the column where everyone could see them. The other group of soldiers didn't even notice they were coming until Karl was almost in the clearing with them. He had seen them through the trees over a minute earlier, but their scouting abilities were severely lacking, and the group looked exhausted. Ray, keep back. I don't want strangers attacking you. Hawk, you too. Or go scout out the other ogres. Karl warned. I will go scout the ogres. These humans are weak too. Hawk agreed. Ray wanted to stay, but she knew it was best to stay out of sight, so she moved behind the column to make sure that nothing came up behind them. Karl spotted a familiar curly head of hair in an academy mission uniform and began to laugh. You mean Dana? Dana is Ray's human now? Karl asked. She sleeps in Ray's bed, not yours. She's obviously Ray's human. Karl got the feeling that there was some level of slander in there, but he decided to let it slide as he raised his hand and stepped out into plain view of the other unit. There were numerous hobgoblins dead around them, and Karl saw why they were resting. With roughly even numbers, awakened soldiers versus awakened rank hobgoblins was a hard fight. They were tough, as well as much larger and stronger than the humans. The group only had one ascended rank member, and he was wounded, with his arm in a sling. Lotus spread a healing spell around the clearing, reviving the weary soldiers, and bringing a few smiles to the exhausted team. Dana ran over and gave Karl a hug when she noticed he was at the front of the group, and Rita gave her a startled look, not expecting to have found her here. Are you stationed out of this forward operations base now? I heard that they were sending in reinforcements, but I didn't want to go back to the academy yet. I've been making good progress on my magic out here. Dana asked Karl when she pulled back to look at him. Yeah, we're supposed to be operating out of here once the location is upgraded, but we're on an escort mission with Alice to help the military units in the area deal with the larger threats. We found some more ogres near you, so we came over to give your group a hand. Karl's response caught the attention of the other group's team leader. Did you say there are more ogres nearby? We've been in nearly constant combat since this morning, and the lads are beat. The captain of the team with Karl nodded in understanding. We can take care of it. The Hawk should be out there somewhere scouting, right? How is the strength of the group looking? Karl checked in with Hawk, who was circling back after having made a loop around the area to make certain there were no other imminent threats. It's just the ogres nearby. Then we can go a little further along and find some giants, or lots and lots of goblins. That didn't sound promising. If there was a huge goblin infestation, it would be one of the priority targets for the region before they became an even worse problem. Will the two units together be able to take out the goblins? Karl asked. I don't see why not. They have mages and lots of swords. How many goblins is each soldier worth? There shouldn't be more than 15 for every soldier if the groups are together. Hawk replied. Wait, 15 goblins for each soldier. If both groups are together? We definitely need to deal with that. We can't let 300 goblins just wander loose in the woods. If they come across a regular group, they would wipe it out. Karl reminded the bird. Hawk wasn't particularly concerned with that. He could take out 300 goblins alone if you gave him enough time, so he didn't see them as a real threat, no matter how easily they could eliminate the human patrols. Karl walked over to his group's captain with Alice and Dana following him, then motioned for the other team leader to join them. "Gentlemen, we have an issue. There is a goblin tribe nearby, roughly 300 strong. Individually, they are fragile, but with that sort of numbers, we will have to work together to eliminate them safely," he explained. Alice nodded. Their job was to assist the military units, not replace them, so they would fight alongside the units and not volunteer to do it all themselves. She was glad that Karl was learning that lesson early, instead of volunteering to do insane, nearly suicidal missions for the off chance that it would let him push through a bottleneck and reach new heights. There was some merit to the other way, and when you were really stuck, some would still try it. But this wasn't the time or place to be playing the hero. They had 2 entire military units, and while Karl was probably a stronger military force than both combined, they could still deal with huge numbers of goblins. Karl explained the situation as Hawk had described it, and the 2 teams started to make plans to ambush the goblins before they could start to move again. They weren't the only enemies still in the area, and if they managed to link up with something stronger and smarter, they would become much more dangerous. "Just this morning, we came across an infant chimera. If the goblins get the help of something like that, we will be in real trouble," the other team's leader explained. "A chimera?" Karl asked. Dana shuddered at the memory and nodded, then took out a poison gland from her storage. Scorpion tail, dragon head, and wings on a lion's body. Absolutely terrifying, and both venomous and capable of breathing a toxic cloud. "We were prepared, but we still almost didn't win, and it was just an infant, hardly larger than a house cat." She agreed. That was a bit of a shame. A chimera might make a good partner for Thor. They were both big and durable. Plus, if they were something like lions, they might be playful enough to keep the lightning Sero entertained. "All right, we will split into 3 teams. The 2 military units separate, and then the mercenaries. Dana, you're with them. The mercenary group will lead the strike, while the military units take the flanks and encircle the goblin camp to prevent them from fleeing. We will signal the attack when we're in position, so hold back for a moment when you get close," Karl's team captain announced. Alice nodded and called the rest of the team over. "We've gained an awakened mage. We will attack the close side when the signal is given. Thor, Karl, and the spider golems are on the front line. Because of the numbers, ranged will not be holding back. I will keep my golem back to protect against encirclement," Alice announced. "I can summon a pair of golems as well. Stone golems. Do you want them at the front or the back?" Dana asked. Alice considered that for a second. "Send them to the front. Most of the fighting will be there, and we've got Tessa with us if something gets past my golem. She might be a cleric, but most warriors wouldn't be able to take her in a fight." Tessa looked a bit crestfallen that she couldn't be up with Thor, but as Alice started to describe the plan, she realized they would only be a few steps back. That was close enough to activate her close-range skills, and she would be able to step forward and touch him for the direct contact once. Lotus was preparing spells, layering them on her staff in preparation for the battle. Karl wasn't sure what she was planning, but it almost felt like they were pre-cast and waiting for a target. That might be her way of spreading out the stamina draw of extended mana use, but her techniques were her own. "All right, everyone move out," the captain called. The military units went first, and then the mercenary group started to move forward. Everyone was using Hawk as a reference point, as he was circling the area over the goblin tribe. They would only see him every minute or 2, but it was enough to let them know where they should be headed. The only thing the soldiers regretted was not giving Karl a subvocal microphone so that he could relay Hawk's observations in real time. 50 meters from the goblin tribe, they paused to wait for the military unit's orders. "There are more monsters coming. You guys are really slow," Hawk chastised them. "What's coming?" Karl asked, wondering if it needed to be relayed. "Orcs maybe? Really big green things that aren't lizards. About 20 of them. They are coming from the far side of the camp from you, so you can fight them last." Karl whispered the update into the handheld radio that Alice was carrying and got back a click from the captain in return, letting him know that he understood but couldn't speak right now. Then came the single tone to start the attack, and Karl led the charge into the camp with Thor beside him. "Remember, not too far in. Everyone is following us this time," Karl reminded him. He turned the flat of his sword on the closest guard, and swatted him like a cricket ball, sending the goblin flying halfway across the camp before landing in a crumpled heap. Alice gave him a look as if to say, seriously, as the camp turned to face them, and the goblins began to form up and charge their way. The spider golems raced past everyone, tearing apart goblins at a frantic pace, and every bit as messy as Ray when she attacked them the first time. Now she was more careful, in case she got goblin blood in her mouth. But compared to the two golems, Thor's crushing attacks and Karl's hurled bodies were only a minor distraction. That was when the military unit struck, cutting into the side of the camp with a wave of spells before they charged forward. It was textbook perfect. Not a single one of the goblins was watching the flanks when the attack started, and they fell by the dozens. Karl swept through the goblins with rend, using lower power and wide swings of his sword to send out arcs of energy that sliced through waves of them, while Hawk rained down huge fiery explosions from the air. He had gotten the dispersed version of Fireball to work, and the effect was terrifying in a goblin camp. Then, the spider golems expanded to 5 meters tall, and Ray began to laugh hysterically. The goblins were terrified, but the golems had no intentions of slowing down. Lotus looked inordinately proud of herself for the giant growth spell, which only worked on plant-type life forms. The goblins couldn't even flee, they were being slaughtered wholesale, and the enlarged golems could spear multiple goblins per second while running on 6 of their 8 legs. But the orcs were here, and they weren't about to miss out on a good fight. It was the screams from the military units that attracted Karl's attention to the disaster about to unfold. 6 orcs, green-skinned humanoids, 2.5 meters tall, with elongated lower tusks and black dreadlocks, had charged into the military lines, and their blades were shattering the guard abilities of the warriors like glass. Spider golems, go help the soldiers until I can get there, Karl ordered. They were the only ones that could move across the camp that quickly, but the whole group was moving forward at a steady walk. The spider golems reached the orcs in only a few seconds, and the military unit retreated to let them fight, but the orcs also split up, 3 to a golem. They had tactics, and while one kept the golem busy, 2 hacked each of them apart faster than Lotus could repair them. Ray was shocked. Her golems were more durable than she was, so if she had gone with them, wouldn't she have been hacked apart as well? She summoned another pair as the orcs turned back to the military unit, but they would be too late to get there before the unit was in trouble again. Alice threw a barrier over the first rank of warriors in the military unit, but it was only of limited use as the orcs knew slash, and half of the attacks bypassed them to hit the ranks behind them. In order to allow them to fight, she had to cast it on their physical shields, and the orcs were smart or experienced enough to know how to work around that. Karl didn't need to be ordered to change his direction and order Thor to charge at the orcs. Tessa was right behind them, and the others were doing their best to keep up. With his increased strength, Karl could cover an easy 5 meters per running step, leaping over the goblin defenders who were knocked to the ground by the force of his stride if they got too close. The orcs recognized the threat as soon as the trio approached with the spider golems, now back at normal size, surrounding them, and the largest of them did just as Karl had to begin the fight, and swatted at the closest warrior with the flat of his blade, sending the man flying out of the way to clear the battlefield between the champion and Karl. His short sword was going to be woefully inadequate for this, but Karl was going to have to make the best of it, and he leapt straight for the orc champion, using shred and rend together on his blade as he thrust it forward. The orc chuckled as he saw the much shorter human coming at him, but when their blades met, his two-handed sword was thrown wide by Karl's strength, and the orc champion took a deep wound across his chest as he turned out of the way. Drawing on his unarmed combat training, Karl kicked the orc's feet out from under him as soon as he landed, and followed up with a full-strength slash. The two blades met with an explosion of skills, and the orc found himself disarmed at the end of the clash, missing a hand. But his other fist came up and crashed into Karl's refreshing lightning barrier, sending him staggering back. Beside him, Tessa was sitting on Thor's back, using her flail mace to keep 2 orcs at bay, and constantly refreshing the enhancement spells on her and Thor. She enhanced Karl again as he charged back at the fallen champion, who had grabbed a fallen shield in one oversized hand as he got to his feet. Karl drove his blade forward again, straight through the shield, and into the champion's chest, knocking him back to the ground with the force of their collision. He narrowly avoided having his head taken by the blade of another orc as he rolled over, but it was too late for the orc champion. Karl's blade had driven straight through its heart, with a shield impaled on the blade. Karl reached around for another weapon and found the oversized two-handed blade from the orc champion. It was heavy, but at the moment, that didn't matter at all. Karl surrounded it with the lightning barrier and parried the next attack that came his way. The orc in front of him was moving much slower than expected, restricted by Alice's wind magic, and Shred took its head without difficulty, leaving Karl briefly disengaged from the group. The golems were dealing with two, and Thor had another occupied with Tessa, but the others had already fallen. A volley of condensed fireballs from above hit the orc facing Thor, adding more burns to his already damaged body, and the Sero's horn speared its chest right before Tessa's chain mace crushed the creature's head. That weapon, glowing with golden holy light, couldn't be underestimated. Karl gave the orc champion's blade a twirl, getting used to the size and weight, and moved up to engage the other orcs. He didn't need to be at the front, the golems had that, but he did need a good angle to attack from, and Alice's golem was as tall as the orcs were, impossible to attack around. The mages were having the same problem. In a crowded fight, it was challenging to get a direct line to anything that you wanted to attack, especially when you were trying to maintain a safe distance. As much as he didn't want to, Karl found himself only a few meters from the orcs when he threw his next rend attack at them with a downward swing of his newly acquired blade. The attack hit, and the formerly dull blade began to glow with a faint red light. It felt more natural in Karl's hand, as if he had used this weapon for years. The other orc was surrounded, with no easy space for Karl to get an attack in, so he turned to the goblin tribe and sent a wave of rend across the camp, a meter above the ground. The blade glowed brighter as the goblins fell in a wave of destruction, and then Karl shivered as a wave of power flowed through him. He couldn't say for certain, but the blade felt like it was stealing the life force of the goblins and transferring a bit of it to him, which then flowed to his beasts. The battle was over, with the goblin tribe and the invading orcs all dead, but not without a grave cost. Even the healing magic of the 4 clerics present couldn't save 5 of the members of the other group, which had been attacked by the orcs. They had been killed in a single strike, with no time to heal them or save their lives. Head count. The captain of Karl's group asked wearily. 1 down, seriously injured and recuperating. Their cleric replied. 5 dead, including the major, 2 injured. The other cleric replied. The captain sighed and shook his head. That orc attack had been too much. From the moment that they had killed 2 ascended golems in a matter of seconds, he knew that there would be casualties, but losing a major, the other ascended warrior here, had been unexpected. The second group couldn't continue alone without him. It was simply too dangerous out here to allow them to go on without an ascended rank leader, especially with their diminished numbers. While the soldiers mourned the loss of their own, and the clerics did last rites, while finishing the healing of the wounded, Karl searched the bodies. The two-handed blade had bonded with him, and when he thought of dismissing it, it vanished, but remained available as a presence in his mind, similar to the beasts, but just present and not in a space. There were magical blades on all the orc warriors, which made him wonder where they had come from. Even for an elite group, that was too well armed. They had faced commander-rank ogres before, and they hadn't been anywhere near this level of equipped. But the blades were almost all they had. There were no coins on the bodies, and their decorations were all made of bones and teeth. Even their armor was hardened monster leather, though it was tattered now and unsalvageable. Alice came over to inspect the bodies, while the clerics came to inspect the weapons Karl had gathered, after stopping to pat and congratulate Thor, who was celebrating the fact that he had been a Sero knight for the battle. These blades are all magical. Most of them are just common-grade enhanced blades, but this one is a blade of skill. It will reduce skill cost use. Tessa explained. Karl smiled. It was the second time that he had observed that effect, and the other blade was in the hands of Bob Mackenzie. Did you need it, Elite? The captain asked Karl when he noticed the smile. Karl shook his head. I bonded with the two-handed blade I took off the champion. Tessa made a grabby gesture, and Karl took it out to hand to her. She turned it over in her hands, reading the inscriptions, and becoming increasingly confused. I have no idea what that is supposed to do. It says the effect is called the champion's reaping, but there isn't a description, and the other runes don't make much sense. They're in Orcish, not the common magical language, but I am at least a little familiar with them. She explained. That's all right. I know what it does. It's a form of life drain. Karl explained. Tessa nodded, then handed the blade back. Life drain is good. Is it the healing or the strengthening sort? Strengthening, I think. I wasn't injured to start with, but it didn't feel like healing. Karl replied. That might be even better for you, at least for now. You have a whole team with you, and the refreshing lightning, which slowly heals you on its own. So, having a stacking combat damage effect will make you more effective in a battle. We will have to examine these bodies more closely, as I have reason to think that they might be close to peak ascended orcs. But if Command decides that they were low commander rank, there will be extra awards for everyone, including the families of the fallen. Tessa announced. I can store them as well, so we can drop them at the base camp for someone else to decide. Karl suggested. Alice shook her head. Unless one of the beasts wants them, there is no need. They will accept Tessa's judgment on the matter. The outcome of the battle should be enough for them to understand just how dangerous this situation was, especially when they struck in the middle of another battle. The 4 clerics all examined the bodies, with increasingly grave expressions. We would say that there were 2 commander rank orcs, and 4 high ascended ones. This needs to be reported to the base camp. It is way outside the threat assessment for the area. The cleric that had come with their army unit announced. The captain nodded and began to send the message back to command. He nodded along with whatever their response was, and then his face turned severe. They say that there are no other signs of monsters outside the danger rating, so we are to merge units and continue with our mission. He informed the group. That wasn't quite what the second group had been hoping to hear. They had just lost half their team, close friends and comrades. Continuing the mission was the last thing they wanted to do today. The first thing that needed to be done was to dig proper graves for the soldiers and redistribute their supplies. Fortunately, they had a few skilled mages who could dig proper graves with magic, while Thor used his horns to throw the goblins into a number of huge piles in the middle of the camp. He just used his upper horns like a shovel, as the goblins had died in waves. He pushed them together into piles, gathered close enough that they would burn and leave the area cleansed. The unit gathered for the last rites, standing in orderly lines with the civilians off to the side. The priests attached to the units gave a eulogy before the bodies were lowered, and the soldiers shoveled the grave full again. Once everything was finished, they lit fire to the piles of goblins, and the second team tossed the fully looted bodies of the orcs on top of the piles. Hawk went back on patrol once the fires were burning, to see what would be drawn to their position by the fire. Many monsters would come either for the smell or the smoke, and they didn't want to end up surrounded. East is clear. If you go that way, you can get away from the things coming, and then fight with a small group of ogres, weak ones. Hawk suggested. Close enough for me. Karl relayed the messages, and the captain got everyone moving away from the battlefield with the promise of easier fights to come. It wasn't much, but anything had to be better than this battle had been, they assumed. After 15 minutes, they came across the ogres, 3 juvenile awakened rank males, which the enraged and grieving soldiers tore into with everything they had to give. It seemed to work, and once the battle was over they were more focused, and it was time to head back to the base camp for the night. Forward command hadn't prohibited them from returning, and the unit needed the normalcy for the night, so the captain turned the back for the camp, intending to be there before dark. Hawk kept scouting as they returned to base, and Karl realized that while they got closer to the base, the monsters became more sparse and weaker. Groups of 5 and 10 goblins at the common grade, a single lizard man, and threats at that level were all that the short-range scouts of the base would have found. But the further he flew away from the base, the stronger and more numerous the monsters became. So, the problem wasn't that they had found unexpected monsters. It was that the limited scouting that the base had done hadn't given them a proper expectation of the monsters which were in the region. The captain had determined this as well, and as they approached the base, everyone could see his resolve to have a discussion with the base commander and the head of intelligence. They had flown multiple helicopters over the region. They should have some sort of idea what was there, but it seemed that nobody was even looking out the windows. They were met at the edge of camp by a supply sergeant with a clipboard in his hands. Captain, are you in for the night? Our barracks are entirely full at the moment, triple-racked. Would it be too much to ask you to set up on the edge of the base? We have more barracks tents, but no place left to put them. Karl looked inside one of the barracks tents, at the rough, stretched canvas cots, and sighed. Alice, permission to set up a scouting position in the trees. He requested. The supply sergeant thought that was a wonderful idea because he knew they were short on decent scouts, while Alice wasn't quite as sold on the idea of sleeping in a spiderweb in a tree. But after a look at the surplus, bargain brand cots, she had a change of mind. Captain, my team will set up further out in an elevated position for the evening. We will rejoin you after breakfast for patrols tomorrow, she announced. Understood. Unit, grab the barracks supplies and get to work. I want them set up and the stove burning to get everything dried and heated by the time that I get back from my meeting, the captain announced. The soldiers nearby made a gesture of condolences for the base commander and anyone else who might happen to be in the room. None of the soldiers from the base knew what had happened on his mission, but it was obvious that he was not happy about it. Alice turned to Karl with a serious look as the others got to work. We're trusting you on this one. Don't let us down. Hawk already had the tree picked out, and Ray got right to work building a new fort. Again, it was as far up the tallest tree in the area as she could get it and blended into the leaves, with some branches pulled down as cover. She had only gone 100 meters from the edge of camp to set up, but Karl doubted that anyone in the base had even noticed. They were watching the ground, and only the immediate area around the camp, which was a terrible defensive choice for a remote location, on par with the goblins' level of simple thinking. Karl could tell he wasn't the only one wondering who was in charge here, and how they had gotten the assignment. Forward bases were always run by the army, but not every officer was suited to life anywhere but behind a desk. It was possible that someone in one of those roles had been sent out here for experience leading up to a promotion, and they were just making a mess of things. It only took Ray a few minutes to finish as the group watched from down below, and Alice finally noticed that their group consisted of 6 people now, not 5. She gave Dana a curious look, which was returned with Dana's best pleading face. Volunteers and mercenaries have to set up their own tent. We're not attached to the military units. You're not going to make me sleep in the dirt when there's plenty of room up here, are you? She begged. Alice smirked at Karl and nodded her acceptance. Fine, you're with us until further notice. I'm sure that Ray made enough space for you. I know that you two are good friends. That made Dana laugh, recalling all the times that Jill, her personal tutor, had been webbed by Ray to prevent her from waking them up. Ray sent down a rope ladder, and the whole group sighed, realizing just how far up the tree their fort was built. How about this? Hold on to the ladder, and I will have Ray pull it up into the fort so you don't have to climb. It will be faster and easier for everyone, Karl suggested. That seemed like a sketchy idea as well, being pulled a dozen stories into the air on a rope ladder made of silk, but it was better than climbing the ladder. You come up first, Ray insisted. Karl smirked as he realized she had no intentions of pulling everyone, just him, and he would have to raise the rest. But it was no problem. He could run up the ladder in 30 seconds or less. I will go first and help everyone up. I've got the strength, Karl explained after he finished talking to Ray. Karl ran up the ladder, and the others began to climb. They started with the smallest, so the first on the ladder was Lotus, then Dana, then Sergeant Rita, at which point Karl hauled the ladder up into the fort, just in case it didn't hold up to 5 people's weight. Ray was slightly insulted at that, but attributed it to Karl's lack of faith in his enhanced strength to actually lift them all. Once they were up, Karl sent the ladder back down and began to haul up Alice and Tessa, while Lotus happily explored the small fort. This place is incredible, but why build it with that branch extending through the room? She asked. Oh, that would likely be because Doug, the green dragon cleric that we had with us during our last deployment, liked to turn a branch into a table to work and cook on. So, Ray left you a branch to work with, Karl explained. That is brilliant. I wish I had thought of that ages ago. Shaping branches is so easy. Lotus laughed, and then ran over to give Ray a hug. The spider was somewhat mystified by the sudden affection, but she wasn't going to complain. If Thor's presence had taught them anything, it was that there were benefits to everyone liking you. Karl finished bringing the last 2 up, and Alice looked around the fort. It's waterproof, with a double outer shell to keep the wine down, a cooking table, plenty of springy net for sleeping, and loose woven windows all around, so we can scout from this position. I must say, this is a wonderful base, Ray. Alice congratulated her. The spider gave her a head bump, then vanished back into her space to rest in her own den for the afternoon. It was almost sundown, and she wanted to get some real sleep before she took her turn on watch after full dark. Hawk had a nest built at the very top of the tree, where he could see everything that was going on around them, and keep watch for any stronger monsters that got brave and came near the camp. All right, here is your watch schedule. We will watch in pairs, since there are 6 of us. I will take early watch with Dana. The second watch will be Rita and Lotus. The third watch will be Karl and Tessa. That made sense. It did the best to give them a warrior and a caster on each watch, so that the skills they had were diversified if there was an attack. Karl nodded in agreement. Hawk will keep watch until full dark. Then Ray will take over, as she doesn't need any light to see. Hawk will return to duty when we head out in the morning, while Ray will sleep again once my watch starts, or once the sun starts to come up, depending on how she feels. Alice smiled at that. In her estimation, Ray was the cat to Thor's dog, much more whimsy-driven and casually violent. If she didn't feel like doing things, you would have to force her, and then she would likely slack. She didn't know for certain, as Karl never seemed to push them to do things they didn't want to, but Alice had her suspicions that Ray had a rebellious streak that would run wild with malicious compliance. That evening, they were treated to the combined efforts of Tessa and Lotus in the kitchen. As they could both use advanced food creation spells, they both worked together to make dinner on the table Lotus had formed, and the results were spectacular. Doug was a good cook, but these two were artists. Then, everyone settled in for the night, exhausted from the day. Karl woke up to the feeling of Rita poking him on the forehead to get him up for his shift, and he realized that he wasn't alone under the blanket. Dana was curled up against him, sound asleep, with her own sleeping bag abandoned half on top of his. She must have rolled over at night, and Karl could see from the smirk on the sergeant's face that Rita was going to hold this one against him in the future. Once he was awake, she made a motion to silence him, and then quickly slid under his blanket as Karl got out, replacing him in Dana's arms, while the mage mumbled happily and held on to the sergeant. Karl joined Tessa on watch, and saw that the cleric's eyes were golden, just like Hawk's. Not glowing with holy magic, but obviously enhanced with some sort of spell so that she could see better in the dark. "How is your night sight?" she whispered as Lotus crawled into bed beside Rita and Dana. "I can see in low light like Hawk, and I can see in zero light using echolocation and thermal imaging like Ray. In the forest like this, with so much ambient noise and movement, I can see pretty well, especially if the target is warm-blooded." Karl explained. Tessa nodded. "I knew I was in luck with you on watch." Lotus can also see in the dark in her own way. She uses the trees to sense movement around them. It's not as precise, but it gives a good idea of how big the creature is. I think that Alice and Dana relied mostly on sound, since Alice is a wind mage. That made Karl wonder if Hawk might pick up some new sensory magic in the future. Skillmaster was still constantly active, so he was being enhanced to pick up new skills, but unlike Ray, who had learned to make golems, he hadn't shown them anything new. That didn't always mean he didn't know it, just that he hadn't shown or mentioned it if he was using it. There was no movement near the camp for the first few hours, but near the end of their shift, Karl noticed something large moving in the distance, as if scouting the perimeter of the camp. "Do you see that?" 3 large figures, ogre-sized, scouting the camp. They're circling around outside the patrol range so that the guards don't detect them. But the ogres are close enough that they would be able to smell the humans when the wind is right. Karl whispered to Tessa while he pointed out the ogres in the distance. "Oh, those sneaky bastards. I see them now. Should we go take care of them?" Tessa replied. "They're headed this way. I think we should just wait, but warn the camp that they're being scouted, in case there are more groups that we can't see from our position." Tessa smiled and patted Karl on the shoulder. "Good call, very by the book. You've got decent instincts for a first-year student." Karl sighed as he realized that the more experienced cleric was testing him to see what his responses would be, but Karl was getting quite used to how things worked in the wilderness, after having been out here for a few weeks with a group that didn't make their planning some obscure leadership task. After another half hour, they spotted a second group of ogres doing the same thing, and again Tessa messaged the base to let them know the current location of both groups. They hadn't pushed the scouts out, which seemed odd to Karl. But if they couldn't see in the dark, they might just be waiting until it was safer to fight. Tessa started cooking just before dawn, when she knew that the others would need to be up in half an hour. The smell woke them up as intended, and Karl could see that the rest of the unit was just starting to get upwardly mobile. But the kitchens in the camp were already hard at work, getting prepared for the day, with the first batch of breakfast ready. All team members, be ready to move in 1 hour. The captain of the unit they were attached to announced as Tessa started serving breakfast. She had come up with the same mushroom steaks that Doug had been so fond of, but cut into thin slices like bacon and wrapped around peppers that were stuffed with something like cheese. It wouldn't be actual cheese, given that it was all plant-based, but it was good. She had also come up with an apple jerky for snacks later, and a fruit and nuts trail mix, which most ate on its own, but Lotus poured into a bowl and then added coffee to, like most would add milk to breakfast cereal. Not that she needed the caffeine. The nature cleric was already too energetic in the morning. Lotus smiled at Karl as they finished eating. We should send Karl down first while we get cleaned up for the day's patrol. One man can only be so lucky, or it will unbalance the world. Karl laughed. Well, that's one way to say get out of the fort while we shower. Toss me a water bag, so I can wash up while I'm down there, will you? Alice snapped her fingers to get their attention. We can just set up a dividing curtain. We've got plenty of those, and we're going to want Karl up here to lower us down, or everyone will have to climb that ladder. 2 ground tarps were quickly erected in the fort, sectioning off a portion of the far side, where Lotus hung one of the gravity-fed black shower bags she had used her magic to fill with water. You just had to open the spigot, and they would sprinkle water like a shower. They were simple, but effective, and if you left them out in the sun all day, the water would be properly hot in the evening. It was warm enough thanks to her magic, and Karl took his time shaking the dirt and dust off his worn outfit before setting it aside and preparing to get cleaned up. He didn't recall how many other shower bags there were in the packs, but the ladies would certainly need some time to get clean and dressed before he came back out. He was about half washed when he heard the curtain move and felt a body against his back. A small finger pressed to his lips to keep him silent, and then 2 gentle hands began to scrub his back. Once he was clean and rinsed, he was turned around to face the curtain instead of looking out of the window, and he could hear Dana quickly putting her clothes back on before exiting the other side of the section. It had to be her. Nobody else in the group was that size, and she was the only one that used that particular Academy shampoo. When he came out, everyone was ready and waiting, and it seemed that there was an agreement not to say anything about the shower. So, Karl pulled the ladder up into the fort until they were only a few meters from the end and looked at the group. Who is going down first? Hawk is already on patrol, and the area is clear. Once everyone was down, Karl slid down the ladder like a rope and checked his pack to make certain that it was properly secured. We have 20 minutes to get back to the camp, no rush. They will be gathering for formation in 30 minutes. Alice informed them and started heading back. Karl took his position at the front, using his enhanced eyesight to watch for any threats, but this close to camp, there was nothing to see. Not even the local wildlife dared to venture too close, in case they became a supplementary food product. The team seemed to be in much better spirits today, but Karl noticed that the captain now had red badges on his uniform instead of gold. There were still 2 silver bars for his rank insignia, so he didn't get busted down from captain, but it looked like he was on official punishment for however the meeting went the night before. There is a meeting with the base commander before we head out. The whole base, except scouts, are to be in attendance. The captain greeted them as Karl's group reached the barracks that the others had built last night. Alice nodded. Understood. We have Hawk scouting, so we will know what to expect before we head out today. Give him an hour, and he will cover everywhere that we can reach on foot. The captain nodded and led their team to the meeting point, where the other units on station seemed to smirk a little as they cleared the way for him to take the place of honor at the front right of the formation. It had been deliberately left open for them, a not-so-subtle nod to the fact that the other units agreed that he had been right. But the real shock was when the base commander and his adjutant came out. The base commander was wearing captain's bars, the same as their unit leader, but his collar was loose and his jacket unbuttoned. His face was bruised and swollen, and from the looks of his shirt, his ribs were wrapped, which would explain the open coat. The adjutant wasn't in any better shape, and Karl could see that his hands were bandaged, and he was limping. They had healers on base. Lots of them. So if he was still in that bad of shape, the captain either beat him near to death, or the healers refused to work on him, which would be a massive case of insubordination. Attention! The sergeant at the front of the formation called, bringing everyone to order as the commander took the stage. The wounded man cleared his throat and put on a stern face, as if everyone couldn't see that he still had one eye mostly swollen shut. It has been brought to my attention that our limited patrol radius has led to some inadequacies in the way that the threat level of the region has been assessed. He began. That was the understatement of the day. As such, we will be reordering our patrols, beginning today. The new routes and zones are up on the board. I will expect a full report on every zone on my desk by 0400 tomorrow morning. That is all. He stepped down off the crude stage, flinching at the pressure on his ribs, and the sergeant dismissed everyone, sending them off to find their new patrol routes. Just as they were yesterday, Karl's group was assigned to threat mitigation, also known as the roaming groups. They would go wherever there were reports of more dangerous monsters and deal with them before they became a threat to the base. Yesterday, there weren't any recorded, so they just wandered. But today, Hawk had a rather interesting list ready for them. He had found all sorts of monsters. Big groups, little groups, powerful loners, small groups with a powerful leader. A bit of everything, as should have been expected of a region where only the sector closest to the base had even been patrolled. They exited the base so that their reports didn't scare the awakened and common rank troops that had been stationed here, and then the captain turned to Karl for the scouting details. If we start at the south, we have 2 groups of ascended ogres, both small groups. Then we have a goblin camp, this time with no other large monsters nearby. After that, continuing west around the zone, we have a group of lizard men with an ascended leader, then a group of 4 awakened rank giants. I will update you if that positioning changes. Karl informed him. You heard the man. Let's go clean up this mess before the Inquisitors get here and start to waste our time. The captain announced. For matters between elites of the same rank, the church usually stepped in if they couldn't settle it peacefully. If the Inquisition was coming, either the base commander had filed a complaint about being beaten senseless, or the captain had filed a complaint for negligence and incompetence leading to the death of elites. Possibly both. The first group of ogres was one that was on patrol during the night, and Karl was happy to get rid of them so that they couldn't report back to whatever had sent them to scout the area. They were still continuing their route, circling the base, when the group caught up to them, and the ogres brought out their secret weapon. They had managed to obtain a military-issue riot shield somewhere, probably from a group that was forced to flee, and the larger of the 2 charged straight at Karl. Karl left his regular blade sheathed and took out the bonded 2-handed sword to better deal with the larger target. He charged it with shred and used his enhanced strength to swing at the shield of the charging ogre. As should have been expected of an awakened grade riot shield, it was sliced smoothly in half by the enormous blade, taking the ogre's lower arm with it. Then Karl put his shoulder down to duck under the ogre's club and charged forward to do his best impression of a shoulder toss on a creature twice his height. Then he called Thor out, and the Sero appeared behind the other ogre, who was startled into stopping and attacking the incoming ball of Thor's tail, which brutally transmitted an earthquake through the ogre's body. The sound of cracking bones was clearly audible to everyone, but before the ogre could do anything to defend itself, the first wave of attacks from the mages was there, and the ogre was dead. The captain cleared his throat. Good work, everyone. Collect the heads. We will need proof of our kills for the next few days. That just about settled the debate about what was going on with the base commander. If they really did return with a bunch of ascended rank and higher trophies, he would be on the hook for not doing his job. The captain would still likely get charges for beating him, but they were both the same military rank, so it wouldn't be as serious as if he had hit a superior officer. Keep moving. If they've got anything valuable on them, hold on to it, and we will sort it all at the end of the day. I want a productivity record today. We will show them who doesn't know what a commander rank monster looks like. The captain insisted. As the day wore down, the group found themselves at the far side of the region, much too far to work their way back to base before dark. That was almost certainly a deliberate effort on the part of the captain, but nobody in the unit really minded. They had taken 6 ascended and a commander rank trophy today, and if Hawk's scouting was right, there was a chance to get 2 more commander rank monsters in the morning. Without Karl's team, that would never happen for them, but it would be a potent reminder of the dangers of an incompetent leader when they brought them back to camp. For the first time on this mission, Karl actually helped set up tents that night, one large canvas tent that was erected by tying the peak of the roof to 2 different trees. It had been stored in Tessa's bag, and she hadn't brought any poles, as she could just grow them herself, or use spears from the warriors and a length of rope, but the process was still much smoother than Karl expected. Tie the peak, tie the corners out, and then spike the bottom of the walls to the ground. Fortunately, everyone else had a lot of practice with this process. Then, once it was up, Karl realized that this sleeping arrangement was much more crowded than he was used to. They had found a nice level and soft spot to set up, but they would all be packed in shoulder to shoulder inside the tent. That sounded great for the first few minutes, until Karl realized that he was between Lotus, who insisted on being at the door, and Dana, who was possibly the world's most restless sleeper. Tonight, they were on the ground, and the sleeping bags were zipped up and not laid out like blankets, so she wasn't going far, but she was more active at night than she was while awake. Want me to just wrap her up? She sleeps so much better when she's in a hammock. Ray suggested, spending the night in her space, since nobody on their team had guard duty. I'm sure she will be fine. Karl laughed as Dana tossed one last time, then finally fell still. Morning came far too early the next day, and Karl activated refreshing lightning to take the stiffness out of his muscles from the uncomfortable sleeping position. That's just cheating. I'm not sure why, but I feel like someone beat me up in my sleep. Dana muttered as she packed her sleeping bag back into her gear. Lotus laughed at her complaint. Do we need to assign someone to keep you still while you sleep? You were tossing and turning for like an hour last night before you settled down. Dana shook her head. It's just been a strange couple of days. I should be fine tonight. The team gathered to eat and make their plan to check the spots that Hawk was off to scout this morning. If nothing much had changed, they should be able to get at least 1 or 2 more ascended or higher ranked beasts in the zone before lunch. After that, it would be up to whoever called in the reports to send them to more dangerous fights. They set out as soon as everything was packed up, and Hawk led them to their prime target of the morning, a commander-rank giant, with 6 awakened rank ogres. With Alice along, they shouldn't have too many problems with the giant, and the regular military unit could take on 6 awakened ogres, now that they had reinforcements from the depleted unit. So, spirits were high as they moved toward the target. There are poachers, kill stealers, evildoers. Hawk warned. Calm down, what do they look like? Can they even steal a commander-rank giant from us? Karl replied. The smashy ones in white. They're stealing our giant. Hawk complained. I think there is a church security team already on site. Hawk just warned me that someone is trying to steal our kill. Karl warned the captain. The older elite's face went grim, and he motioned for the team to increase their speed. If the church had believed the base commander, that team wouldn't be strong enough to deal with the giant, and if they had, it was better that he was right there when it died, just in case the base commander had called in a favor. Thor happily crashed through the undergrowth as he chased Karl and the captain through the woods, so when they arrived at the battle in progress, the church guards split to face them as if they were a threat. The beasts are with me, Karl called as he chased Thor into the crowd of ogres accompanying the giant. The lightning Sero sent one flying into the air, where it was intercepted by Ray's golems, which seemed to appear out of nowhere. The spider had chosen to sit this battle out and remain in her nest, but the golems were dispatched to fight in her place. It was just awakened ogres. If they got into it with the commander, she would get out of bed. As annoyed as he was with her slacking, Karl had to admit that she had a point. This fight was hardly worth getting out of bed for, and if the church guard wasn't in the way, they would have charged right through it to the real fight. The golems and the mages were working together to eliminate the ogres, and Karl found himself just leisurely walking through the battlefield up to the high priest, who had turned to greet him. Are you the team leader of this expedition? The old man asked. No, high priest. I am Ascended Elite Karl, the frontline warrior for the group. We have Commander Alice and a military captain with us as the team leaders. The man nodded and gestured toward the giant. Care to lend a hand? Karl smiled and focused a shred attack to tear apart the armored plating on the giant's back. Then the spider golems moved in with their piercing forelegs and began to repeatedly stab through the hole, while Karl attacked the backs of the giant's knees. The massive warrior couldn't turn around. The church guard had him occupied from the front, so the attack on the legs went completely unnoticed until it was too late, and the beast was falling. With a running leap and a massive overhead chop, Karl removed the head from the severely injured giant's shoulders, sending it rolling across the ground to stop at the high priest's feet. Another wonderful, just as planned, moment that Karl wished he could take credit for. In the distance, Alice clapped as she walked across the battlefield. Unlike Karl, who had superhuman strength, enhanced by not one but two ascended rank magical items, she was forced to walk under her own power, which meant Karl and Thor had left her in the back of the column clear out of sight when they charged into battle. She hadn't even known that there were church guards here until she had seen them. She was too far away to hear his warning to the captain. Alice and the captain joined Karl at the fallen giant, where the church guard were giving Karl somewhat reverent looks. "Show off," the captain muttered when he walked up, which made the high priest laugh. "He's an enthusiastic one, for certain. I don't reckon that I've ever seen spiders as golems before, though." "Odd choice," the old man replied. "Strange to see them summoned by a warrior as well," one of the church guards added. That made the old man pause and do a double take at Karl. The guard had a valid point there. Warriors didn't summon golems. "I'm a beast master, not a warrior. The golems are summoned by one of my companions," Karl explained. Thor took that opportunity to come over and get Alice to scratch his head in that good spot, just between his eyes. It was his favorite trick to calm tensions, and it had the added benefit of having his head rubbed. A win-win situation, really. Well, we can say for certain that there are commander-rank threats in the area, and that they were not accounted for in the scouting reports. "How long has your team been in the area?" the high priest asked. The commander frowned. "We just got in yesterday. It was a bit of a disaster. There is an official report filed already." The old man nodded. "Oh, you're that team. Well, this saves us some time. Our guards will be with you for the remainder of the day. See if you can't find more high-level threats, and they will help eliminate them. Hawk, you know what to do. Find us some high-danger threats within the zone. As many in high ascended and commander as possible," Karl instructed. 400 meters north. If you start moving now, you will meet with a lone commander-rank troll thing. Maybe it's not a troll. Sure is ugly. The scout says that we've got a large troll 400 meters north. If we move fast, we can intercept it before it gets to a regular patrol group. Karl informed the gathered leadership group. "I didn't hear anything on the radio," the high priest replied, with a gesture to his earbud. "Mental communication between me and my dragon hawk. The troll is moving fast, so I need to go if we're going to intercept it," Karl replied. Tessa threw herself onto Thor's back and grabbed the short spikes on his ridge. "Off we go." And Thor took off in the direction of the threat, with Karl chasing him, and a small group of the church guard in hot pursuit. They had to see this battle to ensure that nobody was lying or bringing in bodies from other zones. It seemed unlikely that this team would, when they had the power that they did, but anything was possible. Karl overtook Thor as the beast had to slow down to avoid running into trees or throwing Tessa off, and was the first to come across what Hawk had called a troll. That might be what it was, but Karl had never seen anything quite that large and ugly before. It was 6 meters tall, covered in moss, and where there was skin visible, it was pustulent and rotted. It almost looked like it was undead, but Karl could see the wounded areas knitting themselves together even as they rotted and fell apart in other areas. That was definitely not something that he wanted to fight in close combat. "Hawk, light this thing up. I think a little fire will improve the situation," Karl instructed. The barrage of fireballs seemed to sink into the creature and vanish, but they left smoking craters in the skin, which was slowly closing the gaps as Karl watched. "We need more attack power," Karl informed the others. Ray was as reluctant to touch that thing as Karl was, but to her credit, she did come out to fight, and brought the golems with her. They shredded the corpulent flesh from the troll, leaving rancid piles on the ground, and the creature began to gurgle some sort of war cry. "Keep at it. The more flesh we rend off, the slower it is regenerating." Karl cheered the others on as he used shred to hack a large portion of arm fat off, trying to determine where the actual muscles were. Hawk lit the ground on fire, burning the disgusting piles of flesh, just as the church guard arrived on the scene. "Dragons, what in the world is that smell?" one of them asked, as he activated a glowing golden circle, which did as much to burn away the severed flesh as Hawk's fire. It also caused the outer layer of the troll to begin smoking and the plant life to burn away, showing the disgusting body underneath. Like Karl, everyone was throwing ranged attacks at the beast, while Ray and her golems did their best to tear away bits of flesh with their forelimbs. "Call back your spider and have her stand in the purifying light," That troll is infected with the swamp blight, and it kills almost anything in minutes. Trolls just regenerate too fast for it to kill them, so it's been wandering around blind. The leader of the reinforcements insisted. Ray didn't need to be told twice. Before he even stopped speaking, she was next to the guard in his cleansing light, but not close enough that she might bump into him and transfer the filth. The golems had no need to slow down. They weren't living things, and the beast was incapable of hitting them as they tore its back apart. Is it just me, or is this thing actually happy to die? Karl asked as the church guard focused their attacks to take out the creature's chest. The guard shook his head. It's trying to get us to cut enough of the corruption away that it can cure itself. Trolls of that sort don't die so easily. If you don't burn the bodies, they'll come back from just a hand eventually. So, the disease was more susceptible to destruction than the troll itself was, and once they had burned all the infected body parts away, it might theoretically be back to full strength. Hawk, keep using fire. The troll can't regenerate fire damage as well, Karl instructed. As they fought, more of the fast-moving warriors were joining the battle, encircling the troll and hacking away at it, while making sure the ground stayed burning, so that the severed flesh didn't try to regenerate into more blighted trolls. Slowly, painfully slowly, the creature was brought down, hacked into tiny bits, and then the bits were burned to ash to ensure that it didn't regenerate. Well, that was unexpectedly disgusting. Even after burning and purifying it, the area still smells horrific. Karl noted, it will take a bit more cleansing before any of us can leave the area, especially for the Sero and the spider, who actually came into contact with it. Tessa explained. She was still riding Thor, and hadn't gotten down when he had charged into battle. She had decided that it was better to give him combat instructions instead, to avoid having him dig his horns into the beast and end up infected himself. He had fought the whole battle with his tail, and with Tessa enhancing him while she rode on his back, but mostly they remained at the edge of the battlefield, where Earthquake could reach the target, but they wouldn't suffer any splash damage. The battle was long finished before the rest of the team made it to them, and the guard commander gave his report to the high priest, who cast an additional cleansing on the area, as the creature was commander rank and might have survived the flames of lower-ranked elites somehow. This is worse than I feared. The blight is a terrible thing, but more importantly, we don't know where it started or how many other creatures it might have spread the disease to. The high priest sighed. The captain of Karl's team nodded gravely. That sounds like a real conundrum for the church. This is the first signs I've seen of the blight here as well, but it's only our third day. Would you like to split a team off to search for the source while we deal with the other ranking monsters that the Dragon Hawk has reported? There are still more threats that the Awaken rank teams here are not prepared to deal with, and plenty more that the common grade teams with Awaken leadership won't be able to deal with at all. The high priest shook his head. I will call in a scout team to these coordinates, and they will track the blighted troll back to its source. They have the skills to do it, but we are assigned to you and your team until the other matter is settled. For the remainder of the day, Hawk led them on a merry chase around the mission area, chasing groups of ascended monsters and the occasional commander rank monster. As fast as the teams could kill them, Hawk would lead them off to another location. It was getting so out of hand that they had to reassign Thor to pull the litter full of heads from the defeated high-ranked beasts. There's solid evidence of the base commander's incompetence. Karl had offered to put them in Thor's space, but the high priest wouldn't hear of it. The trophies going into a separate space introduced the possibility of tampering, and that was not up to church evidence standards. I think that's all of them. But the humans look tired. We should go to the camp now, Hawk suggested. Karl sensed that the desire was not so much because of any empathy for the ones in the group without superhuman strength, but because he could see his nest above the fort from where he was patrolling, and he wanted to go to bed. As the day had progressed, Thor had moved from Sero Knight to Beast of Burden to Noble Pack Steed, and now had not only the litter full of heads pulled behind him, but Lotus on his back, as well as both her and Tessa's packs slung over his back. The extra weight was no burden to the mighty Sero, but it was funny seeing him all loaded up like a pack mule in the mines, when in reality, he could rampage through 3/4 of this military unit without any real resistance. Lotus doesn't count as cargo. She knows all the best spots to scratch my scales. Thor countered Karl's line of thought. The small nature cleric was essentially giving him a free massage as they walked, and earning herself envious looks from the average soldiers, who had been at a jog for most of the day, trying to keep up with the number of attackers Hawk was finding. The sight of the camp was a welcome relief to the unit, and as the outer patrols came into sight, Karl could hear the mages and rogues giving sighs of relief. The warriors had better stamina, but they had still been worked hard today, even if they were late to half of the fights because Hawk had been speed running them through the battles so they could eliminate all the major threats in one day while the church guard was with them. Unit, prepare to stand down and set camp for the evening. There will be formal questioning tomorrow, along with possible formal punishment announcements. You will be notified of the schedule as you are required. The high priest announced as they reached the patrols around the camp itself. Alice looked toward the fort, and the guard commander followed her glance. Does your team have a camp built nearby? The sandy-haired guard asked. Up in the tallest tree over there. It's some distance from the ground, but perfect for long-distance scouting. We will be available by radio if you require our presence. As I understand it, this is a military matter being adjudicated by the church for impartiality, so we might not be involved, as we are dispatched elites and not a military unit. Alice replied. The guard commander gave her a soft smile. I doubt that you will get that lucky, as your team is the reason that most of the soldiers in the group are still alive. They are going to want you as material witnesses, and then they will want your team members to corroborate some of the information, because when military brass hears a report that says a war cleric was riding a lightning serum into combat, there will be questions. The hearings will be live cast back to the Department of Defense. Tessa laughed. I am going to enjoy repeating that part of the day. The other Red Dragon priests are going to be so jealous. Would you like to follow us to the fort so that you can find it again in the morning when they call for us? Or is it fine if we just find our own way back once we are summoned? The guard gestured for her to lead the way, but he fell in beside Alice, subtly flirting with the mage as they walked. He looked up into the tree as Karl quickly scaled the ladder, only now realizing that there was a whole fort built up there, hidden in plain sight. That is quite the scout base. How did you even assemble that all the way out here? That looks like some sort of fishing net. Did you pack all that out here? He asked, confused. It's all spider silk, spun by Ray, the bloodbath spider you met today. The outer layer is sticky, but the insides are not, and they make a proper fort for us to rest in at night, with a waterproof roof and full visibility all the way around for evening scouting, since we have members with night vision. Alice explained. The guard looked impressed. Well, we can't accuse you of slacking on your scouting duties. You're not even technically on duty at night, but you're still keeping tabs on the situation. We have your radio logs, and they will go in the report. He gave Alice a smart salute, and then turned to return to his unit while everyone climbed onto the ladder. We know that you can haul us all up at once. You knocked an ogre off his feet with a sword strike, and the ladder isn't going to break. Sergeant Rita called up to Karl as they got in place, preventing him from splitting the group in two parts as he had last time. You know, we could have Thor throw you up here, and I could catch you as well, he suggested. Lotus laughed, but nobody else seemed to think that idea was amusing. Lotus and Tessa got started on dinner, while the others started to clean their gear and check everything for damage. They had been in a lot of combat lately, and gear wore out at the most unexpected moments if you didn't keep up on it. Karl found that was true of his belt, which was starting to wear through where his one-handed blade was hung from it. That seemed like it was too early, but he set it aside for Lotus to patch up with her magic and began inspecting his blades. Both of them appeared to be in perfect working order, with no damage to them, despite the crude construction of the less used single-handed blade. His combat outfit was still in good shape, though it could use a good wash. If he had been thinking, he would have washed it with the shower water before he changed and let Alice dry it with wind magic. The only issue was that you didn't actually want freshly laundered clothes on patrol. Not only did you stand out, but the scent of laundry soap was so out of place that every monster for miles would pick out your presence and be ready for your approach long before you knew they were even present. Not long after they started cooking, the scout patrols were adjusted so that they passed outside the tree, instead of stopping 30 meters before it. There might not have been an official announcement yet, but it was obvious that things were already being changed in how the base was operated. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.